Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, welcome to Clay Pigeon for the Cadet and Junior Southern Championships. We are here for round 4, and I would like to just quickly apologise for the technical issue we've just experienced. Apparently you couldn't hear us. We did start the intro, but yeah, you couldn't hear us. So yes, as you can see on your screen now, we are at Clay Pigeon. Oh, somebody's running in front of the camera there. Yes, it is day 1. Alongside me in the commentary box is Adam Natha. Hello, Adam.
Hi, really excited to be here. We're at a pretty overcast Clay Pigeon today, where with a bit of threat of rain, which will definitely be going into the drivers' heads during qualifying, which we're about to go into today. But yeah, should be a really good fun day's racing.
Yes, 100%. As you can see here is Clay Pigeon. It is a length of 850 metres, 6 turns, elevation just 5 feet, not much elevation there at all. It was established all the way back in 1963. It is a staple of British karting, and you have a fair bit of experience around here.
Yeah, I've been here a few times, definitely not in 1963 though. In the past few years, tends to be a really big power circuit, not many turns, and like the elevation suggests, it is really flat, and you do notice that when it's going around. It becomes a track where toe is massive, especially in qualifying, so be lookout for drivers in qualifying looking for slipstream, looking for that toe, and looking for anything that'll give them a slight edge over the competition. That's such a fast-flowing circuit.
And speaking of edge, obviously, as we can see here in front of us, there is slight rain forecasted for later this afternoon. Now, there was also forecast this rain for about 11 AM. It's currently, well, just about 12 o'clock local time, so we haven't had any yet. But the last couple of weeks in England has been absolutely glorious. When I drove down yesterday, sun was out, it was absolutely basking in sunshine, nice and warm, and we come here today, overcast, but for the moment dry. And from the drivers that we're speaking to this morning, they've all said that they reckon the rain is going, for the most part, to hold off, and that is incredibly important in karts like this because, as we should really mention, they can't change the tyres.
No, all dry tyres, so it becomes a lot more difficult to stay on the circuit, and usually when everybody says it's going to be dry, I'll be honest, that's usually my indication that it's going to absolutely hammer it down. When I saw those sunny skies yesterday, I just knew it was tempting me for saying that. It's going to be absolutely pouring down. I'd say I'm just happy being in the cold spots and not outside.
Exactly. It's great for rain when you're not on track, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet, obviously, that these drivers, for the most part, they've all got plenty of experience under their belt. I don't know exactly how many rookies that we've got this year, but there's a couple of people that are new to Clay Pigeon, new to Club 100, and so they're going to be obviously taking it a bit more cautiously than some of the people at the pointy end of the grid. But we're just coming to the end of practice now, so coming up now is the qualifying. So we're starting with lightweight A qualifying in the cadets, and before we get started, let's talk about the format of qualifying. Adam.
So you've got basically 10.5 minutes to just set the fastest lap you can within those 10.5 minutes, and it ends up being quite a tactical session because you've got a few factors, one of which the toe, which we previously mentioned. That slipstream will be really important, especially in these cadet karts, which are slightly lower powered. The other factor you've got to take into account is the fact that your tyres will end up heating up. These Dunlop tyres that they do have that tendency where midway through the session they'll start to lose a bit of grip, and so you might even see some drivers back off for a few laps midway through the session in order to get their best times at the end when the track theoretically should be the best. And you should see a lot of drivers working together in this qualifying, although it doesn't always tend to be like that. Sometimes you'll have people racing with each other and trying to go side by side, but usually it's definitely a bit more tactical than the races, and yeah, we'll see how our drivers get on today in this first session.
And you mentioned this morning as well, while we were talking before we came on air, about the toe around a circuit like this. Apparently it's quite a tricky track. I say apparently because I have never stepped foot on the circuit until this morning, so you are far more the expert than I am in this situation. But yeah, so talk to us about what the toe is for a circuit like this, and just how much of a part it plays in getting those good times.
Well, because we're on the south coast, it does tend to be quite windy over here, so when you're going on a straight, if the wind direction is facing into you, you will feel that wind hit you, and so by being behind another kart, you're just able to get around those wind particles coming around you and just getting a bit of extra speed on the straight. And it tends to play a really big factor here, especially because it's a power circuit. You're on the power a lot here. There's not many heavy braking zones. And so you're really going up to the top end speed of that car. And so to get even higher, to get that little push and that little edge, that slipstream ends up being a big part. And a few of the more experienced drivers, if it's not their first time here, they'll definitely be looking for that during this qualifying session.
Yes, absolutely. Now, as we can see, the time graphic has just popped up on your screens at home, and one thing I do love about Club 100 is just how tight these gaps are. I mean, the top, what is it, 16 at the moment are separated by less than 0.6 of a second. Just the top, what, 6 are within a tenth of each other. And this is what we're seeing, especially with, like you're saying, with the slipstream. People get into trains, and it just causes this kind of...
yeah, you can see it right now.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Luke, the director, to our left-hand side. And currently in first is Odyssey's Hole with their time of 44.232. But the times are changing so quickly on our timing screen until at the moment it's just bouncing up and down and up and down. And at the moment, I haven't seen anybody pop up with a curb warning, with a track limit. So,
no, they've been very
far,
clean.
they're being very, very clean and quite safe, apart from they've oversteered there for number 48, which...
Just getting some style points.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's Odyssey's Hole there. So that he's just dropped down to second place, actually. So he's obviously one of the quick guys, but yeah, having a bit of an issue with sort of the rear end dropping out there.
You've got Ethan Guest in this session as well, who's currently now topping, currently 4th in the Cadet Lightweight Championship, so he'll definitely be looking for a good result. And because it's so close here, you'll see the timings chopping and change throughout the session, and you'll also just see maybe some unknown quantities, people who might not have been around the top 5 in the A Final before, that will actually sneak in just through getting that little bit of an edge just because of how close it is here at Clay Pigeon.
Yes, absolutely. And one thing that I think is also worth mentioning is this morning all the drivers were taken out on track and told, don't go side by side through this bit, don't touch that curve, don't touch this, don't touch that. So do you think there's a possibility of some of those drivers that are a little bit less experienced sort of keeping a bit further back from some of the big battles, a bit of a lock up there, I think, keeping a bit further back from some of the big battles and potentially picking up some pieces?
Yeah, definitely. Clay, because there's not many heavy braking zones, and because a lot of them lead into different corners, you do tend to see some dive bombs that, let's just say, don't turn out to plan, and so you're able to then see drivers come up from behind and are able to get a switch back and get moves off. So you will see quite a lot of moves being made, especially around Billy's Blind Turn 2, which we're panning over to now, and into that chicane.
Yeah, 100%. And we're also following Ethan Guest, who's currently topping the timings, is 43. He's the first person into the 43s at the moment.
Yeah, 2/10 buffer, which is really good around here.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Behind him is Kieran Mogg.
MP2 as well, so it's our leaders sticking together in the qualifying session so far.
Oh, as I say that, obviously just drops back
Commentator's curse strikes very early on, and Ethan's lost it as well.
Yeah, Fitzgerald. Now, the second person into the 43s with a 43.830. And what I really like about this is, I mentioned this to you before we came on air, is this is one of the very few tracks in the UK with karting that has the individual sectors, so we can dissect their laps
exactly where they're going.
3 parts, yeah. So if we have a look at between Layla Fitzgerald and Ethan Guest, their first sector,
pretty similar.
Very similar, about 300. Oh, as I say that, Ethan Guest has just taken another about 800ths, I think, quicker. Layla Fitzgerald's just finished second sector. So this is all happening in real time, so we're just waiting for the numbers to pop up on our screens. But yeah, currently obviously sort of a 10th gap between Layla and Ethan.
Oh, we've just seen a purple sector being put in by Cora Moore as well, a 10.9, which is 2 tenths quicker than anybody else has gone in the last sector. So even people around that top 6 putting together one good sector, but you need to get the whole lap perfect to actually be able to challenge that top spot.
And it didn't look like any of the sectors were particularly bad. It just looks like, you know, just a little bit below what some of the other drivers were doing as well.
No, and it could be due to lack of toe again, as we say. That last sector is after that straight. And so if they didn't have any toe during that straight, that could cost them a 10 for 2, which is the difference between first and fifth. Is that is a huge straight.
That straight. Yeah. This is what we were talking about, them sticking together, just trying to get that slipstream, because on a track like this, it is so important.
We're not going to get some racing action here, are they? Just going to follow each other. We're going to see. Oh, there's so many tires to go down the inside just before the chicane, and I think they'll make the move stick. The chap in the blue helmet.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out who's in it. Okay, so Layla Fitzgerald is at the front of this train. Here we go. So number 30.
Number 30 behind.
This is Leondis Georgiou. So he's in second, and then behind that, I can't remember what the number was.
I can't either. Yeah, it's really testing here.
Here we go. So coming back round.
Got Layla. Oh.
Right.
No, it's the same train. It's number 21.
21. Cora Moore. So there we go. So she obviously set the fastest third sector, but then Odyssey's Hole has just taken
it back.
But then Ayrton Lima Emmons,
third fastest sector 1 and 2. We're going to see how he comes across the line. It could be a really quick lap here.
Where is he? 65. Where is he on
He's
track?
just set the fastest lap, so he's just gone over the start finish of a 43.687.
I'm trying to figure out where on track he is.
There you go. He's going through Billy's now
so he's not
into
part
the chicane.
Of this train. Oh,
not
here we go.
part of this train.
So Cora Moore just takes that position away and is now stuck behind Layla Fitzgerald in this queue that we're following.
And there's a black flag for Layla Fitzgerald for an ABC takeout. And that might cut her session to a bit of a close. Probably might have just misjudged something very
So for the viewers at
unfortunate.
home, what is an ABC takeout?
So ABC stands for advantage by contact, and taking out is you getting an advantage and taking a position to another driver whilst also taking them off the track in the process, which causes them a lot of positions, and it's seen as quite a serious offence. Can be done very easily on accident. I'll be honest, I've done that myself once or twice before in my years of racing, it can be really unfortunate, but it usually does incur a harsh penalty, which is why the black flag has been shown. For her.
It's a shame for Layla to have.
She's still got a good lap though, so she might not actually lose many positions if she loses that time out on track. One thing to note, and this could have caused a bit of a reason for that ABC takeout, is we're talking about wanting to be in the tow before, but you've got to really judge the gap, right? Because if you're right behind them and you're the quicker driver, you might feel yourself being held back, and so you might then want to think, actually, I need to get past them and overtake them. So getting the perfect gap where you get a tow and you're not held up, as there's more racing going side by side into the chicane with Layla and the driver behind.
Do they know this is qualifying and not the preheats? Because I'm not sure they've been told.
They're pointing forward, but I guarantee you somebody will send a dive bomb straight after.
Oh, this is what I love about this type of racing. It's just like, obviously these drivers, they're quite young for this category. The classes is between age 7 and 12. Now, obviously, the guys and girls at the front of the grid.
As well.
There we go. So the guys and girls at the front of the grid are going to be more towards the 12 age. Obviously, you'll have some people that are a little bit younger, but for the most part, the older ages will be sort of more of the quicker ones. But
as another driver goes side by side just before that chicane. Yeah, at that age, you might just be thinking more, you just want to race. You're out there to have fun, and sometimes you just might get caught up in the middle of things and not wanting to qualify and just sending moves.
I think I see Ethan Guest there at the back there trying to make a couple of moves, trying to get through the traffic as well.
Only a minute to go, so they're right on the... It's right crunch time now. Hammer time, as Lewis has coined it over the years. And
Ayrton Lima Evans, number 65 car, obviously we've got on screen. He's currently got the fastest lap, nearly a tenth and a half. So that's a very, very impressive gap. Currently on a 43.687. That is an astoundingly good lap for Ayrton there. As we're coming to the last closing stages of this qualifying session. So all okay, let's have a quick look at the other time. So Ethan Guest is in second with a 43.8. 1/10 and a half, give or take.
Layla is just 3 thousandths off Ethan as well, by the way. She's been in the pits to serve.
She's had another contact warning.
After being served with that flag.
Yeah.
Probably getting really racy, just trying. I mean, when you're 3 thousandths behind, you're just trying to find that little extra gap, that little edge to try and get you slightly further up the grid. Odysseys as well, must be said, in P4, but the top rookie by quite some margin, over 2 tenths, so that's been a really impressive result for him as well.
He's had a very, very good year so far. I think he's quite high up in the standings, isn't he, as well?
He is... I don't see him. It might be one of his first rounds. Oh, he's there. I think he's in the top 10 rookies.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely a good result. And he missed Risington last time out, so that would be one of the reasons why he's lower down on the standings. But once drop rounds come into account, he's probably towards the top end of the rookies. Yeah,
100%. So yeah, very, very quick there for Odysseys. But so that's the end of the first qualifying session. So Ayrton Lima Emmons is currently the fastest in that session by actually Ethan Guest closed in the last 15
hundredths.
Oh, that is a very, very Yeah, very tight gap. But anyway, coming up next, I believe, is the first of the junior qualifying sessions.
Yes, they're just all about to come out now. You'll see a lot of them probably being quite aggressive with the steering coming into the next qualifying session.
You know what to do, guys. Take yourselves over to the scales.
Here we go. So yes, the juniors are out on track for the A group qualifying. So we've already got a spinner, which is Lockhart. So it's, that's not a great start, but James Lockhart in the number 31 kart there. So yeah, obviously tyres are a bit cold, a bit heavy on the brakes, and a little bit eager, I think, to try and get into this session.
Yeah, I mean, when you come out on cold tyres, it's really easy to do. I've done it myself in an A final, spinning in the pit lane once or twice, so it's definitely very, very easy to do as these juniors come out.
Yes, absolutely. But yes, obviously at the moment they're going to be just trying to get the heat into those tyres so they can start pushing and build up their confidence in these karts in this session. The weather seems for the time being to be staying dry, so they don't have to worry about that. Obviously they'll be the first people to know if it starts spitting, because we can obviously look out the window and kind of gauge an idea, but when you're on track, you see a single droplet come on your visor, you know immediately, oh, for God's sake.
And the other thing you notice sometimes is that the rain can come to the track first, so we could be looking off track here and see it's all hunky-dory and dry, but the drivers might have actually already had some rains come in some of the sectors of the track, so you never really know with these kinds of things. And our first indication, other than maybe some droplets of rain outside, will be the drivers probably taking a few different lines as the track starts to dampen out, and as it starts to get wetter, you'll see the racing line, the optimal line in the dry, actually becomes the opposite, what you want to stay off in the wet. A lot of grip's already laid down in rubber, and that's not very grippy for a driver in the wet, and so they typically steer off it. So that'll be one of our first indicators.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously that's predominantly down with obviously the rubber being down on track. It just creates an ice rink as soon as there's the level of water there, and yeah, keeps it interesting, which is obviously why they say wet is the great equaliser. But for the time being, it looks like we don't have the great equaliser, so they've got the other great equaliser, which is the CLUB100 kart.
Yeah, these junior karts are fine-tuned and are very, very equal and close to each other in competition. Very similar to the senior cars, except they've got a slightly different restrictor put in place. But these junior max engines are capable of 70 miles an hour, and at this clay pigeon circuit, towards the end of the straights, they'll be getting close to that, and they'll be feeling the speed that these karts have to offer.
Yeah, these karts are very, very brutal. Obviously not quite as brutal as the owner karting, but it's as close as you're really going to get without owning your own kart.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, I've only done the one session in these karts, and I found it particularly brutal. And to be honest, I've still got a blister on my hand from
you get
where
used to those.
Yeah, from where it tore my skin off. But yeah, like, talk about how do you get up to speed in a car like that, where you've come from, say, rental karting, either indoor or outdoor, with championships such as team sport and everything. These karts are a step above that. These karts, like you're saying, have got a slightly different restrictor, but essentially are the senior engines, and those engines are used in owner karting as well. So they're no joke. No,
they're no joke, and they are definitely very difficult to get a hold of, especially if you're used to team sport, some indoor karting, maybe some outdoor rentals. To come into a two-stroke, you feel the extra power, the more acceleration, and the first time you're in it, you feel like you're almost being taken off. That, and they've got different brakes, a very different brake system other than a kill switch, and that is also very difficult to get used to and get a handle on. You'll see drivers in their first few races spin out a few times, maybe because they'll lock up the brakes. They're not used to that, and they'll go spinning off. But I think one of the biggest keys is getting used to those brakes, getting used to being able to push hard, and understanding that if you lock up, it's not the end of the world, and you're able to recover from it. That, and just getting used to the handling. As we see another train starting to line up.
I was just about to say, obviously, we're talking about the trains in the Cadet Championship that we just saw. The juniors are no different. Obviously, a little bit quicker, but because of their additional weight, they're lapping. Well, actually, no, I was going to say they're lapping roughly the same, but they're not lapping roughly the same.
No, they're a few seconds quicker.
Yeah, quite a bit
in the
quicker.
40s, Ethan Saunders Wilkes.
I wonder, could we see a 39 here?
Oh, that would be... I have never seen a 39 lap in all my years of racing at Clay Pigeon in the CLUB100 karts, but maybe the juniors a bit lighter. They might be able to do it today. That 40.7 by Ethan is really laying down the gauntlet, though. Over 2 tenths quicker than anybody else on track.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very good lap there for Ethan. I'm just trying to gauge where Ethan is actually on track. I wonder if he's
15.
in.
Let's see if we can find him.
He's in the.
It could he be in that 8-cart train that we
That's
saw
what I'm
before?
kind of thinking of. Yeah, maybe he's towards the back and he's just picking up slipstream after slipstream after toe after toe after toe. And,
there he is. Oh no, that was number 18.
Yeah,
that was
18.
Oliver Bamford Senior.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. There's some moves made in that train there. The trouble is, once they go away from you can't see the numbers on the front of the cart, so we can't gauge.
I think I saw a flash, and I know I was wrong the first time, but this might be Ethan in this pack here. It is. And he's actually not working with them. It looks like he's trying to make moves. He knows he's the quickest in this pack, and he wants to get to the front of it. And that is huge. I count maybe 12 or 13 carts in that. That is crazy.
And what's amazing as well is obviously.
And there's Ethan at the front now.
Yeah, here we go. There he is. There's on our screen. So Ethan Saunders-Wilkes on our screen now in front of this massive gaggle of carts, just trying to find their position on the track. And obviously he's still got that 2/10 of a lead over Robert Crawford in this first qualifying session. So really, when you've got this kind of gap, obviously he's not going to know that he's in that position at the moment.
No, he doesn't have live timing on him, but if you're going through... I mean, I don't know why he started in that train, but he got through to the front of it quite quickly. So if you're able to get past 8 or 9 carts, it does definitely give you that confidence to know that, okay, you're going quite quickly here, you're performing really well. And when you have that much of an overspeed on the carts, your best bet is to just leave them and try and put in your fast laps yourself, which is what he's doing. And he's currently just putting his fastest sector 2. It wasn't a quicker lap, just by under a tenth, but he really is pushing now. And again, the overheating of the tyres might play a factor. You don't see, I'd say just under half the grid are currently improving with laps, so you could see that overheating starting. Luckily it's an overcast day, so it's not too warm, so they might get away with it, but that definitely might play into a factor as we head towards the end of this session.
Yeah, 100%. And I was just about to say Jacob Equal just set second fastest, but Henry Wilkes jumps into second place with 40.8. So now just over a tenth of a second gap between the top two. As I say that, Ethan, I believe, has had a bit of an issue. Either that or he's getting through the traffic.
Yeah, through the traffic, I reckon. Only 4/10, half second slower. That's
Yeah.
definitely a traffic issue.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
Henry... Oh, penalty for Ethan. ABC bump and pass, and that is one of the dangers of having to go through a large train. You might just make a slight error and just be really unfortunate with where you come up to somebody on track, and so that might end up resulting in a grid penalty for him.
Yeah, it's a shame, but obviously you've only got 10-minute sessions, 11-minute sessions, you know, so you only get, what, like 14 laps-ish,
Yeah, roughly.
give or take. So they go by very, very quickly, and if you're stuck in a train of slower drivers, which Ethan was at the time, that's basically in no man's land. You know, you're going to be stuck there if you don't do something quite decisive, and it either was try and get to the front of the pack or drop back, but then you're just going to catch them up again.
Yeah, and that bit of desperation can just lead into having one of those unfortunate incidents. And yeah, that time pressure really is sensitive to you. And because again, you don't see the live timing, so you're just focused on putting the best lap possible because you don't even know you're in the lead. And even now, his lead isn't very safe as Henry's now only 1500ths off Ethan's time. So he can definitely, if he gets one more lap just strung together, he's definitely going to be challenging this top spot for this qualifying session.
Yeah, 100%. And Henry Wilkes, I'm guessing he must have a toe somewhere, but I'm wondering if he's in the large train even. I keep saying chain over train.
He's by himself. We can see him now on our live stream footage.
Here he is, yeah. So he doesn't have the benefit of the slipstream.
No, but he has put in the... Oh no, that was Ethan who's just put in the fastest sector 1, so Ethan's about to respond. But yeah, that slipstream could be the difference. I mean, 1500 definitely could be the difference between being second in the top spot with that toe.
Yeah, and Robert Crawford just improved and jumped back up to third place as well. Obviously, he was sitting in... he's just taken another tenth and a bit out of his time.
Wow.
So Ethan Saunders-Wilkes down to a 40.593. Yeah, I think possibly a 39 is a little bit out of reach by that standpoint, but...
Don't tell that to Ethan, he'll keep going.
Yeah, Ethan, if you can hear us over the tannoy, please get to 39. We would love to see it.
Oh, well, I mean, he's put a purple sector 1 on this lap, and the sector 2 doesn't look too bad either, so we're going to see if he's actually going to be able to top this. Here we go. Oh, no.
It's improved, but not by enough of a margin.
No, he's still slightly behind, but he's still pushing, and there's still a minute to go, so anything can happen here.
I mean, he's on screen now, I believe. I think this
yeah,
is,
that is him, don't worry.
And, so Jacob Equal has just jumped up to third. Oh, God. Okay, everyone's moving again. Now trying to figure out.
End of the session, track evolution at its maximum. You'll see a lot of jumping around at this point as another person decides to improve.
Yeah. Obviously, you can see on the left-hand side of your screens as everyone kind of moves up and down the timing screens. We obviously have a separate screen in here in the commentary box, and whenever somebody moves, it highlights. So your eyes are automatically drawn to that. As you can see, Henry Wilkes has just jumped over the line. I don't believe he has improved.
No, this might be his last chance.
Yeah.
Everything has to go into this lap, and he might know that, so he'll be pushing as hard as he can to get the best lap he can in this last minute.
Yeah. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has just set another lap. It wasn't as quick. It's actually a tenth slower than his current fastest, but that's still almost a tenth quicker than Henry Wilkes' best.
Yeah.
And judging by the first lap of first sector of Henry Wilkes, it looks a somewhat competitive time. Second sector, somewhat competitive. It's not breaking any records, but
that consistent lap could be it, though. You never know. Let's see how this sector 3 goes, and it's really close to his best lap, but it's not enough.
No, not quite, and he's just taken the checker flag as well. So that is the end of the session. It looks like Ethan Saunders-Wilkes just about claws on with 170 milliseconds, nearly 0.2 of a second over Henry Wilkes in second place. So,
but with that penalty,
that's
Ethan has the penalty, so Henry effectively has pole in this group. So
that's a good point. Okay, if we take away Ethan, then if we look at the timings, then Jacob Equal is only 300ths behind Henry Wilkes. Then you've got Robert Crawford, who's another 300ths behind that. So it's very, very tight. If we take Ethan out of it, it's very, very tight up at the top of the grid there.
Yeah, definitely. And like we say, at a track like Clay Pigeon, which is a bit shorter compared to everything else, as we're about to actually go into the Cadet B session.
Yes. So let's come up with the next Cadet Qualifying. Alright, so this is B qualifying for the Cadet Southern Championship. This is obviously, we should have mentioned, I think, at the start of the day, this is the lightweight championship today. So got the super lights tomorrow, lightweights today. So a weight difference of about 10 kilos. So in the Cadet Championships, the lightweights have to be a minimum of 50 kilos. In the super lightweights for tomorrow, that's going to be a minimum of 40 kilos. To reach the 50 kilos, obviously you can make up the difference with weights, but they have to be a minimum of 43 kilograms without the weights to even have a chance at qualifying for the lightweights. Just makes it so that if you're 41 kilos, you can't just kind of go, actually, I want to race in the lightweights because I have a weight advantage.
Yeah. And it's a bit lighter than our senior championships, obviously, as we have these young up-and-comers who will be slightly smaller than everybody else, and even tomorrow you'll see even slightly smaller people with the super lightweights.
Absolutely. See number 68 there of...
Phoenix Clements?
Yes. Yes, Felix Clements, yes. Just letting by someone else, so obviously choosing their position very, very early. Cody Crunnington there in the second slot as we have a look at... Oh, number 49 slowing down.
I think he's waiting for somebody. Again, that tactic of getting the toe. He's going to be waiting for a quicker driver that you know is probably similar pace.
Yeah.
It's Joshua Robinson.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's waiting for a front. And then there you go. Two people work together straight away. As I say working together, he looks for a move down the inside.
Yeah, that's... hold on, who's at the front there? So that's...
It's number 69.
Harvey Dowler and Cody Crunnington at the front there. And I'm not sure if they're trying to use each other's toe or trying to overtake each other.
No, it's a race. Here we go. But Harvey is not giving it up very easily at all. And I have to say, one thing I really do like is the glasses. A really nice style choice. Definitely looks at least 10% cooler in the car, and maybe makes him a bit quicker as well.
I mean, it probably helps that he can see. That probably helps him.
Well, I couldn't tell if they were sunglasses. they look like they had a tint on.
I think they are sunglasses.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, he's got the sunglasses on inside the visor there. So rather than have a tinted visor, he's gone for the sunglasses, which I suppose means that he can then take them off if it gets a bit darker, rather than having to swap visors. It probably makes it a bit quicker for him, a bit easier.
Yeah, I've never thought of doing that before myself, but actually that is a pretty good idea. And I've had it on some race days where I forgot to pack my clear visor and I've needed to switch it, and that's ended up in a whole load of pandemonium, so he avoids that altogether. So quite a smart tactic there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, up at the front of the grid, so now people are starting to get in their couple of laps. We've got a couple of track limits warnings, a couple of just one curve warning, and a contact warning as well. Nothing too drastic at the moment. But currently up in provisional pole is Henry Greenwood with a 43.8, and he is currently over 0.3 of a second quicker than Zach Sharif in second place. So quite a big gap already at the front of this Group B qualifying. And it's obviously also worth mentioning that whoever finishes in the top 2 of Group B in the pre-final move up to the A Final. Well, the pre-A Final, sorry, I should say. So it's obviously, you know, the big benefit of being able to do that, not only for winning that class, but obviously then you get an additional track time because you then get to go and race with the A guys.
Yeah, sometimes you see people going all the way from the C final all the way up into the A final, so they definitely get their money's worth on that attempt with 2 extra finals. And Henry here being on provisional pole, just half a tenth now, that gap, but he'll be definitely looking hopefully towards the front end of the grid. He's one of the drivers in the top 10. He's not had a podium yet this year, so if he manages to get provisional pole for the pre-A final and potentially even the actual A final, he could be looking at his best ever result here today. That
would be a very, very good result for him indeed. As up at the top, I've just spotted Felix Sheldon Haywood, less than half a tenth of a second now behind Harry Greenwood in pole position. Henry, sorry, no, not Harry. And then right behind him, Zane Perry is just 4 thousandths behind Felix. So very, very tight up at the pointy end in this Group B qualifying. Now, talk to us about how... Obviously, we have the A qualifying, B qualifying, C qualifying, so we have Group A, Group B, Group C. What's the difference? How are the drivers filtered down into those groups?
So I think it's pretty much randomly allocated from championship order into these 3 groups, and it's just done because of the amount of drivers in the championship and wanting to compete at each event. You can't just have them all on track at the same time. I mean, at that point, you'd have almost 54 drivers, which is...
I'd be up for that.
Correct, which yeah, for us in the comms box would be really exciting, but laws dictate that we probably can't do that, and it probably wouldn't be the safest option. So putting them in 3 groups makes it safer, and also you're then looking at the other groups, looking at times, and actually being able to work out either what final you're in, or if you're beating the other people from other sessions and other groups. So it ends up giving you a bit more to look out for when you're not actually racing on circuit yourself, which I think is pretty exciting, and something I'd be doing if I was a junior. I'd be constantly looking at those live timings to see if anybody's beating me, or looking at what time I need to be the top of everybody.
But it also just goes to show just how popular this championship is, and just how effective it's been as getting these young people who don't necessarily have the opportunity to do owner karting to get into racing. You know, that's obviously the beauty and the whole point of a championship like Club 100 is to get drivers into racing. It's to give them the experience and hopefully give them a path into this almost elusive world of motorsport.
It's pretty much the best place to have competitive 2-stroke racing, arrive and drive for your youngsters growing up before getting into owner karting. It is a really, really good championship, and clearly really popular with both the kids and the parents alike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're having a bit of a chat this morning with some of the parents and some of the drivers and everything, and they all have nothing but good words to say about the championship, about the way it's run, about...
the driver comes off.
Number 16, which is Zane Perry. It's currently, actually, I've just spotted, taken the fastest lap. 9 thousandths of a second in front of Felix Sheldon Haywood. Henry Greenwood is down to 3rd place. So, yeah, it's still very, very tight up at the pointy end. As a
track limit warning. That'll be for him going off track there just before that straight. He's now behind Felix, so he'll again have that benefit of the toe, which might help him extend his lead slightly. And as you see, faster sector 3. So as you come off that last corner, you go back onto the straight, and that toe will definitely have been helping.
Yeah, 100%. And I also want to make a quick shout out to two people. One, Andrew Mather. Obviously, he can't be here at the moment, unfortunately. But he's talking about Harvey Dowler, currently in 5th place in the 69 kart. He has nothing but good words to say about Harvey. He said he was very, very impressive at Risington. And he's very much looking forward to seeing how he's going to get on today here at Clay Pigeon. So, Harvey, you've got the approval of the very important Andrew Mather, so don't mess it up. You know, we expect a good result from you there, as you've been touted by Andrew there. As Zane Perry takes lead once again. These times are just falling between these top
and they're
three.
Still scrapping now, though, so that if they keep scrapping, they might not be able to set those top times. So I don't know if they'll continue to work together or fight. And it's also worth mentioning for Harvey that since Andrew's not in the comms box here today, we won't get any commentator's curse. So he should be okay.
Do you really want to make that claim?
Yeah, I'll be eating my words at the end of the day here, but I thought I'd get it in now.
There is such a thing as a commentator's curse, and it will happen. Now, the top three in this session so far are the three that we've just been following: Zane Perry, Henry, Greenwood.
They've set the exact same lap time. They've got the exact same best lap time, Henry and Felix.
Oh, they actually have down to the second.
Down to the 1,000.
Yeah.
So it comes off. Bear in mind they're in this train of 3, so it's whoever crosses the line first. And right now it was Henry by milliseconds. Like, that is as close as you can get.
What I want to know, though, right, how has Zane Perry managed to get nearly 400th gap if they're so... I mean, look at them.
Look how tiny
Where
it
is 400th gap in that?
I think this is a bit of a foreshadow to what our pre-A and A final could be in terms of a scrap here.
And also, it's worth mentioning that 2 of these would then go up to the A group.
No, this is just groups. This isn't the A, B, and C final. This is just their groups.
Yeah, I bet what I mean is in the race.
Oh, right. If it was like this in the race, yeah.
Yeah.
If they were in the B final, which to be fair, if they're at the front, hopefully they should all be looking at A finals, as Henry makes a mistake, and that allows Zane to get to the front of the grid. It does also give Henry a bit of gap, though, so he could use the toe and maybe not get held up at all. So it might work out in his favour, as that gap's now been closed, of course.
Yeah, let's see them across the line now. So they're, I think they're just about to cross the line, I believe. So, oh no, they're in sector 2 at the moment.
Yeah, they're just going through the horseshoe now. They'll only have one corner more to go after this little right-hander into the final corner, top bend. And we'll see those times coming through. Let's see if anybody improves, which nobody set a purple sector on this lap, so it would just be a consistent improvement. And no improvement so far.
In fact, actually, they've a couple of tenths slower in all
they're
cases.
still fighting side by side into the chicane. Could they make it 3 wide going onto the straight here? This is great racing in a qualifying session.
And that's, I think, something that I want to ask and lean on your experience here and ask a question. So in qualifying, obviously, they're supposed to be getting fast laps, but what they're actually doing here is racing. But would you use this as experience for the race, as a case of, right, this is, I think, what they're going to do. This is how their style of defending is. This is how the style of attacking is. Could you use that information that you've learnt in qualifying to take into the race and hopefully be able to kind of work against it?
Oh, definitely. You learn off where they might be weaker and where you might be stronger. And what I've done in the past, which might be quite cheeky, is you send dummy moves at corners in the circuit where you're not planning to do it in the race, so that the driver behind you gets an idea of where you're about to send it, where they think you're going to send a move, and then you go for something completely different in the race, so you can catch them off guard. So there's all sorts of mind games that you can actually play in these qualifying sessions, which they might be doing to each other. You never know.
Yeah, it's amazing to think, like, you know, these drivers are, none of them are even teenagers yet. You know, the max age they can be is 12, and already this level of mind games is going on. It's really, really impressive, and it goes to show just these drivers that, you know, they're no joke. They can really pedal. They can really, really put the good times in. They can put the consistency in. They put in the hard work, and it goes to show just how good they can be.
Yeah, at that age, I don't think I would have had anywhere near as many tactics in my head, but these drivers are really on point and really on song for this.
Yes, 100%. But that is the end of the B qualifying for the cadets. Coming up next is the B qualifying for the juniors. As we can see, there's quite a gaggle of karts coming out on track, and as we saw in the last session, people waiting for other drivers, people probably waiting for their best friend, go, right, come on, we're going for a lap together. And yeah, you know, this is what we're going to see throughout the remaining qualifying sessions. I believe we've got, what, 2 more after this session before we go into the lunch break. So, you know, we're going to see this working together quite a lot throughout the day, but especially during qualifying, trying to get those lap times in, trying to get to the pointy end of the field. You know, with it being so difficult to overtake around here, qualifying is so crucial.
Yeah, 100%. And definitely throughout the first part of the session, you'll definitely see people working together. As we saw with the cadets in the last session, towards the end, you might just think you've got a bit more patience and you might then start to race. But for the most part, they should be working together and should be trying to work together to get the best time possible.
Yes, absolutely. Now we can see Balisatis there just currently waiting for someone, can't work out who at the moment. But
Championship leader as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Balisatis is very quick. We do have some purple sectors coming up, but obviously it's probably a good idea to completely ignore them because they're not going to be representative of what we're going to be seeing. As we can see, yeah, as they cross over the line, everyone is apparently setting the fastest lap.
Jamie Tully-Gooden is the top of those at the moment by 3/10. I'm sure that'll come down as the session goes on. Remember, only 3 minutes in, the track isn't at its peak yet. It's usually towards the end of the session. The cars are still warming up as well. The tyres are still getting warm. The engine's still getting hot to run at its peak performance. So, yeah, these times will tumble, and we could be looking at a very different grid towards the end of this session.
Yes, indeed. And obviously, we saw in the Group A qualifying for the juniors, they were getting, well, at the top end, they were getting in the mid-40s. Currently, we're sat in the mid-41s. Now, these drivers are a little bit slow, which is why they're in Group B. But, as we can see there, 41.0 for Jamie Tully-Gooden. But obviously, like you were saying, the track's always evolving, the kart's warmed up, the tyres are warming up and everything. With the amount of rubber that's going down, it's not like a massive amount, but there is some. So, do you see it where you see in some cases the Group B and Group C guys setting faster lap times than their respective in the next group up? So do you see Group B qualifying faster than Group A in some cases?
With the groups, they're all randomly allocated. It's not the fact that they're not to do with the top drivers in Group A and Group B, which is why you've got Dominic being your championship leader in Group B. Yes,
I didn't even twig that, yes. Yes, good point. So what we saw then in the first qualifying session, we could potentially see a quicker lap coming into that then. Actually, that does ring a bell now, because obviously you have the top drivers from each of them.
Group will get bunched together into the pre-A, B and C final. So everybody's on equal footing at the moment, and it's after the qualifying sessions where we split them up into the C, B and A groups.
Yes.
These are just randomly allocated so we can split the drivers up.
Yeah, I was getting confused with the races and the qualifying sessions because, but...
it can get quite confusing. A lot of A, B and C's being talked about, and penalties as well. As we see Jamie Tully-Gooden continue off in the lead. I believe he was the winner at Wilton Mill in round 1. So we know he's a fast driver, and we know he's up there with the quickest of them, as shown by being 3/10 quicker than our championship leader currently.
Yes, his very good lap obviously to get started off there. We're only still very early days into his qualifying session, but still nobody's quite broken into that 40-second lap just yet.
Jamie's really close, 41 dead, but what you might also start to see is that you might have some tyre drop off. If there were new tyres going out off in the start of the day, as they start getting slightly worn, they may lose a few tenths, or even the track conditions. If there's a bit more cloud cover, if the temperatures drop, or if they increase, that could also affect the performance of the kart. So from session to session, you can see some time variation, like we do right now. Still 6 minutes to go though, so you never know. They might break into those 40s still yet.
Yeah, they might do. See Jamie Tully-Gooden just on screen there, and he's currently giving a tow to Dominic Balisatis as well. So two drivers that are towards the front end, although Balisatis is obviously currently first in the standings, whereas Jamie is all the way down in 10th. He's had one win so far in the final of the first round at the start of the year. But he's just had a couple of problematic results by the looks of it. Whereas Dominic has been far more consistent, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 5th, 6th, 4th. So, and that's kind of what you need for a championship like this, where it is so tight at the front end. You know, Jake Chapman has won 2 races. He's won the last 2 out at Rissington. But he's currently trailing Dominic Balasatis by just 3 points. Now, it's obviously worth mentioning that they're going to get 2 lots of points today, one for the pre-finals and one for the finals. So everything can be completely shaken up. You know, we are in the midway of the championship. At the end of today, it will officially be the midpoint in their season. So there's still all to play for at the front end, and more than likely, these positions will move up and down. It's you know, and even with some of these poor results, obviously they have a drop score. They can use it. So we've got a track limit warning up there for Jamie Tully-Gooden. But yeah, so anything can happen. The championship at the moment doesn't necessarily mean a massive amount.
No, definitely not. And with Jamie Tully-Gooden in 10th, with a couple of bad results, when those drops come into play, it could shoot him right up in the championship, especially if he has a good day today, which he's getting started off in the perfect way by currently being at the top of the standings in this session. So right now it's just about being consistent. Like you said, it's a long championship. You're doing, I mean, with 8 rounds, you've got 16 races. That's 8 pre-finals and 8 actual finals. So with that much racing, you've just got to be consistent. Having one win and then a few 20th or maybe somewhere in the B final just won't really help your case. Whereas just being around the top 5, top 10 every round will really get you close to leading the standings. Yeah,
100%. And he's currently 60 points behind Dominic Balasatis. And, well, put it this way. If he were to finish 24th in the C final, he'd get 66 points. So he will most likely be able to surpass Balasatis' current points tally. But obviously Balasatis will obviously...
Yeah. I think there's some rain on the track.
It does look...
It looks like rain. Look at the times we're doing in the 43s, and here we go.
So, if it starts raining then, if it has started raining then, these times will not be improving.
Yeah, this could genuinely be our overall results, and the drivers will be... So, although they probably won't improve with these 3.5 minutes to go, due to the rain, one thing you can do, which could shake up the order, is getting penalties. So the drivers would be really clever to just be really careful now. Maybe try and learn the wet lines in case this might happen during the race, and just keep it slightly cautious so you don't incur the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, 100%. You definitely don't want to incur the wrath of any of the stewards at all. But you can see some of the drivers, I saw on one of the camera positions there, just go slightly wide. Yeah, slippery surface.
Slippery surface flag. And I wonder, I could be wrong here, I'm not out on circuit, but I do think there's some corners where you can still take a dry line and others where the rain's starting to hit a bit heavier. It could have just been a quick shower as well, so there's a chance that they could be going back to dry lines by the end of the session, but just probably not enough to improve. Yeah,
I mean, most of the drivers are doing over a second lap slower than their current best at the moment. So, and in some cases, it's even more than that. And you can see Jack Whitehouse, I'm guessing he had an issue on his last lap because it was almost 3 seconds behind. He did a 44.0 last lap round. His current fastest is a 41.1. So, yeah, big gaps here. Jamie Tully-Gooden, obviously current fastest with a 41.0. His last lap was a 43. Oh, no.
Oh, he's in a 42 dead. I mean, the rain seems to have stopped looking at the stream. Everybody's going back to doing dry lines. So, although the track might be a bit greener, a bit damp, it's not enough to get off the racing line as of now, from the looks of it anyway. This is where we'll end up panning to a corner where they're going completely in the wet line and I'll be proven wrong. But so far, it seems they're still on the dry line, but there's just a bit less grip. I'm sorry. As we've now got 2 minutes to go, everybody's going back into the 42s, and we've just seen Christian Jordanov put in a personal best of a 41.6. So we are currently at a point where maybe the drivers can still improve. Maybe we spoke too soon, and maybe there's still time for our drivers to maybe get up a few positions on the grid. We're still seeing mainly times in the 42s, but the high 41s. And as the drivers learn that the racing line is still probably the optimal way to go around the circuit, we'll still see them start to maybe improve, and we might still see 1 or 2 surprises yet to come as we come towards the end of this session. Jamie has just done a 41.9, so back into those 41s, so we're not far off those dry times.
No, we're not indeed. And I have just heard from the camera ops that it is technically still raining, but it's spitting very, very lightly. So at the moment, it's not playing a massive amount of a difference. And yes, drivers still aren't quite able to match their quickest times.
Although with a 41.4 though, probably quickest of everybody that time round, not far off being able to improve. Maybe the last lap they could get an improvement.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly, you never know. I mean, we've only got 40 seconds left of this session, so...
So the next lap will probably be most drivers last. So, yeah, we're going to see if anybody can have it or can maybe improve in what is some difficult conditions out on track at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And we can see, obviously, on our time screen at the moment, we've got curb warning, contact warning, track limit warning. You know, people are finding it quite difficult, I'm guessing, to keep it completely on the track and completely, you know, braking where they want to brake. Actually, we are seeing some movers. Edward Gorner has just moved up to 13th place.
Oliver Wilde second. He did the 41.4 and now 41 dead out of nowhere.
That is impressive. That is Oliver Wilde is one to watch if the weather takes a turn for the worse later on today, I think. But for the looks of it, Jamie Tyler Gooden, I think, is pretty secure in first place, only 22 thousandths of a second ahead of Oliver Wilde. And considering obviously there's a little bit of water coming down, that is seriously impressive from Oliver there.
Yeah, Oliver still, he's got another lap, but I think his sector 2, he's made a slight error in it, so I don't think he'll improve, and there you go, 41.6. But really impressive to improve in such difficult conditions there from him. That is really good. But Jamie Tyler Gooden hoping to get his championship back on track, and he definitely has done with being P1 in that session.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly what he needed. And Dominic Belisati is currently down in 6th position. Obviously, this could mean absolutely nothing come the finals and the pre-finals. You know, this could all go completely on its head. And you know, from a viewer point, we kind of hope it does, because it makes it more exciting.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm guessing the drivers don't want that. Well, Jamie doesn't want that anyway. But yes. Anyway, so that is the end of the B qualifying for the juniors. Coming up now, we have C qualifying for the cadets. Alright, so the final qualifying session for the cadets coming out onto track now. Now obviously these karts are going to be cold, the tyres are going to be cold, they've sat out a session, and there's potentially a little bit of slippery surface down, so are they going to have some trouble out there?
Yeah, you might see a few slip and sliding at the start. Cold karts and cold engines and cold tyres are really tough to deal with at the best of times and the best of conditions, and these definitely aren't those, so we might see a few mistakes at the start of this session, but so far so good. Any driver I've seen on circuit has been pretty planted, which is really good to see, and unlike our other sessions, weirdly enough.
Yeah, 100%. Alright,
already about to go 3 wide.
Yeah, they don't hold back at all. Obviously, it's also probably worth mentioning, we can see drivers there taking some of the curbs, but are there some curbs around this track that, if there's been a bit of drizzle, that you have to, it's just kind of a well-known fact that you have to avoid?
Have to avoid? That is a very good question. I usually try and take curbs in the wet, just because usually they do push you around, but that last corner, in the wet, the racing line is completely off circuit, or is like going completely wide, so if you end up on that curve, you probably are doing something slightly wrong, and you could end up with yourself in a bit of a spin, so that's a curve to avoid if we do end up back in wet conditions. As we now see this train of 5 all racing together, driver tapping their helmet saying, "Let's work together."
Yeah, that was Mason Turner.
I don't think that's seeming to be the case right now.
That was Mason Turner going, "Come on, let's go," and then he just pulled a gap behind, in front of the carts behind him. But yeah, obviously they're just trying to settle down at the moment. So he's got the number 106 kart of Ben Hunt right behind him. But yeah, obviously, like we've had so far in all of the sessions, we're currently just in the settling in period. They're just getting into their rhythm, getting into the groove, getting the temperatures all up to their operating windows, and then going forward. So what the times are currently, completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
We don't want to look at the times yet. We just want to kind of look at, okay, who's going to be working together, and what can we expect from this? As Vinny Cunningham goes up, he did go up to second. He's already dropped to 4th, and this is what we mean. Like, you can't kind of gauge it at the moment. As Mason Turner currently goes fastest with a 44.284.
Yep, and he's in the front of this 3 kart train, and they're currently catching the next people. It looks like they're all looking to race each other, though. You see the little tap on the helmet, but you can already see the drivers behind are looking quite racy and looking to think of an overtake coming on. So, yeah, we'll see how that pans out, as just behind them there seems to be another kart train of 5, and you can just see all these trains bunching up, as we kind of expected going into the qualifying. But it makes the qualifying sessions quite entertaining because there's quite a bit of racing going on.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, normally with qualifying, you're just looking at the lap times. You're looking at, okay, you know, who's making a good exit out of here and who's got the good.
That's down the inside. Is he going to overshoot that? No, he's kept it, which is quite impressive.
He had a bit of a snap of oversteer then as well.
Yeah, I had a bit of a heart in mouth moment myself there, to be honest.
See number 42 just pushing.
That's smart. Letting through the quicker drivers so you can learn from them.
That's Vinny Cunningham letting past Mason Turner. So that is very smart. Vinny currently is in 6th place and Mason is up in
Vinny
second.
being very cunning.
Yes, in
the name.
very well done there. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, obviously, and this is kind of the thing that you see in owner karting, even up to the ladder to car racing. You know, if you're not quite on the pace and you're currently on track, you follow the quicker drivers. You look where they're turning, you look where they're braking, you look at the behaviour of their car, so you can try and work out, okay, what are they doing differently over me? You know, this is a spec series. All these cars are exactly the same. So whatever he's doing differently, whatever is giving him the advantage of being faster is what he's doing. It's nothing to do with the kart, it's nothing to do with anything else, it is purely driver skill. And that's one of the brilliant things about a championship like this. It is purely down to the driver, and that's why we have such close racing. You know, these drivers obviously no more than 12 years old, and yet they can be this quick and this consistent and this close together without completely throwing it into tyre barrier, which is what I do.
And I'll tell you what, Vinny's put in a masterclass there. After letting them through, he was in P7 before, he was about 6 tenths off, and as soon as he's following them, he's been able to stick with them, and now he's only a 1/10.5 off. He's learning really quickly, and that it just shows by being a bit more tactical, letting through the quicker drivers, not racing and trying to learn, pays off in spades. Like he's keeping up with the top 2 now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's very, very impressive, and I keep harping on about this because it is so impressive. But it's a case of, you know, these drivers are so young and they're driving so maturely. You know, and they have to, because this championship really demands the mature kind of driving style. See there. Okay, yeah. Mason Turner is letting past Ben Hunt. So Mason now wants to jump on the back of Ben Hunt, currently in a first position. So Mason is in 3rd, Ben Hunt is in 1st. So Mason wants to know what Ben has got underneath that helmet. So you're going to stick on the back bumper. Vinny Cunningham still right behind them.
Only being a 10th behind as well, the toe. Yes. That toe could be the difference for Mason, and that could be the reason why he's decided to make that move. And again, it just shows that these drivers are being so tactical at such a young age, and it's really impressive to see. And yeah, well, if I was that age, I don't think I'd be anywhere near as wise. So yeah, maturity beyond their age there from these drivers. Yeah,
100%. I mean, I think I was flinging myself off a trampoline at their age. But yeah, I think Mason might be a case of, maybe Mason and Ben, I don't know for definite, but maybe they'd had a chat beforehand and go, right, you do half the session in front, I'll do half the session in front. They may have had that agreement, you just don't know. You know, these drivers obviously talk to each other off the track, you know, they obviously, because they don't have their own karts to maintain, what else have they got to do when they come out of a session? Talk to each other, analyse things and try and work out advantages, and it's really, in some cases, especially a track like this, you know, you want to find people that you can kind of rely on to give you that toe. So maybe it's a case of, right, we'll be allies until the last lap, and then it's every man for himself.
Yeah, 100%. And those chats, typically, you see out the paddock that a lot of the quicker drivers, because they'll be racing together on track, might be also talking a bit more off track. And so when you have those quicker drivers all working together, making plans in the qualifying session before getting out on track, it means that they're able to find each other, they're able to race with each other, and that they're able to push each other towards the top of the standings, keeping that competitive edge, which, when it's so tight, is just so important.
Yeah, 100%. And it really pays off. I mean, all but... Let's have a look. I mean, okay, I'm going to count Sebastian Hill in 14th in the second, because he's a second and 3,000 over. So basically, we've got almost all but one driver within a second, and that's what's so impressive about it. You know,
bear in mind that Sebastian as well. His first sector is now about a 10th off the leaders.
Yeah,
straight away. So there you go.
Mason Turner got up to second. There we go. So it's working.
You just see the tactics coming off in full swing in play, and it is really impressive from these drivers. And now maybe Mason, with that token, even maybe look to overthrow Ben towards the end of this qualifying session. As he points forward, he doesn't want to overtake him. He wants to keep that toe. He wants to have as much of a competitive edge as he can. And Vince just behind him if he can get that bit of toe as well, he might be able to challenge both of them.
It looks like he's getting a little bit closer. I mean, if we're looking at the times,
He's only a tenth.
He's set a lap that's just over a tenth slower than Ben Hunt, currently in first. But yeah, I mean, they're separated by just, 13 hundredths of a second. Actually, out of nowhere, Tigran Gregorian jumps up.
A rookie as well.
Yeah, into first place.
That is massively impressive.
Over a tenth difference as well.
That's all been made in the first sector, a 15.6, which is 2 tenths quicker than anybody else.
He's joining the back of this train.
He's joining the back of the train. There you go.
This is interesting. Okay, so I was going to say this top four here are the top four in the standings, but not standings, sorry, in the session. But Jacob Kent has just jumped into fourth place in the number 44 car, and he's obviously not in this train, so he must have a tow from elsewhere on the circuit. But yeah, these 4 drivers that you've currently got on your screen at the moment, you can see they're really kind of just looking behind,
putting some human
Tigran.
DRS.
Yeah, just kind of going, no, I don't want you. I don't want to give you a tow. I want to stick with these 2 people right in front of me, Ben Hunt and Mason Turner, still just setting those lap times. So you can see they're so close together. But as we were saying earlier, they don't know this is the situation. They don't know that, Tigran has just overtaken.
Mason's going for the move.
Yeah.
Down the inside, he thinks he's got a bit more extra pace over Ben now. And maybe he doesn't know for sure, but maybe he thinks that they're not 1 and 2, which is correct. He's currently in third, so maybe he thinks he's got the pace to be able to get himself to the top of the standings.
Yes. Now, one thing, again, I want to lean on your experience here. So, in owner karting, obviously, the mechanics and the dads, they signal to their sons and the drivers while they're on circuit, and there's obviously different hand gestures for different meanings. Do dads and parents and people on the pit wall, do they signal as well, kind of giving information? Because obviously you can't have the information in your ear or anything. So do they signal from the pit wall?
Definitely. It happens all the way to the top end of the Senior Sprints Championship. Joe Holmes, who's a 7-time or maybe even 8-time heavyweight championship, I've lost count. He's won those sprints 7-8 times. You still see his dad, Steve Holmes, giving hand gestures, especially in the 3-lap practice for the A Final, telling him if that kart is good or not. Because obviously you're not allowed any radios or comms, but a parent looking around and just giving a hand gesture is all okay. So you see it even in the seniors that parents or anybody off the track can really give you just a slight competitive edge and a competitive advantage, and it clearly works for them.
Yeah, 100%. Now, speaking of competitive advantage, Vinnie Cunningham has just let Tigran Gregorian go through. So once again, he's bringing on that thing of, right, I'm going to sit in your slipstream of the fast driver and try and tow him back up to the 2 lead. Well, I say 2 leaders, Ben Hunt and Mason Turner.
Oh, and they're fighting the 2 leaders,
yeah.
I think. That's going to hold them back. They might not be able to set a faster lap if they're scrapping with each other in these last crucial moments. And that's going to give Tigran probably the advantage he needs to keep him first.
I think so. I mean, we've just finished the session now, so the drivers, there we go, they're just taking the ticket back. And yeah,
I think that fighting's cost them, because they did 44 deads. If they didn't defend, I think they'd have gone quicker. Yeah,
I mean, looking at their times, they've gone slower by
only 2 tenths. That would have been the defending.
Yeah,
I'm sure of it.
Now, it's a shame for it to end that way, but what's really good is that's going to be the we've got these drivers up at the front of the field, and we know that they're going to fight, and we know that they can fight. So it at least kind of gives us a slight snippet of a vision into the racing later of what we can expect, and it's very, very good. But that is all of the cadet qualifyings completed. We have one more qualifying session coming up, and that is the juniors. So, final qualifying session of the day. The cadets, as you can see in the back of your shot there, are just coming in. One of the marshals is waving. Hello, Marshal. Got a double wave as well from the Marshal. There we go. There we go. The juniors are now out on track for their C group qualifying. It's the final qualifying session. Final qualifying session of the day for anyone. After this, it is purely the racing, and so this third group of qualifying, again, we're going to be seeing the same sort of thing. First couple of minutes, we're going to completely and utterly ignore the lap times, ignore the positions, because it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, so we're going to wait to see who forms up with who, and if it's anything like the last couple of juniors, it's going to be well, slipstream train all the way around Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, being such a power circuit, the slipstream just makes too much of a difference here to just ignore. And that's what you've been seeing with drivers, so they'll all be looking to work together. I've even seen coming out of the pit drivers already slowing down, waiting for their mates, waiting for people they know they've got similar pace on to work together and push. So they know the scores straight away, and they know exactly what they need to do in order to push themselves as high up as they can in this qualifying session.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously these drivers are slightly older, obviously the cadets. They can range from 13 to 18, but obviously once they reach 16, they are eligible to go into the seniors. So you're not going to see a massive amount of 18-year-olds in the junior championships. But obviously these drivers are slightly older. They have a little bit more experience on their heads. Quite a few of these are obviously come from the cadet championship, so they've been racing since they were, well...
Yay tall.
Yeah, exactly, yay tall. And yay weight as well. So, yeah, these drivers are, yeah, you can see obviously number 58 there on the left-hand side just slowing down.
Oh, as somebody does a bit of lawn mowing, a bit of grass cutting as well, going side by side with somebody on the start-finish straight, which probably wasn't planned, I can imagine. And yeah, number 58, unsure who that is exactly. Oh, Max Sheldon Hayward. One of our championship contenders, I believe.
Yes, so which doesn't surprise me, the fact that he's slowing down, because he's like, right, I don't want you, no, don't want you, don't want you, no, don't want you, I want to follow this slipstream. So he's waiting obviously for the right person, and I have no doubt we'll see Max jump up the order in just a couple of minutes' time. But as you can see, they're starting to settle in now, the tyres are warming up, the track is at temperature, the drivers are getting in the groove, and the lap times are slowly starting to come down as Zane just takes the current provisional. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Provisional pole position. Yeah, got there in the end. My brain was not working for just a second. Yeah, Zane currently takes a provisional pole position ahead of Jake Chapman in second place, with only less than half a tenth the distance. So there we go. It looks like Max has found his group he's going to go with, and he's currently actually given a tow to Jake Chapman, I believe that is.
Jake's
yes.
definitely one to watch. Currently second in the championship, only 3 points behind the leaders, and he was out in the seniors last weekend, talking about that little overlap. He was at Rissington, and I think he finished third overall in that race, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So showing his pace from the juniors definitely carries over into that senior category. Yeah,
100%. I mean, you can see just like they're stuck to each other like glue coming round those couple of corners there. But yeah, Altoshi obviously just currently leading Jake Chapman, both on track and currently in the session.
As Max then sends it down the inside, and Jake tries to follow, but I don't know if he's going to get it through. Oh, he has, just about. I
think whoever that was is just keeping out of the way very cleverly, very smartly, just kind of going, right, I'm not going to get involved in that. These guys are up at the front. Let's see who it is. Number 96, which is Jack Adcox. Yeah, currently down in 14th place.
Taking a page out of Vince's book.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's been cunning with that. Yeah, obviously just choosing the right slipstream of the fast two, and yeah, I mean, you can see they touch each other. Oh, as Zane just goes a little bit wide there. It just runs a little bit too wide, bit of oversteer, and Jake Chapman just goes into the lead.
I think that was a matter of time. I think Jake thinks he's got the pace here to go off, and I think he's definitely going to be wanting to challenge for that pole time, so...
obviously everyone is just kind of moving left, right and centre at the moment, but that tow, that moving to get that working together with Jake and Mike is nearly 0.2 of a second up on Zane El Toshi. So yeah, big gap already at the front. I'd imagine we're going to see that come down, especially once Max gets a good lap in.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Ben Cosgrove's just put in the fastest sector one, and one thing I'd bring your attention to is when we were talking about parents before, is I think he was getting a bit of help there with Jake, because as he was crossing the line, he lifted up his visor, he looked over to the gantry and nodded his head. So I wonder if somebody's been feeding him, saying that you're in P1, keep doing what you're doing. Oh, and there's a spinner right in front of our camera.
That was very, very well caught.
Almost made me jump.
Yeah, very well caught by one of our cameras. Oh, that's jumping on the track a little bit. Oh, you know, that reminded me of when Lewis Hamilton in GP2 rejoined the track in Turkey, and he. Do you remember that?
This is probably a bit slightly before my time.
Okay, yeah, well, he rejoined the track and it kind of looked like, oh, that's very close. You know, it's putting a lot of trust in the other drivers there, but obviously he knew the car, knew the track, he knew the other drivers, he knew he had enough of a gap there to rejoin safely, and he did, which is obviously good to see. As we can see, Max Sheldon Hayward back up where he should be.
Yeah, in P3.
Yeah, exactly. P3, currently with a 41.6. Just 0.3 down on Jake Chapman, currently in first position. So I think they're still together on track. So Max just needs to. Oh, let's see. Oh, what's going on here?
A good 360 view from our cameraman. Having a bit of fun today.
That's Herbie Curran right in the middle of the shot there. I know exactly what he's doing because I've been in that position before.
Oh, give us the media insight.
Okay, what he's doing is he's having to do 360 camera. And he's got cables, so he's probably unwrapped himself in cable. So he's unwrapping the cables around the tripod. So yeah, Herbie, very, very experienced camera op, and yeah, very, very camera op. As the slippery surface flags are back out, so
a bit of rain maybe.
Yeah, are we getting a little bit more rain? And interestingly, it seems to only happen on the juniors. As you're gasping at a bit of an overtake
Some drivers
there.
going down the inside. Yeah, because I saw the slippery surface flag. My worry was that there would be less grip than there was actually, and you could have seen a driver barreling into somebody. But no, they judged it perfectly. And my gas was not necessary in the end.
It was unfounded.
Yeah, unfounded.
Yes.
I should have more trust in our really experienced and highly skilled drivers in the junior category.
Yes, absolutely. Now, yeah, it does look like there's a bit of miss there. I saw JV just standing and scowling at people using his carts. How dare they drive his carts in the middle
Watching
of
over them like a hawk.
Yeah, yes, it's not exactly watching over them like a proud mama hen, I can assure you of that. But yeah, no, it's obviously slippery surface, but it doesn't look like it's too heavy. Once again, I think the rain. I'm going to aim for a commentator's curse here. The rain is holding out.
It has affected the lap times though. Everybody's in the 43s, apart from a couple in the 42, so over a second off. So we might not see improvements for these last couple of minutes, and it might be similar to one of the previous seconds where it was the last lap only where the drivers were able to improve, as we're seeing droplets on our camera as well.
Yes, 100%. I mean, I think that's one of the static cameras, and I do know the statics are always the first to show when there's rain as well, so that's always a very good indicator of what the weather is doing out there.
Looking how wide drivers are going through Billy's Blind in turn 2, it seems to you that's where the rain is mainly situated. I think the other end of the track where the hairpin is probably okay, but the first few corners of the track are where it's a bit more slippy for these drivers. As Jake goes for a move down the inside, and it does eventually pay off, I think. Yes, but a bit hairy there maybe.
Yeah, I think that was Reese Kelsall in the number 114. It is, yes. So Reese is currently down in 12th position. So yeah.
Rain on the top corner now as well. I can see the droplets.
Oh yeah, you can clearly see the droplets coming down, and I can see it doesn't. Actually, at the side of our box window, it looks like there might be some drizzling over there.
People are getting their hoods on, and I can see the drizzle, so definitely getting wet enough to affect the circuit. Speaking of, as a driver goes off, unfortunately,
it looked like
the slippiest portion.
May have come out of the corner there a little bit wide, got on the curb, spun, and ended up backwards in the barrier. By the looks of the impact on the barrier there, I'm guessing that's what happened.
Only other thing I can think of is they've locked up, gone straight on.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see what their time's like now. I can see their sectors are dropping, but let's have a quick look.
42.5 for Jake last time out, who's I think currently the quickest on circuits. It's still a second off.
Yeah.
With only a minute to go, and when we're still seeing rain droplets out there, I'm afraid to say that I don't think anybody's going to improve from here on out. And the times are really starting to drop now. The 45s, as we've got a full course yellow.
Yeah. To
neutralise the qualifying session, and I think
it must be that driver in the wall.
Yeah, and that could be the end of the qualifying session, really. Only a minute to go. I don't think.
I don't know. Maybe it looks like I can see one of the marshals back there just clearing the car, clearing the tyre barrier. So we may be all right to go back to green in just a second.
If so, it'll be a one-lap shootout. Oh no, the same driver's gone into. It was the same driver.
Was it?
Yeah, same helmet.
Oh, no.
Maybe their brakes have failed. Because it's the exact same driver that's gone off straight away, so they may be having an issue with that car.
Yeah, so this will probably be the end of the session then.
Yeah, this will definitely be the end of the session. I wonder if I don't know if they'll keep him out for the other 30 seconds or if they'll just filter him into the pits, but yeah, I think that's probably not enough time to sort out the tyres, which will have to be done after this driver pulls himself back onto the circuit.
Oh yeah, look at that camera now, the rain is coming down. So I mean, obviously we've got the lunch break coming up just after this, which means that the driver's going to have a little bit of time to just reset, recuperate, and
maybe suss out the wet conditions, maybe figure out what the ideal racing line would be. Especially because only half the circuit is wet at the moment, so you're going to be in a weird situation where you'll be doing dry lines for half the track and wet lines for the other, which is hard to get used to.
100%. No, that was a 126, I think it was.
126. Oscar Hornerstone. Homerstone, sorry.
Homerstone, yeah. Down in 21st position. Best lap currently of a 42.2, which is 9/10 away from Jake Chapman currently in the lead. So,
and that'll be the end. I think we've got checkered flag out.
Checkered flag is out. A couple of drivers have already taken it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's the end of the session. So, very interesting couple of qualifying sessions we've had. Bit of mixed conditions in terms of the weather. Very interesting strategic play from all the drivers out on track. And I think it's really setting us quite nicely up for the races later on today.
100%. And that threat of rain, which is starting to come to pass, is although it's not been raining consistently or massively heavily, it's definitely going to start playing on the drivers' minds. And it'll be really, really interesting to see how the drivers will be able to square up if it starts raining midway during a race, going from those dry conditions to suddenly the track being completely wet.
Yeah, 100%. I might do a rain dance over the lunch break and just pray that please give us some rain. But yeah, so that just about wraps up the morning of action here at Clay Pigeon. Now, coming up next is the Paddock Show, the lunch break, where we go and talk to some of the drivers. Now, I should point out this was pre-recorded, so what you're about to see was recorded this morning, so we have absolutely no knowledge of what we've just seen. So, cue us about an hour and a half ago. Paddock Show. Hello and welcome to the lunch break. Now, as we've probably already mentioned, this is not live. We're currently eating and having a bit of a break from all the talking we've had this morning, which is obviously in our future as we're talking about it right now. Yes.
We're not time travellers.
So let's talk about firstly the track. Now, I haven't driven around this track, but you quite a few times.
Yeah, I've been here quite a few times. It's a very power-based circuit. You're on the power for most of it. There's only a few braking points. It's also very tight. Usually people struggle having a dive down the inside, so it makes room for a lot of switchbacks, really. And it usually brings out some really close racing at Clay.
So what corners do you think are going to be the ones to spot for the rest of the day?
So you've got turn 1 here, which is flat, and you go into turn 2, which is Billy's Blind, which is one of your main braking zones. And a lot of people try and outbrake people there and tend to fall off the track, so that's something to watch out for. But the smarter drivers, maybe the more experienced drivers, will aim for a switchback into a flat chicane, where they're able to do a bit of a block pass and get past. There, or the hairpin down at turn 5, I believe it is. Another late braking zone, and one of the more standard overtakes you can do at a standard hairpin. And some, maybe people getting desperate, the last corner, it's a very slight braking zone, but when people are defending everywhere, it's definitely good for a last-ditch move.
Oh, awesome. Well, we may as well get started and try and interview some people. Now, I see some people coming up here, so let's jump in with these. Guys, I just jump in. So firstly, introduce yourselves.
My name's Freddie.
And I'm Kai.
And what's your racing history? How long have you been racing and what's your results been like?
Like 6 months.
I think I've been racing for like 4 years.
So you're a bit more experienced then. Have you driven this track before?
I've done it on kart sim.
Yeah, I did it last year.
Okay, so if you'd raced here last year, what kind of things are you expecting for the day ahead?
I'm not really sure. Hopefully in the top of the A Final, and yeah, just do my best.
And how about you?
I don't really know. I'm just going to wing it.
Best way to do it. Well, let's walk and talk, shall we? If you want to have a quick chat with them?
Yeah. Have either of you raced at Clay before? Is this your first time?
No, I've raced here last year.
Also in CLUB100 Juniors and Cadets, or in a different series?
No, it was in a different series.
Okay. What do you think about the track?
Yeah, it's nice. It's very flowy.
Have you been here as well?
No. I've done it on kart sim though, so.
You've done it on kart sim. Should give you a bit of experience before the race. Have you done any of a pre-race prep by chance?
I drank a smoothie.
Gives you that bit of energy to go, hopefully a few temps faster when you're going out in practice then.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll start to move on as we're getting into the paddock. I'll see if I can spot Kieran coming over to somebody. Let's go right over to him. Somebody getting ready as we get the cadets out for their first session.
Yes, thank you very much. Right, I've got Leonidas here, so in the number 30 kart. So have you driven here before?
No, I have not. It's my first time here.
And obviously you've just been out on the track with the stewards. What were they telling you?
Well, they were telling us not to pack everyone up into the first corner, to stop spins, and to go about 2 abreast max on the tight chicane. Ideally, single file through that chicane to stop spins and crashes. and all that stuff that we don't really want, because it's just going to waste time in the race, really.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. And what sort of position are you aiming for today, do you think?
Well, I'm aiming for like an A Final. Ideally like 10th or above, because my last race at Rissington, I did get 10th place in the A Final, so I'm aiming to like build on that and to try get a higher position.
No, that sounds brilliant. And who do you think is your main rival today?
Probably Jackson Burge. Yeah.
So we expect to see you guys going side by side the entire way around the track?
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Good, look forward to that then. Cheers, thank you very much. Good luck with the day. And who have you found?
I'm sat here with Freya Frith. Freya, how are you feeling coming into today at Clay?
Very nervous, but extremely excited.
Have you ever been to the track before? Is this your first time here?
First time here, like, ever.
Have you done any pre-race prep to get you ready for in anticipation for the weekend?
Not here, no.
Bit of YouTube, bit of watching some
Yeah,
videos?
I've been doing a lot of YouTube at home in lines.
Okay, perfect. I mean, that's what I typically do before a race session. Make sure you can get a bit of footage of the track so you can get an idea what's going on to circuit. You feeling confident then? What are your kind of aims for today? Do you have any aims and objectives of where you want to get up to?
Just trying to keep up with the pack and just trying to make more improvements from the last race.
Perfect. Do you know which final you're kind of aiming for? Maybe C, B or A?
Maybe like, I'm trying to like, I don't really know.
No, that's perfect. I mean, just having any goal and just wanting to be in the pack is always quite good. So don't worry about that. Just try your best and hopefully you do really well.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all good. Should we find Kieran over and hand it back?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm down here with Indy Welsh. So is this your first time at Clay?
Yeah. So it's my first season as well. I raced at Rissington. It was good. But yeah, it's first time at Clay.
And how are you finding the championship?
Well, I haven't done too well so far. I keep like messing it up in my semi-finals. So I'm gonna try and keep it calm. But like it's round, all right.
Yeah. So is it mainly sort of consistency you're struggling with, do you think?
Yeah. So like just the semi-finals, I just need to like relax and not go for moves that will like disrupt my actual race position. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep it calm.
No, that sounds good. And what's your experience racing before CLUB100? What were you doing beforehand?
Well, I've done like indoor team sport, and that's it. I've done a few like test sessions at like championships, but yeah.
Nice, that sounds good. And obviously, first year, it's an enjoyable championship. How are you finding the competition out there?
It's very competitive compared to like how it is at the team sport tracks, because it's a lot easier to go for moves because you get like the slipstreams and the sort of wider track. So yeah, it's very competitive.
And obviously it's the first time at Clay. Have you driven any laps or is this your first time you're going out?
I've just done the pre-event testing and I was around mid-pack, and I think like I can improve my braking zones and get a bit better.
Awesome. And obviously, looking up at the sky, it looks like we may have a couple of bits of drizzle. So what's the mentality going into a race where you may get some rain? And obviously, we can't change tyres. You're on slicks all day long. So what's the mentality going into a potentially a wet day?
Well, I'm obviously quite nervous because I've never actually raced in the rain before. I've only done it at this track in Cornwall.
Right.
And so it was a bit like treacherous. Yeah. So I'm a bit anxious, but I think I'll be all right. I've got a few tactics like trail braking. Yeah.
Awesome. I look forward to seeing those tactics then. Good luck for the day. And we'll pass over to Adam here.
Just a quick one with Layla over here. Layla, how are you feeling just as you're about to go out into your session now?
I'm feeling good.
Don't worry, it's fine. Nerves are all right, especially when you're just about to go out. First time at Clay, or have you been here before?
First time.
First time, excited to learn the track? Have you done any videos, any pre-race prep?
I've just done testing and that's about it.
How was testing for you? Felt you were able to pick up the track pretty quickly? Learn any bits and tricks?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice track. Yeah, still got more to learn.
It's a lot more to learn. Have you felt a bit of drops of rain as well? There might be some rain forecasted. How would you feel about that? Prefer the dry, or do you want it to actually start raining?
I mean, I prefer maybe the wet, but I don't think it's enough to change any lines.
No, not right now, but you never know if the heavens might open after. It's looking pretty overcast, to be fair, so you never really know, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, I think they're just about to go, so I don't know if we need to head off whilst this session goes, or...
I mean, yeah, I think they're just about to run off, but very quickly, we've been told not to talk to Riley. So, Riley, how's your day going, and what are you expecting for the day?
I don't know, good, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And where are you expecting to be in the finals, do you think?
I don't know.
At least he's honest. Good luck. Good luck. Right, we'll get out of the way then. Get out of the way of these carts. And right, let's have a quick wander around here because you guys. Right, come on, jump in. All of you, jump in. Yep. All of you, come on. Right. So, introduce yourselves. What classes you're racing in, and where you expect to be for the day.
I'm I race in junior lightweight, and I don't matter where I come.
I'm Ori. I don't race at the moment, but I will be some point in lightweight juniors. So I'm Samuel. I race in juniors. What's the last thing?
And have you guys been to the clay pigeon before?
No.
No, first time.
Have you done the test session already, or is this your first time going out?
I've done the test session already.
Same, I've done tests. We've done pre-test, then us three were practicing on my sim at home.
And actually, let's talk about the sim. So, how does using that simulator help you prepare for a day like this, and how realistic is it?
It benefits you with makes you know the track, because obviously it was our first time ever doing it. He hasn't done a racing Club 100 before, so I let him learn the track, and it's quite realistic. The one thing they could probably improve on is like the bump on the final corner. You can't really feel it in the kart sim, but you can in real life, so that's just. Other than that, it's perfect.
Now, so we've been talking a little bit about the weather. The forecast says we might get some rain. Yep. These tyres, all slicks, you can't change throughout the day. How does that make it difficult?
And I'm used to driving on slicks in the wet, so it won't really be difficult.
Man of confidence, I like it. All right, let's see if we can find... have you found someone?
Yes, I found Mason Turner over here. Mason, how are you feeling coming into this weekend?
Very good. Testing went very well, so... fastest in pre-event testing, so yeah.
Fastest in pre-event testing, that's really well done then. Are you expecting to come out towards the top end of the A Final today?
I'm hoping so. If quali goes well, then yeah.
How has that been in comparison to your season so far? How have you been getting along overall in the championship?
Well, my first round was pretty good. The pre-A, I finished 4th, so yeah, that was good. Unfortunately, I got a bad start in the final, and I finished down in P22, and I got hit off, so not that good.
Hopefully today goes better though. You've shown that you've clearly got the pace, so hopefully you'll be towards the top end of that A Final. Are there any other words that you'd like to say to our audience here today?
I'd like to say thank you to my sponsors, AM Auto Engineering and DJ Transport. Without them I wouldn't be able to be competing in this, so yeah. I'd also like to say a big thank you to my parents for helping me.
Whilst you're thanking your dad, we'll have a few words with him. How have you found the Club 100 Cadet Championship so far, and how have you found the overall running of things?
Oh, we love it. It's brilliant. We've been around a few, and this is the best by far. We absolutely love it. We love training up in the morning, smelling the petrol, and then just, yeah, it's run brilliantly. Yeah, seamless. Yeah.
Is there any more plans to keep Mason racing for next season then, or do you have any future plans?
We'd love to. Yeah, we'd love to be in the juniors next year. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for your time. I'll see if I can find Kieran if he's about to go up to somebody else. Looks like he's with Zach.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I've got Zach and Jonathan here, so we'll start with Zach. So, clay pigeon. Let's start with, have you been here before?
I have, yeah. I've raced here 2 years in the past. It's a pretty nice track. It's really good for battling. But yeah, today is a bit of a risk of the rain, so we'll see what happens.
And is this one of your favourite tracks, or is it a track that you perhaps struggle with?
To be honest, I don't really have any track in particular I struggle with, but here it's just really fast flowing and again, just not really any slow points, so I quite enjoy it actually, yeah.
Awesome, and obviously with you, so again, have you raced here before?
Yeah, 3 years ago, passed with Club 100 when I was with cadets, so.
And how do you find the championship at a track like this?
Well, obviously the track, like Zach said, is fast flowing, so it's going to be quite difficult to overtake if you have a bad exit off the corner. So, but hopefully everyone, does well, no spins and crashes.
And how do you find the competition in a championship like Club 100?
Club 100 is very tough. There are a lot of good competitors, etc., like Zach and Jamie Tulligan, etc. So it's very tough to get into the A Final, top 10, top 5. So yeah, it's very tough to race in a championship like this.
Okay, so the competition's quite tough. What final are you aiming for? Are you aiming for A Final?
Yeah, so in the past, like last year I was in juniors, I was mostly in the B Final, but now I'm usually in the A Finals, top 10s maybe. So yeah, I'm trying to get top 10 today.
And how long does it take to build up the pace to be able to race at the A Final? Obviously, I'm guessing when you started you were in C Final. How long has it taken you to build up the pace and the consistency to get to a speed where you can race an A Final?
So I've raced at many of these tracks before, so last year when I wasn't used to the karts. I was also one of the youngest competitors there, so it was tough getting to A Final. But now that more or less, I don't have to have as much ballast. I'm more or less evened out with the track, so I know the track very well, and yeah, so it's just going to be not as tough as last year to get into the A Final.
Awesome, we'll look forward to seeing it then. And that's a couple of quick questions with you. What final are you aiming for?
I'm going for the A Final. If I get a top 5, I'll be happy.
Aiming quite high then, so do you...
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I have been in the B before when I've maybe got a slow kart, but I've always been able just to get back into the A through like promotion. Yeah.
So can we expect you two to see battling side by side throughout the lap then?
Yeah, it's quite a good track for that since it's wide and there's no corners that really throw you off like in terms of being side by side, so you'll probably see a lot of that on the stream, yeah.
Awesome, we'll look forward to seeing it then. Cheers guys. Well, I think you found someone as well?
Yeah, I found a whole gaggle of people, so do you all want to introduce yourselves?
I'm Jacob Underhill. Jake Matthews. Jackson Burge.
Right, I've got a challenge for all of you. I want you to give me one word which sums up your feelings going into today.
Excited. Excited. Amazed.
Amazed, finally, we've got a different one here. Creativity, I like it, that'll help on circuit. How's your championships bids going so far for all of you?
Yeah, I'm first in the Northern and second in the Southern.
Oh, really good. Also doing both championships and at the top of them, Jacob. So hopefully you'll be towards the top end of today. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also doing the Northern and I'm doing the Southern. And a bit of a disappointing race at Rizzy, but part of it pretty strong.
Hopefully you'll go stronger today at Clay. I mean, if the pace was strong there, hopefully you'll have pretty similar pace today at a similar track.
I'm doing 2 rounds of the Northern and the whole of South, and I'm doing 31 in the South.
31 in the South. Oh, okay, that is pretty good. Good starting point, and again, showing commitment by doing both championships. What do you think the difference is between doing both the Southern sprints and the Northern sprints around it in Club 100?
The Southern's definitely more competitive because you've got like Rory Hamilton and stuff, and then the Northern is also competitive. So yeah.
Okay. Definitely because the Northern's a bit of a newer championship, you would tend to have those Northern drivers maybe being less experienced when coming up.
Yeah, I think, it's just a bit more novice people and then more experience in the Southern.
Okay. What about both of your thoughts on the North and South divide doing both championships?
Well, I think they're both very, very different because you've got, in the Northern Championship, you've got sometimes most of the North people don't do the South. So you're racing against like a whole different lot of people, so it's like a new challenge, so it's really fun.
Yeah, definitely, and like having to race against new drivers is a different experience. You have to learn their kind of racecraft, what they tend to do, and it ends up being a new challenge and hopefully develops your skills as a driver as well, so definitely. Finally, what? It's just race tracks at the end of the day, you're racing the same people. I get it, different views from everybody, and I think Kieran's got somebody else, but thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now I'm down home here at Clay Pigeon. Yep. It's obviously your first full season racing Club 100. Let's talk about firstly how you're finding racing with a championship like this.
Well, I find it so fun. It's really competitive. You get to really have a scrap with everyone. I like seeing the same faces every time because you can kind of compare yourself. And the tracks are amazing and the speed is good. Yeah. I love it.
And let's talk about the learning curve. Obviously, with it being your first year of racing, it's a very, very tough championship, very tough competition out there. How have you found trying to keep up and compete with some of these drivers?
So I came from indoor karting. It's so much faster, but I think after my first few sessions, you get used to the speed. I find the hardest part is probably qualifying. Just on your own pace is the trickiest for me, especially because I haven't been to these tracks before. But race pace, I'm finding pretty good, so I can kind of keep with people.
Yeah. Nice. And obviously, you said that you're normally in the C final. Whereabouts sort of up the grid are you?
I'm hoping for more middle today. That'd be good. I want to qualify higher to sort of stay out of the awful crashes.
Now, people have been talking about how difficult it is to overtake around here. Is that your experience from... Have you done a session yet?
I haven't yet, no.
Okay, so I might as well ask you after this. But so from what you've seen at least, it looks like it's a difficult track to overtake. So are there any kind of points that you're kind of going, right, I think that's going to be my best bet for it?
Honestly, it's the banked hairpin, I think. You can go a lot faster than you think, and you get a run through there, and you finally can get them on straight. Should be good.
And let's have a quick chat about the weather as well. Yeah. Being Old Britain, it was lovely and sunny yesterday. It's nice and cloudy with some drops of drizzle today. Yeah. What do you think? Are you thinking wet race?
Well, I brought my wetsuit, but I'm really hoping not. I mean, the dry is so much more fun.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it'll spit a bit, but I don't think it's going to be awful.
Is the rain your strength or weakness?
Okay, Junior,
I'd say it's my
checker
weakness
flag
for
is
sure.
about to go out,
Definitely.
so
Yeah.
can we clear this pit lane, please?
No, fair enough. All right. Well, there's obviously
Thank you,
people
everybody.
here
Did you get
talking in the
serious?
background there. One quick final word. What's your long-term ambition? Where are you aiming to go with this?
So I don't know. I like how, not non-committal, but you don't have to own your own car and do all this.
Yeah.
I think, dream goal would be sort of endurance racing, but I plan on going into motorsports engineering.
Nice.
So working with those sort of cars is sort of my dream. Yeah.
As obviously, if you obviously that's kind of a career path for you. How does this translate to that? How does this give you a benefit for the engineering side?
I think you really get an idea of how the cars work and what changes can kind of affect it, like tire pressures and sort of like power curves and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
Do you think that will then give you an advantage when you're hopefully obviously doing this for a proper job? You can then obviously communicate with drivers and understand exactly what they're talking about.
It should do, yeah. It's definitely applicable. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the day then. Cheers, thank you. And we'll have a quick chat. Yeah, let's have a talk with Dad.
Uncle, not Dad. Also a newcomer, fresh face to the paddock, which you don't get often. Usually it's all familiar faces. So how are you finding your first experience in Club 100 in the cadets and juniors?
So this is literally my first experience of kart racing, and I mean, it's amazing. I think it's very exciting. I've not really experienced anything like this before. And Chili, my nephew, who's been doing this for a bit, it's just wonderful to come in here and see him like do his stuff. Really exciting.
Yeah, I can see, even just before talking to you, before we got into this interview, like you seem really passionate for something that's completely new to you. Did you follow any motorsport before this, or is this literally the first thing that you've kind of come into?
So, I was thinking before, so I don't follow motorsport. I used to be involved in computer game development, and we did driving games. And I wish I had come to this when I was doing that stuff, because it would have completely changed my experience.
And probably completely change your perspective on actually working on the driving games. But it's quite weird how you got such a kind of a niche link to it, but also pretty cool. I mean, have you ever seen any of the kart simulators that people do? Because a lot of these juniors and cadets will do some kart sims in order to practice beforehand. Have you seen any of that in play?
Yeah, so Chili has the rig, he has all the stuff, and I think it's amazing. I think it's the most phenomenal stuff. Yeah, very exciting. There's so much great technology involved.
Yeah, a lot of great technology involved, shows how people can practice beforehand, and it's just another way to get into motorsports outside of actually being inside the cars.
Yep, absolutely. And I do love driving games, but I suspect it's very different from the real thing.
Have you ever been tempted to try the real thing? Have you ever been thought of maybe jumping into the seniors now you've seen this?
I'm very happy to watch other people do it. That's where the excitement comes from for me.
Yeah, perfect. But thank you for speaking with us, and we'll go back to Kieran as the juniors are heading out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I think we're about up with time. We've used 20 minutes already. We've been rambling that long, but it's now time to head into the pre-finals. So obviously, we've got the I think we've got the cadets up first. I think,
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Cadets and then juniors. We'll have the pre-C, pre-B, and pre-A finals for all of them, which will then lead into the big A, B, and C trophy finals after.
Absolutely. Well, let's head back to our future selves. Well, hello, welcome back. As someone is very, very keen to get back on track there with 2 wheels rather than 4. But yes, welcome back to the afternoon, and it's an afternoon packed full of racing. Still beside me, Adam. What can we expect?
We can expect a lot. We've got 6 races, 3 is it 12 actually? Sorry. 3 pre-finals for the cadets, 3 pre-finals for the juniors, and then the actual final. So a lot of racing still to come. The threat of rain looming, and we've already seen a lot of racing action in the qualifying sessions alone. So now we're actually getting into the races. It could end up in fireworks here.
Yeah, 100%. With the rain as well, I did just step outside, and it was still spitting, but I believe it is also lightening up a little bit. So maybe we might be...
I just see grey clouds.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it seems a little bit brighter, so perhaps the clouds are a little bit thinner overhead at the moment. But yes, I'm still hoping for... that kid is very, very keen on that scooter.
He's learning the racing line on the scooter. It's definitely a new tactic, not one that I've seen before.
I'm not sure he wants to be doing wheelies on it, though. No. He's picking up the front wheel.
Quite brave to do that in front of the cameras. If it were me, I'd definitely deck it.
Yeah, 100%. I'd have my head pushed into that barrier on the right-hand side there.
Oh, he makes an overtake. That's a good sign, yeah. Could be a sign of the things to come.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you can see, obviously, all the drivers are still walking the track, just obviously to kind of get an idea of what the conditions are like ahead of these races. So let's walk us through the rough plan for the afternoon. So coming up first, we have the pre-finals. Now, as before, we have the pre-C, the C group, the B group, and the A group of both the cadets and the juniors. So we'll start with the cadets, and that'll be the cadets pre-C final. And it's worth reminding people that the top 2 from the pre-final go up into the pre-final of the next group. So the top 2 in the pre-C final go up to the pre-B final. So they will get additional track time. And like you were saying earlier on, there's a potential that some people might even be able to do the double. Obviously, it's unlikely. You know, these positions are now marked out predominantly down to their pace so far. So it's unlikely people are going to be able to make double jumps, but it's not unheard of.
It's happened before.
Exactly, indeed. So yeah, so we've got 6 pre-finals and then 6 finals. So we've got an awful lot of racing to go through. By the end of it, we are going to be completely and utterly exhausted trying to call this action because, as always, Club 100 puts on amazing racing, amazing action. And what we've already seen today, I think the drivers have... They're ready for a battle.
100%. And we saw the gaps close in quality, very, very close. 2 drivers, I think in the cadets, starting 2nd and 3rd with the exact same lap time. So we're going to have some very close racing. Everybody's going to be really keen, especially in those B and C finals, to get up to that top 2 so they can get an upgrade. So that's just an extra incentive to push that extra bit harder, and then it just makes for more racing. And yeah, of course, we've mentioned it quite a bit, but that threat of rain, I'm making a little rain dance myself. I'm hoping there'll be a bit of rain just to spice things up a bit more. And I don't know, I've got a feeling that we could see the heavens start to open at some point.
Fingers crossed for us anyway, not for the drivers and the camera ops and all the marshals and everyone, because I'm sure they don't want rain, and that's completely, utterly understandable. But for everyone sitting there at home watching this, for us sitting here in the commentary box,
a nice sheltered combox.
Exactly. we have a roof and a window and a big, massive screen in front of us that we can see the racing on. So yeah, obviously. The finals, obviously, the top 2 move up to the next position. Now, it's also worth pointing out that they get points for both the pre-final and the final. But the people that promote themselves from the, say, C final to the B final or the B final to the A final, they don't get points for the first race that they do because obviously they get promoted. So they'll get points in the upgrade.
Yeah.
So, for example... If in the C final you've got the top 2, they move up to the B final, and if they were to place 90th or 20th, they get 91 and 90 points. So 19th for 91 points, 20th for 90 points. If they were to stay in the C final, the highest you could obviously beat is 3rd place, and that is 87 points. So there is a bit of a buffer there. So it does kind of play around a little bit So no matter what happens then, if you're up, you'll always get more points, obviously, for being in the next class, obviously. But yeah, so the top points you can get is 130, the bottom points you can get is 66. So there's a big margin there for getting points, and as we're saying, some of the really quick drivers, they're separated by up to 60 points. They could potentially have a real chunk of that closed in today. But you just never know.
No, you do never know. And also worth pointing out that one of the differences between the pre-finals and the actual finals, you get a few more points for winning in the actual final, I believe, compared to the pre-final, and your finishing grid your starting grid is based off your finishing position in the pre-final for the actual final.
Yes, I think you do get more points. Hold on, I'm trying. Oh, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing here. But yeah, I believe you do get more points for the final. But yeah, as you can see on screen at the moment, the drivers are just getting ready to get in the cars. So we can see the
safety car with Elliot Alt inside. He's about to get ready to go off as well. So we should be gridding up soon.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, never mind. He just got out as soon as I've said that.
he heard you and he goes, "No, do you know what? Oh no, we're starting the car."
Oh, he's starting the engines.
Probably be helpful to have a working engine, wouldn't it?
Any chance Elliot can make has a chance to make me look a bit dimmy, he'll definitely take.
But yeah, obviously Elliot is someone that you see on every broadcast. He leads a lot of races, but never finishes, funnily enough. But yeah, obviously the driver's obviously going to be settling in. I believe that looks like the junior kart, so that's not the ones that we're going to be seeing come out. But I do hear some engines starting now.
Yes, so do I. Don't see anybody coming out of the pits yet, but I can definitely hear the engines going.
Safety car it might be.
It could, yeah, it is just a safety car actually.
Oh, here we go. All right, so yes, let's get into the race sort of a little bit. We're going to go and do the grid. So we've got the pre-C finals of the cadets. Alright, so let's have a look at how the grid lines up for this first race of the day. Riley Busby in first position, followed by Adam Asghar, Dylan Williams, Oliver Sanson, Brian Malik and Phoenix Clements in 6th position. On the 4th row of the grid you have Theo Wright, Sebastian Hill. For row 5 you've got Issa Rashid, Lucas Bailey, Robin Shimon and Louis Davis. On to the 7th row we have Freya Frith. So that rounds out the pre-C final grid. So not the biggest of the grids, but still no less of the amount of action we're going to see, I think.
No, and with less drivers, it means that you can see the front of the grid a bit easier. And so when you think you've only got, let's say, 11 drivers to overtake in order to get an upgrade into the B final, you'll be a bit more racy. Whereas if you're starting 20th, you might not be as confident. So yeah, it might be a smaller group, but it doesn't mean they'll be more bunched up.
Yeah, 100%. And we've, like I say already, we've already seen these drivers getting a bit feisty in their qualifying sessions, and the people, especially at the top of this group, are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and get into that pre-B final and get that upgrade. So yeah, there is definitely going to...
As we've got Elliot having a bit of a relaxation session before he leads the grid.
Working hard or hardly working there, Elliot? I think it might be the latter.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's taking a nap in there.
No, it wouldn't surprise me. I wonder if we can turn the audio up on the camera and hear some snoring. But I don't know what I was going to say now.
I mean, in fairness, he's not got a race on, so he doesn't need to. You can tell he's got no nerves at all coming into this.
That is quite funny.
You can really see that our marshals and our staff are geared up and ready to go, no matter the occasion.
Yes. See, obviously, the drivers to the right-hand side there, I saw with the helmets on, getting raring to go.
As you can see them in the carts as well, so it shouldn't be too long till we're going to be about to go.
Yes, fingers crossed, obviously, we can get into this nice and quickly and get this racing underway, because this is what we're here for. This is what we want to see. Qualifying's interesting, but it is just the precursor to the racing, and that's the reason why everyone watches, that's the reason why everyone races. It's to see who is the best, and in a couple of hours we'll know.
find out who. Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, I know as they're sat in those carts right now, every time I'm sat in one of those carts, I'm just desperate to turn the engine on and just get out there. So I know a younger me, especially with these cadets, will be just raring to get that finger on as they're now able to start the carts.
Indeed. So we've just heard the whistle blow. We can hear the engines starting to fire up. So any second now, we should have the carts entering track, and Elliot has to put his feet down and he's put his feet back on the pedals of the cart and do his job.
Somebody who was working
there
all
he
day.
is. He's still not put his feet back where they should be.
Meanwhile, you had Dante Dillon, one of the kart testers, running, and I can see him outside my comms box running to start up people's carts who are having a bit of an issue getting going. So you've got two extremes on the grids.
There we go. Right, we have carts finally out on track, and so Elliot really will have to put his feet down now. And so this is the first of 6 pre-finals that we're going to be seeing. This is obviously Group C of the cadets. These are going to be obviously fighting to try and get into that Group B. There we go. He's put his feet down. He's put his visor down. He's ready to go. So, talk us through the start procedure. You've done this a million times. Talk us through what the drivers are thinking at this moment.
So, before you grid up, or as you're gridding up, you'll be wanting to warm up your tyres. You might see some drivers start swerving about. Maybe less so in the cadets. Maybe their tyres warm up slightly quicker. I'm not sure on that front. But what's going through your head is, especially if you're on the outside, is to try and probably, for the most part, get into that inside line. For me, it's just about not trying to lose any positions on the first lap. If you have faith in your pace, then you should be able to make your way through after. But being on the outside, it is very easy to get sent into turn 1, and so that'll be the other thing you're worried about. And also loading. As you get the thumbs up, that thumbs up means you're going to be going. Waiting for the pole man to put the foot down on the tram lines as we're getting ready to go. And we'll see everybody thumbs upping each other, saying that they're ready.
Here we go.
And here we go.
Into the tram lines, keeping it nice and steady. That looks okay to. Bit of an engine thing. He was pointing at his engine.
But I mean, he's got away well enough. He's still in the lead as Riley. So let's hope.
Bit of contact there.
Oh no! Is this? I think our pole man has an issue with his cart.
It looked like he was pointing at his engine. He was coming across the line. So
no. As we have another cart coming off. The chicane. Full start. I think the marshals have full started that.
Yeah, that's
due to the engine issue.
I think that's the right choice. Yeah, that was. A bit of a confusion, I think, up and down the grid there about what was going on, and definitely a bit of a shame for Riley there as going over the line with an issue with his cart. So hopefully he can get that. Yeah, he's gesturing his hand up.
Yeah.
There must be an issue there. So.
It's good that they full stopped it though.
Yeah,
gives them a proper chance.
Yeah, 100%. So what's the procedure in this? Would he come? He's not coming to the pits. So
that was not Riley.
That was not Riley.
No, that was Dylan Williams.
Right.
So he might have come into the pits. He should be going into a new car, unless if the marshals can figure out the issue in his current car on track. But yeah, he's getting pushed by Mr. Elliott, who definitely does not have his feet up anymore. So he'll be pushed back into the pits, put into a fresh car, or that car will be fixed, and then they'll regrid and go again. The other drivers, in the meantime, will just have to do a lot of slow laps around the circuit and go through the cut through until Riley's cart is out and ready.
Yes, absolutely. Well, obviously, it's a shame that we have to wait an extra couple of minutes, but it's the best thing to do so that everyone
can have fair racing.
Exactly. We want fair racing. We want everyone to have an equal chance of winning, and we don't want to see mechanical issues at all. These carts are obviously maintained very, very well, but at the end of the day, they're still not completely. I can't think of the word, but they're susceptible to mechanical issues, as is anything with an engine. You're always going to have an issue occasionally, and I think it's credit to the mechanics and to CLUB100 that we have it very, very little. It doesn't happen very often at all.
Very rarely at all. I mean, I think that's the first time I've ever seen a pole man have a cart issue at the start of the race. And again, even when there is an issue, it's been played out very fairly. He's been able to get straight back into the pits. We false started it, and so no harm, no foul, as Riley now is back out in the pits and going out to take his rightful pole position.
Absolutely. All right, so we have Riley on the left-hand side. We have Adam on the right-hand side.
Of yourself as well.
Yes, exactly. Indeed. So, coming round the final corner now.
I think they'll be going one more time.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just make sure that everyone... Probably give Riley a chance to warm up his car. So, give everyone a fair chance of going. But obviously, this is going to be a bit tricky for Riley now because he's in a brand new kart. Obviously, they change karts every session anyway. But he hasn't been able to do the couple of laps the others have done, just to kind of figure out what the little intricacies of that individual kart are. So he's going to have to work that out as they go racing. So this is really where it gets quite difficult. So,
and here we're about to go.
Yeah.
Oh, Riley's been given a little shove,
but it looks like clean to me.
Quickly, yep, and he's got away well.
That looks a bit better, and I think we're racing. So here we go. Coming through the first couple of corners, we've got Riley Busby just ahead, and Dylan Williams. Sorry, Adam
He's going for the
Ascot.
lead, and he's got the lead. Dylan's got the lead straight away.
Yeah, Adam Ascot just dropped down a little bit, and Dylan just managed to make a fantastic start, follow Riley through, and then it looks like he's managed to get through as well. So that is a brilliant start then. Read very, very well and very maturely from Dylan Williams in the number 55.
Yep, and now, I mean, the top three, the smart thing to do would be to just go together, build the gap out, and make it a three-way fight for that promotion position. But Riley's not looking to mess about here. He's gone straight down the inside on the last corner. He wants his lead back, and he's going to start by trying to take P2 away from Adam Ascot. And they're still going side by side.
Yeah, but the thing is, while all this is happening, Dylan Williams is starting to build a bit of a gap. You know, I think Adam Ascot just managed to hold on to that position, hold on the time there behind Dylan, which is really good. But yeah, because he drivers there just behind, just battling left, right and centre, and Adam does not want to sit behind number 55 Dylan for too much longer. He's looking a bit left and right. He's also looking over his shoulder at Riley.
They're going defensive. This could be a very, very long train lined up if our leader starts going defensive from that
100%. You can see Dylan there just looking right behind him, being very, very aware of the position of both Adam and Riley in the karts right behind him.
That's number 92.
Yeah, Sebastian Hill. Down in 7th at the moment, just making a couple of moves. So yes, it's very, very tight at the top of the field at the moment, and obviously only 2 of these can go up, so they want to make sure, and you can see there Adam Ascot goes right
forward
to the
and
inside.
then sends a move.
Brilliant move, brilliantly read there. He kind of signalled to Riley Busby about moving forwards, and as he did that, he went right up the inside of Dylan Williams to take the lead as they're going defensive
straight away.
This is
Riley
brilliant.
looking for the undercut. Is he going to go round the outside into the horseshoe? He's going to try it, and he's got it. He's got it done back up into P2, and now I think he's also going to be looking at Dylan for the lead, and he's looking like he looks like he was going to try it round the outside of the last corner, but it doesn't work out for him. And the top 3 do have a bit of a gap to the cars behind, so they could fight with each other right now, but if they do, they'll let them back into play, so it might not be the wisest move, but Riley doesn't care. He's going to send it.
That was a case of, you are not coming through here, go away.
Oh, he's looking for the switchback though. Could he make a move in the inside into the chicane, which he does try. Good room being left by all the drivers, and they're still as they were.
That was fantastically read by all drivers in that scenario. Unfortunately, it has meant, for them at least, that the pack behind them was closed in. But yeah, they left each other just enough racing room to get by. And Adam Ascot just manages to hold on to that lead position with Riley Busby in 2nd, Dylan Williams in 3rd, Oliver Sanderson in 4th, Ryan Malik in 5th. And Phoenix Clements in 6th. So, yeah, very, very close. As you can see, they're all knocking...
Riley's going to go for it again. They're going to go 3 wide into the first corner.
A bit of a touch there.
Yeah, Adam goes wide, and now he's down into 7th. Just shows how your fortunes can turn
in an
one
instant.
corner, literally.
Yeah, 100%. But it does mean that Riley Busby is currently in the lead now, and Dylan Williams is just stuck
going
right
down
to
the
his back
outside, and we'll turn into the inside into the horseshoe. He's not sticking about. He's going to want to go straight back up the field straight away, and
And to be honest, I think the drivers around him might be a good idea for them to kind of go, right, all right, I'll stick on your back bumper, I'll push you through, but I want to follow. I think it might probably be a good idea for them. Right behind them, though, we have Phoenix Clements, who's managed to make a jump up to 3rd position, and Ryan Malik in 4th position as well. So these guys are getting very, very feisty, while they're also trying to defend against Adam Ascot.
Yeah, and even our top 2, they're starting to pull a gap. I can still see Riley going slightly defensive, so this could still lead them to catch up, but I think they do a good job to work together at the moment and just try and push themselves away. You only need to be in the top 2 to get promoted. You don't need to win the race. So if these 2 push each other along, which they're not doing at the moment, but they could do and isolate themselves and secure that promotion. But right now it looks like they're just focused on trying to win the race as Dylan now looks to the inside of Riley.
I mean, I know trying to tell racing drivers to keep calm and don't overtake is like trying to tell a bull to calm down. But, you know, it's really a case of, guys, you're not going to get any points from this if you stay in first and second. You're going to get it from the next session.
Yeah.
Keep it calm, build a gap, and you will make it to the next session. It doesn't matter which order you're in. You're going to get a chance to go those positions in the next session anyway. But by fighting, it's bringing more people in.
Yeah, Phoenix is closing in.
Yeah, very quickly, actually. He's pulled a little bit away from Adam Asghar now. Ryan Malik has been overtaken by Ryan, so he's dropped down to 5th place. But yeah, I think... Are they working? No, they're not working together still.
The answer is no. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a big train in the next couple of minutes as Adam is now through into P3.
So that didn't take him long at all. He's probably looking at them going, right, you two.
Plotting his revenge.
Yeah, he's kind of looking, right, I'm going to overtake you here and overtake you here, and then you're both going to be back there. I won't be surprised if he tries to drag someone else up with him, so he's got some sparring
Well, they would
partners.
be, but Phoenix is battling behind with Ryan Malik, so they'd also be good just to not fight each other at the moment and hopefully keep on the back of Adam as they go up to the top 2. But again, they're fighting the whole group. Nobody wants to stay behind here. Everybody wants to take position as our leaders now go side by side into turn 1 again.
It's quite interesting because you do see them trying to go both left and right, and that's one of the really nice natures of the layout of this track is that you can actually make moves on both sides there going into turn 1, and so there's not really a properly one defensive line to take. It's a case of, right, I think this is the best overtaking way, so I'm going to defend that and hope that them going the opposite way means that they don't get past you. So it's a really nice layout of the track because of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, personally in the seniors, what I notice is that the switchback off Billy's into the chicane is usually the best way to make a move, so that's what I'd be covering off, but these two are going side by side constantly, so it's anybody's guess as to where they're going to defend and where the move's going to come from, really.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm just having a quick look.
You can see how much the defence is going on. It's because the current fastest lap is 10th place with Louis Davis with 44.2.
Yeah, but what's interesting is Adam Asghar right behind them is about almost half a second quicker.
Fastest sector on that lap as well with a 15.8, 2/10 quicker than our leaders.
Yeah, so he's going to be on them, and we've only got 3.5 minutes remaining of this race. He's going to be right in it. So the 2 places going ahead to the pre-B final are still all to play for. I'm guessing it's going to come down to 2 of these 3 drivers that we're currently looking at in the top 3 at the moment. It's still, anything could happen, but these 3 have kind of been a class of their own, so far today. So most likely it'll come down to one of them. We can see there, Dylan Williams just goes a little bit too wide. He's just dropped a load of time.
He's giving Riley probably the gap he might need to just pull away here.
He's back there. He's back on him. So here we go. 3-way fight for 2 positions. 3 drivers, 2 positions, that doesn't go. So who's going to come out victorious of the top 2 positions in the next 3 minutes? You can see that Dylan Williams is just looking left, right. He's trying to defend any position that Adam Asghar is going to go for.
If Dylan defends here, it could give Riley the opportunity to secure the lead here, I think.
Yeah.
It depends, but Adam's playing the long game. He is pushing Dylan along back into Riley, so he's quite got his wits about him as he now goes down the inside. As soon as I say that, there's a bit of contact.
Yeah, that's I'm not sure if that was a bit of a kick or if that was
was now I think this could be Dylan's moment out of promotion spots now.
That's a shame. I think he got a bit flustered then. He was a bit too hard on the brakes.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what happened with Dylan and Adam there. I think it might have been a case of maybe Dylan turned a little bit too in, or Adam missed his apex. We can't really.
Just a bit unlucky when you have such close racing.
Yeah,
but it
100%.
now means that Riley and Dylan have a big gap with 2 minutes to go. And I mean, unless these 3 drivers work together, which again, hasn't really been the story of the race. I think they might be secure in those spots.
Yeah, I do think that they're not going to work together because they haven't so far. Why would they start now?
No, not at all.
So, yeah, it's a shame, obviously, you know, because it separates the groups, but at least we get this fantastic racing.
Yeah.
But you can see there that Adam Natha, I'm not sure if he's going to make a move because he looked like he was looking there.
Oh, no, he's definitely looking as he looks to get a bit of a switch back onto the last corner. I don't think it's going to pan out because Riley is going defensive, but again, if these drivers defend, they do have a big gap, so maybe it's enough.
No, maybe not.
Oh, and Adam's now sending it down the inside. He's looking. Is he going to get the move done before the corner? He might. Oh no, Riley defends really well. Goes wide, almost off the circuit, and that'll cost him a bit of time.
But I think because of the amount of fighting that's going on behind them, he's still got a... Let me look at the distance. He's still got a really, really good gap.
Probably about a second.
He's got away with that, just. But yeah, Riley Busby just putting his car in exactly the right position there. There was no contact, no problems there. He just did exactly what he needed to do, and in doing so, he's now got a good bit of distance between them. Meanwhile, in fourth place, Oliver Sanderson has got a contact warning. So yeah, that battle that we've just been looking at is getting a little bit feisty, a little bit hot under the collar for all those drivers. And he's caught up already.
Yeah, he's caught up already. I was gonna say, oh wow, he's going for the move here. I think he might have surprised Riley here, and he's got it.
Wow.
Wow, what a move.
That is the driving of a champion. Like, he put his car exactly where he needed to go, and he read that situation 3 corners in advance.
Oh, but Riley's gone round the outside and made the move work. What a move!
These two in the, I'm guessing, going to make it to the pre-B final is going to be very interesting. But up the inside once again goes Adam Natha, but no, doesn't quite make it this time. So around the outside, he's going to try and get a cut back onto the start-finish rate. I don't think he's got the momentum to do it, but let's have a quick look. Coming across the line now. Where are they?
Oh, they're about to come into shot.
Where are they?
Oh, Adam's ahead! What? And it finishes. Wow.
Take a bow. Adam and Riley. Honestly, both of them.
That was amazing.
That was brilliant, brilliant, brilliant racing between both of them. They put their cars in exactly where it needed to be. They didn't push each other off the circuit. They gave each other just enough racing room, and that is what we love to see.
Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing race from all involved, really. They were all fighting throughout. What a move originally by Adam to get the move. Riley somehow then getting back down his inside through the hairpin, and then Adam putting one last ditch attempt on the last corner, managing to get the lead at the end. And if that was the first race of the day, then we've hopefully we can keep going here on up from here. That was amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we've got to move on. It's quite quick. So coming up next, we have the pre-C final of the juniors. All right, we've got quite a big grid here, so we're going to try and get through this this grid quite quickly. So, on pole position, Hudson Gortley-Huntley. In second place, we've got Jazim Abelheed. In row 2, Charlie Williams and Via Maru. Row 3, Owen Price and Chili Edwards. On row 4, we have Ashley Hayneson Quintin and Zach Hassan. In row 5, got David Zux Farkas and Spencer Wilds. In row 6, Kian Haynes and Tom King. On row 7, we have Daniel Varlan and Oscar Blakeman. Row 8, Tom Sands and Marcus Allen, Callum Wood and Deb Single. On row 10, Finley Bennett and Oscar Homestone. Row 11, Lucas Zuetes and Max Daniel. Row 12, Harry Gardner and Bradley Brown. Row 13, Dan Treadwell and Oliver Martin. And I think we're just about going. We couldn't quite finish, but here we go already. They're off.
And Justin gets a good start, but no, Hudson gets back down the inside, and it has a good kart length or 2 gap going into the chicane. And our leaders have all got away pretty well. And it's been a pretty clean start, apart from the back. We just saw somebody going off out of shot.
Yeah, obviously this is a big grid on this one, and if you see the amount of cars coming around, there's a bit of a touch back there as well, which is not ideal, but yeah, you can see Hudson Gortley-Huntley has made quite a good start, and he's already pulling a little bit away. Jazim is right behind him, And was it a bit of lawn mowing there from the number 64?
Nobody else collected, which is good.
Oscar Blakeman, that was. So, yeah, they're getting feisty already. This is only the first race of the day. Guys and girls, take it easy. There's still a lot of racing to come throughout the day.
Yep, as we're seeing people go side by side through the chicane already. But no problem so far for Hudson, keeping the lead by quite a bit. Just seems also got a bit of a gap back, so maybe our leaders might be actually working together this time in order to pull away and secure those promotion spots. Oh, 3 drivers off at the hairpin, sorry. Oh, that's a big incident. Didn't really see what was the cause of that, but all 3 of them on the wall, and they'll be pushed towards the back of this C Final.
Yeah, so you can see the couple of carts going side by side down the start-finish rate as well. That is Charlie Williams, and I think it was David Zux Farkas.
Yeah, I believe it was, battling for P3 at the moment. Both of them looking pretty pacey. As Hudson puts in the fastest lap of the race, a good 7/10 from Jassim, who's also one of the quickest out on circuit. So Hudson really flexing his guns here and trying to build up a huge gap that nobody will be able to catch up and challenge him for.
But the thing is, obviously, with these drivers are slightly older than the cadets, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit more working together.
As you say that, the penalty for an ABC takeout comes across the top of the screen.
Commentator's curse! No, so, I mean, obviously, yeah, you can see there that Jassim is kind of in no man's land between Hudson up in first and David down in third. But
Not a bad place to be in, though.
Not a bad place, no, but I wouldn't be surprised if these drivers start working together, push their way up, and eventually end up with a massive, I mean, probably 9-cart train of...
well, they've already got 5 with them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they work together and end up with first.
Oh, as number 78 looks down the inside of the number 10, that was Kieran Haynes on Charlie Williams. Charlie fights back, but he's about to get filtered down the train. That's a big issue with being in a train. If one person overtakes you, you can find everybody else going for a move down your inside, and it unravels very quickly.
And Haynes, I've just seen his visor's misting up quite a lot, so you can see on the right hand side there, it's really misting up, so he's breathing very, very heavily. But yeah, it just goes to show that, like, you know, that they have to kind of deal with things that you don't necessarily see and understand quite as much on the broadcast. And so that's going to affect him being able to spot the braking points, spot his turning, get the right lines, you know, so that's another thing he's got to deal with. While
he goes down the inside again, though. That fog's not really stopping him from making moves.
Doesn't look like it, no. Helmet fog is the way forward, apparently. But he's just been overtaken now by number 38 of Ashley Haynes St Quintin. So, yeah, so this is the thing, like, you can go to overtake someone and then lose out as a result. So it's all... It's a proper strategic game about when to overtake and how to overtake. And so trying to get a cutback underneath. You can see Ashley there just got
he sticks a nose in, doesn't work out, and he's able to defend.
That's brilliant driving there from Kieran. He just put his car exactly where it needs to be, and that has brought in the number 20 of Owen Price, who I believe has had a contact warning. He has had a contact warning, so he's been getting a bit feisty a bit further down the field as well. So yeah, it's all heating up, and we've still got 6.
Look at these! 3 wide going past the horseshoe, and look at that massive gaggle of carts, and this is what we like to see. And this just shows how close the racing is. As we've seen a change for position, Jassim has been pushed down from P2 into P3 by David Zux Farkas, and now he's into the promotion spot. And it was a long time coming. He'd pulled off half a second the lap before, and now he's been able to make the move stick.
Yeah, I just wonder if Jassim had an issue, though, because I'm looking at the gaps, and they're now 4 seconds behind Hudson Huntley.
I think Hudson's just been absolutely flying compared to Jassim and David, in all honesty. He's been, well, their best lap is 7 tenths apart, as number 55 is off. Who is that?
Bradley Brown.
Bradley Brown, he's had an unfortunate spin, and that'll push him right down the order. He was in the mid-pack before, probably in that massive train of cars, and just had an unfortunate incident which knocked him down. As we are panning to, I believe, is that Jassim in third at the moment?
This is second place, second and third. Yeah, so this is David
Zux and Daniel Varlan, who's got past Jassim.
Yes, so yeah, Jassim not had a great couple of laps there.
No.
Yeah, because obviously some of the drivers started to close in, but yeah, so it's really getting quite a hotly contested battle for that second place that we're going through to the pre-B final. So Yeah, it's all to play for. I think as long as Hudson doesn't do anything stupid.
No, and he's putting in faster slaps
Yeah.
much quicker than anybody else.
And
I
he's
mean,
been so
3 tenths
consistent
faster.
as well.
Yeah, 4.5 second gaps done in about 5 minutes. On average, almost a second a lap. That is hugely impressive around such a short circuit like Clay Pigeon. That is really impressive. I mean, if he shows that pace in the pre-B final, he could be.
You were saying that it's been done where people have gone from C to A.
And he's got the pace to do it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at thinking about the lap times of the juniors that we've seen so far, the quickest that we saw was a 40.6. He is now, I mean, he's he's getting close to the 40s.
I think he's got traffic now because he's just putting a 42.8, so I think he's actually coming up to back markers.
Yeah.
Which in a 10.5, 11 minute final, that is crazy.
But I mean, if we look a bit further down, I mean, they're say he's doing 2 seconds lap on some of the other guys. Actually, they're in the 44s. So yeah, if he's doing like 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, I guess it didn't take long to catch him, but that is really, really impressive stuff from Hudson. As we see, 3 wide going into the hairpin, and it's going to be Ashley Haynes St. Quintin coming out on top of those two. They're still fighting. Owen Price at the back of it already has a contact warning, so you probably want to be a bit careful not to incur a multiple contact penalty.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of track warnings and curb warnings and contact warnings, and this is just what happens when there's this many drivers, fighting for the same position, same karts, and they're all going absolutely flat out, trying to push to the limit their own driving abilities and the karts themselves, and this is the result. It's fantastic, it's close, it's side by side the entire time.
As you say, more side by side action into the horseshoe. And because it's the pre-C final, you've probably got some less experienced drivers, and Owen Price, as I alluded to, has got that multiple contact penalty. He's picked up 1 too many contact warnings, and that will result in a 2-place deduction. But yeah, as they're less experienced drivers, they're more likely to maybe make a bit of a mistake when trying to make a move, and maybe feel a bit more desperate to make that move, just due to being a bit more nervousness in their first few races in the championship.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it's a big learning curve. Just driving one of these by itself on the track, when it's say qualifying or whatever, or a practice session, it's quite a steep learning curve anyway. But then when you get thrown in with 30 odd other cars, and they're all racing exactly like we're seeing now on the screen, side by side, and you've got so much more to think about than just, am I braking at the right point? Am I steering at the right point?
Colin the Cone decides to take a trip down. I'm not sure who that was. I think it might have been the number 39 of Marcus Allen, sending one into Colin the Cone. Didn't go too far though, so it shouldn't be too far for a marshal to pick him up.
Yeah, that's you don't want to be taking out the cones though. That's big.
Seeing some.
There we go. We're having a look now. So, we currently look at 8th place backwards. So we've got Tom Sands, Owen Price, and Spencer Wilds all.
I think Chili Edwards is also in that as well. In P7.
6. I think he's a bit further ahead of these, isn't he?
Ahead of these two, yeah, just about now. But they've been pretty much glued together the entire race, and I think in these last minute and a half, it's not really going to change much, and they're going to keep sending each other.
Yeah, I think so. And looking back up to the front, it looks like Daniel Farlan is actually just closing a little bit on David Silk's Farkas.
There's only 2 tenths between them, so that could be a really close battle at the end to decide the last promotion position. But somebody who doesn't really have to worry too much, Hudson Gordon Huntley, this has been a supreme drive out in front.
Yeah, I mean, the one problem with it, if you like, is that he hasn't been able to have a proper battle with anyone.
No.
But he's definitely going to in the next race. He's got a lot of karts to try and work his way through. But yeah, Hudson comes over the line once again, and he's still keeping consistently. He's consistent lap paces.
Daniel's got David, as we're looking at them right now. David's managed to defend and keep ahead. But this is going to be, with these last probably penultimate lap they're going to be defending all the way to the line. And that might bring Jassim back. He looked down and out before, but here he is. When there's 2 karts defending, you can always catch back up and look at him. He's still in shot, a couple of kart lengths back. And with these 2 defending, I wouldn't count him out either. No,
not at all. I mean, we've still got 35 seconds left of this race. And it doesn't take a lot for these two to have a bit of an issue and him to collect the pieces. So anything can still happen in these last 30 seconds of the race. Daniel Farland obviously wants to keep that position.
Yeah, going very defensive.
Yeah,
into turn 1.
He wants that place.
This will be the
now.
last lap, so it'll be the last opportunity into turn 2. Daniel covers the inside, and he does it really well. But there was a look into the chicane, and that's actually cost him a bit of kart length, has it done to David?
Yeah, he just took a little bit of a tight line, and then must have had to release the throttle or something. And he's now just dropped to half a tenth or something behind. So
I think I'll give Daniel the gap.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got enough now. He's just got to get a couple of corners now before the line. So I think Hudson's just about to come across the line. So he's won it.
He's
well
won it by a mile.
Yeah,
Supreme drive.
Brilliant
Puts
driving.
a fist bump.
Here we go. Come around the corner now. Daniel Farland.
Yep, just about holds it.
So going up to the Group B pre-final, we have Hudson Gordon-Huntley and Daniel Farland. Those are the two people who are going to be promoted.
Definitely want to keep an eye on Hudson with such a good drive. 6 seconds in the end, which in such a short pre-final is extremely impressive. And we'll see how he goes up to in the B final.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's the end of the C pre-final. We'll see these guys out again for the C final. But coming up next, we have the pre-B final of the cadets. Alright, the second race of the day for the Cadet Championship. You can just hear the whistle in the background there, signalling that karts can start their engines. And so we have the grid then. So let's try and go through the order for this second race of the day for the cadets. On the row 1 we have Theo Thomas and Harvey Dowler. Row 2 Zach Sharif and Aman Rana. Row 3 Charlie Ledoux and Cora Moore. On row 4 we have William Hossack and Ethan Biddle. Indy Welsh and Jaden Baker. Ethan Windsor and Leonas Georgiou. On row 7, Kai Jackson and Athena Cooper. Row 8, Freddie Donald and William Goodwin. On row 9, Caesar Chen and Charlie Gelb. On row number 10, Daniel Marutiak and James Kahn. On row number 11, Adam Askar and Riley Busby. Obviously the two that got promoted from the pre-C final. We have that's interesting.
A slippery surface flag. Is there some rain on track? I did see on the last corner, on the static camera, there were a few droplets down, but it didn't seem to affect the drivers, so I'm surprised now to see that slippery surface flag come out.
Yeah, interesting. And also one tool that we haven't used yet today, because we've been completely oblivious and been so focused on the racing, is the live chat. I see Dina is currently in the chat going, go, 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 Zach! And RB Karting is saying, Indy Welsh, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, and 100 emoji.
With Indy in this final starting P9, so we will see how they get on with that.
Yes, indeed. Zach, which Dina is supporting, in third place in the number 76 kart. So, yeah, should be an interesting one, this. Now we're getting into the drivers that we were really keeping an eye on. Some of the quicker guys. And you can see there that Elliot is just saying, one more time around, and we've got super cool Mr. Harvey Dowler with his sunglasses. Yes. He's looking serious. He looks like what's his face from The Matrix with the sunglasses on and everything.
Neo Morpheus.
Neo, that's the one.
Okay, Neo.
Yeah.
I was thinking more Top Gun Maverick style.
No, he hasn't got the aviators though.
No, he doesn't have the aviators, but still, he's got the helmet. He's got a helmet. Maybe not a fighter pilot helmet, but he's got a helmet on. As I think they're getting ready to go.
I tell you why he's at the front as well. He's got the Go Faster stripe down the middle. That's what it is.
Well, let's see if those Go Faster stripes help him at the start as they're looking ready to go. It looks a really good start from Harvey, but I think Theo might cover it off.
I think Theo
just on the inside, and Harvey's been shoved out a bit to dry, and he might find himself falling down the order a bit. I think he's down into 4th, but Theo has managed to keep the lead after that start.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one when there's that many karts going into that tight of a space. There's always going to be some losers, and unfortunately, I think he just dropped out a little bit.
We've got a penalty straight away for braking formation for Aman Rana at the front as well.
I did see that it looked maybe like they started earlier. I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like somebody was already alongside as we got to the line.
Yeah, so they must have just broken the tram line slightly, and it's really easy to do as the start finishes on a curve. But that's going to mean that they can't get promoted into the Pre-A final. They can't finish in the top 2.
Yeah, which is definitely a shame. Contact warning as well for Harvey Dowler. It's a shame there. But yeah, Theo Thomas currently in the lead
but
with
Harvey
Charlie
back up
Ledew.
into P2. I've got a feeling that he could... yeah, he's in P2 now, and I think he's chasing right after Theo. He looks really pacey. Already bumped into the back of him. We could see a move being thrown pretty quickly here.
You could see there Theo just having a quick look behind going, who's there?
I mean, once you see the sunglasses, it's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, it's pretty recognisable with that Go Faster stripe and the sunglasses through that clear visor. Very recognisable for Harvey Dowler.
Oh, and he's going on the grass a bit. Playing up to that Top Gun name, I'm telling you now. But he's looking around the outside.
Wow, he's bit of a touch there, but he just about keeps it. That is
But he's going to invite Ethan Biddle to go alongside him, and he's got him. Into P2 goes Ethan.
But that was very important, getting back in front of Charlie Ledew there as well, because he spotted that gap. He was like, right, I've lost 100%. One place here.
Oh, and he's not staying behind for long. He's gone straight back down the inside. He's not messing around, this Harvey.
That's really impressive. Harvey is showing the exact type of skills that you need to be using and you need to be utilising, because he's kind of going, right, okay, it's okay to lose a position here because I can use momentum and I can get it back here. Which is absolutely awesome. I also want to say, number 73, Kai Jackson. I love that Lando tribute helmet.
Yeah,
that's
is
awesome.
really, really lovely. One thing to watch out for Harvey is, although it's clear he's got the pace to win, he's got 2 contact warnings. He needs to be slightly careful. One more, and it's going to be a penalty, and that is his promotion hopes goodbye.
Yes, indeed. Also in the chat, Nikki Ledew. Come on, Charlie Ledew. So I'm guessing mom or aunt or some relation and relative. Yes, indeed. So keep your comments coming in. Obviously, we'll try and keep an eye on it. We completely forgot to open the chat earlier, which is why we didn't say anything. So back up at the front. Obviously, Theo Thomas is still keeping that gap over Harvey Dowler.
Harvey's lost P2.
Has he?
Yeah, Kai Jackson's managed to get ahead.
Oh yeah.
And one other thing to point out is our promotee from the C final, Adam Aghart. He's just lost it, but he did have the fastest lap, so showing he's got the pace to go up, and he's already up into 12.
He's up in 8.
Oh, 8, sorry, yeah.
Riley Busby, our other promotion, is in 19th currently. And Adam Asghar up in...
Definitely one to watch. He could manage to make it, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, the lap times are fairly similar. He's looking fairly comfortable.
And we've got to change for the lead. Kai Jackson is up into the lead past Theo Thomas.
How has he done that?
I think into the hairpin. Not going to confirm that, but I think that's a really important move, because I think he's got the pace to stretch out his legs over Kai Jackson slightly. As soon as I say that, Kai is now looking very pacey again. Sorry, not Kai, Theo. And then he's back right onto the back of him and looks for a move. And Adam's up into P6. We can see him just in that shot. He's not far back.
He's only going to make up another, 1, 2, 3, 4 places, and then he's got another promotion. This is not out the realm of possibility.
No, 6 minutes to go. That's a position a lap, and I think, or position a minute, and I think he can do that.
Yeah. This is mad. Well, Kai Jackson has come from kind of nowhere to end up in the lead. Theo Thomas and Harvey Dowler still line astern in 2nd and 3rd. Charlie Ledew keeping quite steady down in 4th position. As we can see there, that Harvey Dowler is a bit fed up at the back of Theo Thomas.
He's looking for another move again. Oh! There's been contact between Theo and Kai, and it's allowed Harvey to take the lead.
Yeah, I think he just got a bit too much eagerness on the break, and that's not exactly what we want to be seeing. But in all of this, Daniel Marutiak has ended up in 2nd position, which is impressive. I'm just trying to spot.
And Adam is now in P5.
Yeah.
He's made another move. Here we go. Oh, and they're going side by side. Zach's taken back P3 as we are looking at Harvey still in the lead. And we're going to see if he can hold it, but nobody seems to be giving up an inch here, and they're all constantly fighting as we're about to see Daniel go down the inside, and I think he's going to get the move stuck. Can Harvey get a switch back? He's going to try it, and I think he's going to get the inside onto the chicane and keep the lead.
That was very, very well
but there's a penalty.
No!
Harvey, ABC bump and pass, and that is his promotion hopes goodbye.
I was going to say that was very, very well read there from Harvey, because it looked like, oh no, he's lost the place, but it was a case of, I'm going to lose the place here because I can get a better slipstream, a better exit and get you back there. In all of this, we can see...
Guess who's in a net P2 right now?
Yeah.
It's Adam on as he gets sent down the inside. That's a commentator's curse firing right off.
I'm struggling to keep up with who's who at the moment. Right, okay, so Adam Asghar is the number 29, so he's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He was just making a move for P2, so crazy how fortunes can change so quickly.
All right, so he's got that very recognisable blue helmet. He's stuck behind the very recognisable helmet of Kai Jackson.
Oh, Adam goes down the inside of Kai. And this is, remember, because of Harvey's penalty, that P3 is a promotion spot effectively now.
Yes. So, we were saying, you know, it's going to be difficult for somebody to go from C to A. We may see one person do it. First race, it looks like...
first chance. We could see somebody do it.
Which is seriously impressive. He's still in fourth position.
Yeah, Kai's still got it under control for now.
Yeah, well, let's work this out. So, Harvey Dowler has a penalty, so he's not going on. So, effectively, Adam Asghar is currently in P3.
Yeah.
So, Darren...
Oh, maybe not for long. He looks like he's looking down the inside, but he can't get it to work. And I think Kai will keep that, and Theo Thomas is about to go round his outside.
I think he's going to defend that,
but Adam should have that defended, which he does.
Kai Jackson just putting the karting in exactly the position he needs to be in at the moment. And obviously, he is in that promotion. He doesn't know he's in the promotion spot, but he is in that promotion spot.
Second contact warning for Theo Thomas as well. So
and Adam Asghar.
Here we go. This is where it can get really, really dangerous for our drivers. Oh, as we're looking... They're all battling here, but that's allowing Kai to go on through and get the gap he needs to keep that promotion spot.
Yeah, 100%. And I also think that Harvey Dowler isn't trying to overtake. I think he's trying to keep behind.
No, I think it's just damage limitation. Now he knows he's got the penalty. He's not
looking. Do you think he knows?
Yeah, he's seen it on the gantry. I saw
a
hand up in curiosity, maybe frustration at seeing his penalty. So he definitely knows, and I think now he's just trying to keep his nose clean for the remainder of this race.
Yeah. But it's already a bit of a gap now as Adam Asghar is trying to defend from Theo Thomas and Athena Cooper.
Oh, and I think Theo might have a good run. It'll be the outside, but it'll turn into the inside for turn 2. And I think Theo might have a really good shot at this and getting pushed along by Athena, who's also going to go down the inside of Adam. Adam might have her cut off, but Theo's managed to make the move stick.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there that Adam Asghar was just trying to do everything he could to defend that position.
Oh, and Kai's looking down the inside of Harvey. Oh, he gets a bit out of shape. You don't need to do that. You don't know it, but you don't need to make the move.
Well, actually, if he's seen on the gantry, he may know.
If he knows Harvey's number, it's a hard number to remember.
Yes.
So there's no guarantee, but my indication is that if he's trying to make a move, that he does not know.
Yeah, absolutely.
More support coming in for Indy on the chat as well. Keep your messages coming in and we will read them and react to them. As Adam sends another move down the inside. Oh no, he thought better of it. He was going to make a move on Athena, but I wonder if he's thinking they need to work together to try and catch back up to this pack, which I think they might be too late for.
I think, as we can see there, that I think Kai Jackson's going to the inside.
And he's got the move stuck.
Harvey Dowler is now down into third position, and Kai Jackson up into second. Daniel Rutchak is it's got a bit of a gap. We've got a minute and a half of this race remaining, so it's not over yet.
No, definitely not over. Maybe Kai could make a last-ditch move bid for the race win. He doesn't need to. He's in net P2 and in actual P2, so he's already getting promoted as things stand, but he's looking really racy and he is looking to catch up to our leader, Daniel Maruchak.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, it's almost a bit pointless battling this because Harvey Dowler isn't going to be able to get that promotion spot. But I
mean,
suppose
they've got a decent gap now, so there is that. As we see an ABC bump and pass come in for Caesar Chen down in 14th, so that won't help his bid to try and get as far up the field as he can in this pre-B final.
Yeah, a bit feisty going on down towards there. You can see that massive train there. So yeah, very, very feisty racing going on towards the back, and obviously we there's no way that we can kind of keep tabs on absolutely everything that's happening. in a race like this.
As we are on to the last lap as well.
Exactly. As Adam Natha goes back up the inside, trying to take that position off Dina Cooper, and he's just about done it. So he's back up into net 5th position at the moment.
Which will be turned into 4th, I think.
Yeah. He's trying to defend that position now, though. So yeah, I think he's obviously out of the running for the promotion spots. We've got 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the session. So we were just waiting for the checkered flag to bring home Daniel Marechak. It's he almost came out of nowhere. He wasn't in the top couple of positions, and then he just picked up the pieces. Yeah, absolutely, hand up there, fist in the air, and well deserved from Daniel Marechak. He read the position, he read the race very, very well, and very deserved promotion there for Daniel Marechak. Kai Jackson is the second driver that will be going up into the Pre-A Final. So, got your breath back?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
I mean, just another word on Daniel is that once he got to the front, he stayed there. We saw all this scrapping, but as soon as he got into the lead, he was supreme. Didn't have to defend, just got his head down and built himself a big enough gap to keep that lead quite comfortably.
Yes, absolutely. Well, because you hear the whistle, so that only means one thing. The juniors are coming up next. Alright, for the second time, the juniors are out. This time it's the Pre-B Final, which obviously will include the 2 top positions from the Pre-C Final, as you can see there at the back of the grid. Oh, and a spinner. Yeah. Alright, so let's go through the grid. On row 1, we've got Sebastian Sorsu and Thomas Hughes. Row 2, Aaron James, Stanley Wilson. Row 3, Jonathan Fuxell and Tom Holland. Row 4, Harry Clark and Charlie Wainwright. Row 5, Archie Bullard and Christian Jordanov. Row 6, Jack Adcock and Alfie Swain. Row 7, we've got Dimitri Boroskiv and Reese Kelsall. Row 8, Gabriel Wyatt and Max Kilby. Row 9, Luke Richards and Oliver Bramford Sr. Row 10, Edward Gorner and Callum Boot. So, just about managed to make it through that one.
I don't think that's the whole grid. There's another 6 drivers.
Yeah, I think I didn't recognise Hudson, Gordon, Huntley, and let's go through them. So, Kira Boylan, Jaden Gerard Shepherd, Ben Richardson, Tyler Masters, Hudson, Gordon, Huntley and Daniel Varlan at the back there. So Hudson Gordon is the one we want to be looking at. So as they come across the line now for the start, that looks okay to me. Doesn't look like anyone's across the line, and I think they're racing. So you can see Sebastian Sorsu just makes the early lead, but see a couple of drivers going a bit wide.
Really wide.
Yeah, a bit of contact there. So they're all fighting to try and find the position in the first couple of corners. Try and set their hands. A couple of drivers cutting some grass and. Yes, trying to get a lawn mowing business going with these Club 100 carts as they come around the corner there. And yeah, they're still side by side. You can see there that Sebastian Sorsu is just trying to defend from, was that Harry Clark? I couldn't quite make out who that was there. But yeah, he's got his hands full already.
Harry Clark.
It is Harry Clark, so he's already gone from 6th up to
that's
2nd.
Another driver going on the grass, doing some more grass cutting. I'm not sure who that was. I think it could have been Aaron James, who started up quite high up and has seemed to be gone down a bit through the grid, which wasn't helped by that grass cutting.
Yeah, and interestingly, they all turned into that corner and just went straight up.
I wonder if there's a bit of rain.
Yeah, I'm wondering that as well, because they all raised their hands. So is there slippery surface flags out? I do wonder. Someone else is waving at the back there. I'm not sure why that was. But yeah, up at the front there, you can see that Sebastian Sorsu is just trying to defend against Harry Clark. He's on the outside still.
Bringing the whole pack together as well.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have another big train here.
I think so. This is going to be very interesting. Sebastian Sorsu just managed to hold out for the time being, and I think Jonathan Fuxell has managed to make his way up into P2 ahead of Harry Clark as he had to drop down. As I say that, Jonathan Fuxell is trying to look at the inside of Sebastian Sorsu, but not quite.
He's going to go for the switchback.
No.
And he's got it.
Wow.
What a switchback. Great read of the situation there. Saw Sebastian was going to come. Oh, and Sebastian's gone grass cutting.
No.
Oh, and that's going to drop him all the way down.
That's a big shame. Very interesting there that Jonathan Fuxell, he obviously was going to the inside, then he flung his way to the outside, which obviously, if there is some water down there, that's most likely where the grip's going to be, because it's slightly off the racing line. So he's probably got that better grip, which is why he was able to get that cut underneath of Sebastian Sorsu and get the position. But he's now got number 37.
He's got a penalty.
Has he?
Omitting the circuit. Oh no, that's Sebastian, sorry. Sebastian got a penalty.
Yeah.
Probably for his off after the chicane.
Yes. So Archie Bullitt is now in second position. And obviously Archie is looking left, right, centre. He gets a little bit of attack from Harry Clark there. All of this is now allowing, is that Thomas Hughes to come right the way through?
Oh yes, I think it is.
Yes, it is. As these three just battle left, right, and centre. Keep it on the track, boys. Come on. This is mental. This is the pack of the
this is mental. This is going crazy, but all it's allowing is letting Jonathan Fuscal and Thomas Hughes in the top two positions. Look at the gap they've had. There was no gap before this lap, and now there's probably 2-3 seconds of a gap with about 20 cars all side by side in tandem. And look at the penalty screen coming through. We've got penalties for Harry Clark, Sebastian we were talking about, Archie Bullard, Hudson Gordon Huntley are promotee from the C Final, so all this scrapping is resulting in a lot of penalty call-outs.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Oh, change for the lead as well. Thomas Hughes is now in the lead as Jonathan Fuscal manages to defend going into the hairpin, but I thought he had quite a big gap, so I don't know how that's happened.
To be honest, I think Thomas Hughes managed to just get a really good run away from them, so maybe Jonathan just had a moment or something, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe on that potentially damp turn 2 and Billy's blind might have made him cause an error.
Yeah, I'm just looking a bit further down the order in all this battling. Oh, somebody goes off in the background there.
Who is that?
Throws his hands. Somebody else is spun as well.
Number 50.
50, which is
Stanley Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unfortunate for him.
That is a big shame. But yeah, I'm just looking. So, look who's in 10th place.
Daniel Varlan, one of our promotees.
Indeed.
From the C Final. And Hudson Gordon Huntley, although he's got a penalty, he's currently the fastest man out on circuit.
As you see there that Thomas Hughes was just throwing his arms up at Jonathan Fuxell. He's probably not very happy that
I think
he's
he just wants to say, keep going, go forward, let's work together. We're both going to the A Final at this point.
Yes, I mean
don't defend.
They're definitely communicating with each other about something. Whether that's about frustration or kind of yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
definitely.
it is. Yeah.
Let's go forward. Please stop defending. We need to get ourselves promoted. And with Charlie Wainwright putting in the fastest lap of the race, he's closing in quickly. He wants them to defend as much as they can so he can get onto the back of them in the past couple of laps, and he's getting his wish at the moment.
Yeah, it looked like they've got a little bit defensive there, so I'm not 100% sure. Maybe there's a communication breakdown, or maybe it's just a case of I don't trust you, which could be the situation.
I mean, in all fairness, I think if I was Thomas, if I saw Jonathan not going defensive, I would send the move down the inside as well. So I can understand the lack of trust. But now look at this. Charlie is right on the back of them already, and there's 6 minutes to go. If Jonathan wants to keep promoting, he's going to have to put in quite a big defence at this point, and it's not going to be easy from here on out.
Yeah, you can see as well, Thomas Hughes was just trying to look underneath there. He's probably can see Charlie Wainwright right behind them closing in, and he's going, right,
he knows he has to get this.
Yeah, so this was a two-horse race. It has now completely been blown open once again as they go side by side, almost 3 wide.
Right on the outside. He might be able to hold it here. I think he's got enough of a nose. Is he going to get chopped off? He's going to get chopped off. So Jonathan will keep the lead. And somebody else to point out, Callum Boo, if I remember correctly, started in 20th and is now into 5th.
Yes, he was in 20th place. You're right. That is a very, very impressive series of overtakes. Speaking of, Daniel Varlan is still in 10th place. Hudson Gordon Huntley, who we expected to be very, very quick, is down in 23rd. So, yeah, he's not making the progress that perhaps we expected him to, which is a shame.
We've got a massive pack of 6 now, all fighting for this lead. Yeah, this is not going to be easy if you're Jonathan Fuscal looking at the front of this.
No, definitely not. It's as you can see there, the number 83 of Harry Clark just jumps out trying to find a way past, but I'm pretty sure Harry Clark has a penalty. So
we can have a quick look.
Yeah,
he does. He does have a penalty for forcing driver wide, so he is not going to be able to get promoted into the pre-A final.
So Charlie Wainwright in the number 98, he now has a bit of a problem. He's not got to overtake one kart. He's got to overtake 2 karts, which obviously he can see, but one of them is obviously not going through anyway, so it's just a blockade right in front of him.
He almost wants Harry to get the move done on Thomas, so then Charlie just has to get Thomas in order to get promoted, which is exactly what's about to happen actually, as Harry sends it down the inside on the last corner,
there's the move.
and he's got the move done, and it allows Charlie Wainwright to come straight on the back of him, and he might be looking for a move into turn 1.
I think Thomas Hughes then just has a little bit of a wiggle going, no, right, I've got this position, I'm going to defend, I'm going to let you know what my movement is going to be here. And you can see that Charlie Wainwright just kind of went right and back straight into the slipstream and, live to fight another day. That's the best way for going forwards.
100%, and Thomas probably doesn't know this, but right now he still is actually in the promotion position.
Yes, he is, absolutely.
And Jonathan Fuscoll's going to lose the lead here. Oh, Thomas has come back and just taken the position back off Harry Clark. Harry went for the move on Jonathan. It didn't pan out, and Thomas, very, very opportunistic, manages to get the move back on, and he's up into P2 as there's yellow flags through turns 1 and 2, so they can't be making any moves here, and they'll be looking to line up a move into the hairpin after the chicane.
I have absolutely no idea how Jonathan Fuchsell is still in first position, because he has had that many people go side by side to him, and yet he's managed to outlive all of them.
And Harry Clark goes down the inside again and forces Thomas Hughes wide.
Now it's a four-way battle for the second promotion spot, because Harry Clark, obviously, he cannot go up. He has to stay in this group because he has that penalty. So
he's still fighting hard, though. He wants this win on track.
Yeah, which, I mean, you don't blame him, but he's got the lead. He's got past Jonathan Fuscoll. That huge defence has come to the end, and it might be starting to pour as Thomas looks down the inside, but no, Jonathan's still stout in his defence. As they go side by side, and Jonathan's forced off the circuit. You can see they're throwing his hand up at Thomas Hughes.
And Thomas didn't, he let him through.
Yeah.
He could have got past him there, and he didn't.
He's got past him again now, though. Looks a bit more fair this time. So this group that we're now looking at
down the inside, and you see a contact warning for Thomas come up on the screen, and he might get a second one after that.
This group that we're looking at is the fight for the effective lead and the 2 promotion spots. Obviously, Harry Clark, great, is in the lead and he's up the road, but he has that penalty, so he is not in contention for this promotion. This is the group we are focusing on, and as it stands, Thomas Hughes has a little bit of a
Thomas
gap.
Hughes got the forcing driver wide penalty.
Okay, so now the top 2 are not going up.
Yeah.
So Charlie Wainwright and Callum Booth
from 20th.
Yeah.
But they don't know that, and they're still going to be fighting as hard as they can at the moment. And that could lead into more tears and more heartbreak.
This is absolutely mental. This is absolutely crazy. So yeah, as we can see, Charlie Wainwright and Callum Booth are currently fighting tooth and nail. Guys, you don't need to
fight. You're 1 and 2.
You are 1 and 2 in this race. Tyler Masters also gets a penalty, but he's a bit further down in 11th position. So
and Thomas Hughes is about to see the piece. Oh no, he's human DRSing, so he'll miss the penalty that he's been given. So he might not even know that he's out of contention.
No, he's going to defend for his life, I'd imagine. He probably won't have seen that side at all.
It's looking down the inside of the chicane. This is where a lot of heartbreak has happened in this race.
Callum Booth, 20th to 3rd place.
But Charlie Wainwright did the right thing there, yielded the space, gave room, he's not lost a position, and he's going to get rewarded at the moment while still being in a promotion position.
Archie Bullard, though, is looking left, right and centre to try and find his way around, and Jonathan Fuchsell is still stuck on the back of that cart as well, trying to find a way past Ben Richardson, gets a track limit warning, he's a bit further down, so not in this fight for the promotion spots at the moment. 20 seconds left and we've still got it all to happen.
Callum Booth, I think, is currently in the driving position. He's got a good gap now. Charlie Wainwright defending for his life.
Archie Bullard just get a little bit too eager then and goes completely skating
and it's
wide.
given Charlie a bit of a, not a huge gap,
but it's given Jonathan Fuchsell that position now.
Yeah.
So it means that Jonathan, if he gets...
He's only got this lap to do it, though.
Yeah,
there's only about a few corners left.
Yeah. So Callum Booth, I think, is looking secure in that first promotion spot. Charlie Wainwright, potentially, I think
he's got it. That was Jonathan's last chance, and he's not been able to make it stick.
That's the last lap.
Charlie Wainwright, and I have to commend Charlie and Callum for that crazy drive on the win. But Charlie did what other drivers didn't do that in that race, where when he saw Callum on his inside at the chicane, he gave the room, wasn't taken off circuit, and was able to hold on to what was a provisional P2, and his reward for that is now he's going into the Pre-A final. So some really good racecraft, and it's paid off for him. Yeah,
100%. Very, very, very hectic race. I need to catch my breath and have a drink after that one. But we are far, 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 far from done, because coming up next we have the Cadet Pre-A final. Alright, so see there, the pre-B final of the juniors just coming into the pits. The whistle will be about to blow for the pre-A final, but let's have a quick look at the starting grid. So, on the front row of the grid, Zane Perry and Henry Greenwood, followed by Felix Sheldon Haywood and Trigan Gregorian. Row 3, Ayrton Lima Evans and Ethan Guest. On row 4, we've got Ben Hunt and Mason Turner, Jake Matthews and Joshua Robinson, Odyssey Hole and Max Wainwright. On row 7, Jacob Kent and Vinnie Cunningham, Layla Fitzgerald and Cody Crutchingham, Oscar Lang and Jackson Burge. On row 10, Daniel Marichak and Kai Jackson. And there are a couple more behind that, so... oh, hang on. No, that is right. Daniel Marichak and Kai Jackson were the 2 promotees, weren't they?
Yes.
Yes, so 20 drivers in this pre-A final. So... what do we reckon? This is this is going to be very interesting. Tom Justice 57 in the chat is saying Zane Perry easy win from pole.
He is our championship leader.
He is our championship leader, but this is Club 100. That's it's
anything can happen.
It could happen, but it also might not happen. And the only way we're going to see that is in the next 11 minutes. Can Zane keep his composure and keep that position? I can hear the karts revving up as
they're
looking
ready to go.
Yes, we've got still a bit of a straggler going, so maybe there's a spinner.
Another thing to point out as well, Henry Greenwood and Felix Sheldon Haywood, I think, were the 2 drivers who had the exact same time in quali up to the 1000th, and it was only due to Henry setting the lap first that he's been given P3. Given P2 as Ethan Guest is.
Yeah,
now
that's a bit of an issue on our timing screen.
Okay.
Ethan Guest has come up as first position. He's not in first position, but because he must have done an extra lap or something, so yeah, he's been registered as the first.
Yeah, he's done a lap apparently already.
But no, I think he's at the back of the. I don't know where he's supposed to be, but I'm sure the timekeepers will sort this out as it's supposed to be. So in the chat we've got Rachel Matthews. Good luck, Jake Matthews. And Tom just again is saying Zane is rapid. I don't doubt that at all. I'm just saying Club 100 is unpredictable.
As they go
That's
around
all
again.
I'm saying. Go around again. So we just gonna wait and see. I think hopefully they'll be going racing on this time around. And
maybe it's Ethan who might have pulled into the pits.
Possibly. He's number 10. So let's see if we can spot the number 10
I've been trying to find him.
Once again.
Oh no, he is there.
He's there, yeah.
On the 3rd row. And they're going around again.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but I do hear a kart that might have just come onto circuit, so maybe there's been a driver that had to go into the pits due to some sort of mechanical issue.
Possibly.
I see a thumbs up.
Yeah, everyone looks okay. They're in formation. I think they're happy. So, yeah, Elliot looks okay.
He's not got his feet up.
Yep. I think we're good to go racing. You see there that Danny Rutchak and Kai Jackson at the back of the grid there as our promotees. Everyone is saying slow, 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 slow. Let's get this race going. So, into the tram lines for the 3rd pre-final. And I think we're good. I think we're green. We are racing as Henry Greenwood, I think, just takes the early position away from Zane.
Zane's back down the inside and he's got it.
Yeah, he takes the lead. So, Tom Justice, you were right. Zane into first.
And he's got quite a good gap there. Oh, as number 31. And Ethan goes off track. And that's going to put him right down the order. And even more drivers off track.
I think at the back there, that was Kai Jackson who had a bit of a spin.
False start.
Full start,
False start. We're going to redo that. I think that makes sense. A lot of drivers off, a lot of carnage, and that will both reduce the time of the race and give our drivers another go at getting a more clean and fair start. As we see JV doesn't look too happy probably after that start with his with the tyres being thrown all the way and his car's probably taking a bit of a beating in the process.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, he obviously wants to make sure that everyone can drive these karts. The karts are looked after and nobody is kind of too silly with them. I think that was a very hectic start, so I think it was definitely the right decision made to restart it. So it's going to be a case of, right, everyone, regroup, let's keep it nice and slow, keep it nice and steady, and this time, don't push each other off.
Yeah, let's hope they have learnt their lesson after that first start. And it's also given drivers who've gone off like Ethan Guest another chance at having a bit of a nicer start and keeping their place from where he started on the grid, as they're looking ready to go with a reduced 9 minutes pre-A final now. and we'll see how this start gets underway as they start to set off. Looks like a slightly better start from Zane this time, and I think he's got Henry covered going into turn 1. Oh, as number 31, Felix Sheldon Haywood manages to make a move for the lead, and Zane's getting shoved back down into P5.
Oh, a couple of people off as well. Henry Greenwood has gone off the track. Yeah, Felix, I think right at the very front there. It looked like Zane had quite a steady start. Henry Greenwood just got a little bit pushed out, as you can see the number 20 of Trigan Gregorian. Also up towards the front there. Contact warning for Layla Fitzgerald, which is, yeah, unfortunately, it's a lot of contact obviously behind. So, yeah, difficult to kind of keep on top of everything. It looks like Felix is just starting to pull away at the front of the field there.
Yeah, he's got a good gap already.
So here we go, over the line for the first time around. We've got Felix in the first, Tigran in second, Ayrton Lima Evans in third, Ben Hunt in fourth, Ethan Guest in fifth, Jake Matthews in sixth.
Oh, and Ayrton. Oh, there's a bit of takeout for the lead. Oh no, I think Felix is going to be. Oh no, it wasn't Felix. It was Tigran, and he's going to be really frustrated. You could see the hands on the steering wheel. That is a huge moment in the context of the race and the championship.
Yeah, 100%. That's not what we want to be seeing
no,
at all.
And we're going to see how that ends up getting called.
I'm guessing there's going to be a penalty.
Penalty for Layla Fitzgerald. I don't think that was that incident.
No. Layla's a bit further down. She's currently in 12th position.
No, so we'll see if anything gets called on that. So far, nothing. But we'll have a see. And it means Felix has got a good gap out in front, and it's now Ben Hunt who has inherited from all of that with Ayrton Lima Evans, and he's got a penalty for an ABC takeout, which I think
there we go
was that incident.
Yeah, up the inside he goes of Ben Hunt. No, so he's now in effectively second position.
With that +6 it'll be PA, and yeah. I was going to say before that incident that it was a really good chance for him to make moves in the championship on Zane Perry for the lead, because Zane's been forced back, but actually now this is going to be a damage limitation drive from Ayrton.
Yeah. 100%. You can see there the drivers just kind of go, come on,
Ethan
let's work together,
and Zane,
let's work together.
having a, we'll say, polite chat to each other about driving tactics.
I mean, these are all kids. Of course it's polite. they wouldn't say anything else. But the number 65 there of Ayrton Lima Evans currently in second position. But yeah, obviously with that drop, he's going to be a bit further right. Ben Hunt is currently keeping it second, in effective second position. But on the road, he's currently third with Ethan Guest, keeping up the behinds.
Oh, Zane's getting forced, and now he's on the grass as well. Our top two in the championship, both having troubles at the start of this pre-A final. Oh. This round could really shake up the championship if this keeps going this way.
Do you think they know this isn't the final?
No. Doesn't look like it.
No, I think they're racing like it's the final. Like this is not your last race of the day, guys. You know, you've still got another couple to go on yet. So yeah, it's all absolutely mad to see there. Trigan Gregorian right at the very back, just trying to damage limitation, get his way back up towards the front of the pack. But 49 of
Zane
Joshua
all the way
Robinson
down into Pigeon.
ran the outside. Can he do
what
it?
No,
move. I think he's just had to. Yeah, he's lost the place now to Ethan Guest. And just tucked in. Number 73 though, I've just spotted Kai Jackson all the way from the back of the grid, currently in 8th place.
We've had some really good back to front drives here. Somebody's off. Is that Ben Hunt? I think that's Ben Hunt.
I think it is Ben Hunt.
That's our effective P2, and now he's at the back of the grid. Two of our leaders have been taken out in the first half of this race. So does that bring Ethan Guest up into the lead?
He's got a contact warning as well, so I wonder if
that played a part.
Yeah. Look at 31. So okay.
So Ayrton Lima Evans is currently in the lead, but he has the +6 penalty.
Yes.
Felix Sheldon Haywood is in P2, which is a net P1, and Ethan Guest is now in P3, which is actually P2.
Zane Perry has picked his way back
Zane's
up to...
back, yeah.
He's back up into 5th place at the moment. Kai Jackson right behind him.
No, I think that's P3.
Is he in P3
Yeah,
now?
he's in P3.
Oh, he is? Wow. Yeah, this time the screen is not completely up to date, right? Need to have a look. Another contact warning for Layla Fitzgerald, so having a bit of a tough race in the mid-pack there is Layla.
This is a crazy, crazy mid-pack.
Yeah, this is insane. Like, to be honest, wouldn't even say it's a mid-pack.
No, it's all to the front. Yeah, it is just the race, to be fair. It's, what, about 15 cars out of the 20 on track?
Yeah, pretty much. You're just kind of like, are you in the pack? Which one? There isn't more than one. It's all one pack. Yeah, so you can see there that Ayrton Lima Evans, obviously, with that penalty, currently in first place with Felix and Sheldon Haywood, right behind him in second. I wonder if they're working together now.
Well, I wonder if Felix knows Ayrton's number, because if he does, then he'll know Ayrton has a penalty.
He's
Ayrton, no, he's not.
Is he not?
Ayrton's going defensive.
Oh, yes.
So clearly Ayrton is not looking to work together and go forward. But I think it's in Felix's best interest to.
Yes, I definitely think it is. Zane Perry, obviously, very, very quick. As Tom just was saying in the chat, Zane is rapid, and he definitely looks rapid. He's closing in on the top two very, very quickly at the moment.
Let's see this lap. 44 dead from our leaders. Let's see what Zane's able to do. He's in a 43.8, so that's 2 temps already on our leaders.
And he's dragging Kai Jackson with him as well, and we saw...
Kai Jackson from the back to fourth. Imagine if he wins this pre-A final from the back.
That would be incredible. We saw in the pre-B final that Kai was very good at managing the traffic and managing how to move through people. So this could be very interesting. Another penalty for Layla Fitzgerald. So yeah, having a very, very tricky races, Layla, unfortunately. Hopefully she can have a bit of a cleaner second race of the day in the actual final later on. But obviously that remains to be seen a bit later on. So the pack for, I think, 2nd to 6th of Zane Perry to Joshua Robinson. There they are.
Another 43.8 from that pack as well, gaining another 10th on our top two.
And Mason Turner in the middle of that pack has the fastest lap. So yeah, that pack is running very, very close. You can see there, number 31 of Felix is just going, come on, go, 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 go. He's seen his pack coming up behind them, and he doesn't want them to catch. So he's saying to Ayrton, come on, we need to work together here.
They do
Stop
have
defending.
a gap. It's about 2 seconds with 2.5 minutes to go. If they work together, I don't see the second pack joining them at all.
It's been done.
It has been done. It just depends if they work together or not, which Felix is really, really keen for that to happen, but Ayrton doesn't seem to be playing ball as much.
No, I think, to be honest, obviously, unless...
Well, that's another 4/10 of a gap pulled out as well.
Ayrton, obviously, he either knows or he doesn't know. Whether he's seen the board or not is, we don't know what's inside his head. But if he's seen the board, he doesn't care now about that position, so he's like, well, they can catch you for all I like. Or it's a case of, I want them to catch you because then it gives me a bit of a break if he hasn't seen the ball because he thinks he's in the lead. So either way, it benefits him if they do catch up, I guess.
I'm very confident that Felix has seen the board though, because he's not even tried to make a move. He has been every single lap. Ayrton's gone defensive. He has pointed forward saying, no, I'm not going to fight you here. Let's keep going together and let's not lose the pack behind.
Another penalty there for Layla Fitzgerald. So yeah, very, very tricky. I think it's just that pack. It's so difficult to try and keep it clean in there. See, it'll be inside goes. I think it's that Mason Turner. I'm trying to work out.
Yeah, it's Mason Turner on Kai Jackson.
Yes.
And they are catching now. It's just above a second now with just over a minute to go. It's going to be close.
Yeah, very, very close. It's everything is happening at the same time at the moment. I'm trying to keep an eye on what's happening up and down the grid, but yeah, it's absolutely crazy to see Ethan Hunt there just trying to make his way through and trying to catch up to the guys and girls up at the front. Zane Perry is now, let's have a look across the line. He's saying, come on, let's go to Kai Jackson. No,
2 laps to go as well.
Turner, sorry. So now they're a second behind, 2 laps to go second. They've got to close half a second per lap. Not impossible.
But it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
They really do need to
And as Murray Walker said, closing is one thing, getting past quite
is another.
Yeah.
And Felix is begging. He's been every single lap. He's been begging Ayrton, stop defending. I am not going to attack you. I just want to push you along and not get put into a fight. As our number 5 is going side by side with Ethan Guest, and he's going to lose out into this horseshoe. He might lose out 2 positions, and yes, he does, and that'll drop him down into P10. So what looked like a really promising race for Ethan has probably not turned out the way he's wanted to so far.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's it's been a very, very difficult race for Ethan. But yeah, hopefully, obviously, he can make up some ground in the final. But we're on to the last lap.
Oh, they're behind him.
Yeah.
We have got Zane Perry and Kai Jackson and Mason Turner and up the inside goes Zane. That is for the effective lead. Is he going to be able to hold it? He doesn't defend into the horseshoe.
See Mason Turner and Felix there just having a bit of a bump, just trying to...
And I think that's given Zane the win.
I think it has. Unless
there's a look.
Up the inside he goes.
Oh, up the inside he goes for the lead on Ayrton.
Yeah, just about.
They're going to go 3 wide across the line. Who's going to have it? Zane's going to take the lead at win on track. Felix Sheldon Haywood manages P2, and Mason Turner ends at P3. Ayrton Lima Evans, after leading that entire race, has been dropped down to P5, which after his penalty will probably be around P11. What an ending!
That's heartbreaking for
I know.
him.
But Zane Perry, he looked like he was down and out. That was a champion's drive. He was down into like P6 or P7. And he manages to come back.
Well, one thing I'll say, Tom he's just said easy win. Was it an easy win? Tom Justice, I was going to say you were right, but after that big-headed comment, I'm going to say, no, you got lucky there. No, very, 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 very well done to Zane Perry there. He managed that gap perfectly. He brought that train with him, used them to his advantage, and that was a very, very calculated drive there. So well done to Zane Perry getting that Pre-A final victory. Right. We haven't got any time to get our breath back because the juniors for Pre-A final are coming out now. All right, obviously we've got a spin already as we come straight into it. Number 51, which is Louis Williams. So Louis having a bit of a fun time on that cold tyres there. Let's have a quick look at the grid for this Pre-A final of the juniors. So on row number 1, we've got JD Tyler Gooden and Jake Chapman, Henry Wilkes and Oliver Wilde, Ethan Saunders Wilkes and Zane and Toshi. On row 4, Jacob Equal and Jack Whitehouse, Max Sheldon Haywood and Robert Crawford, Louis Williams and Ben Cosgrove. Row number 7, Zach Watson and Daniel Parsons. Row 8, Anthony Roberts and Dominic Balasatis. Row 9, Samuel Chilton and Zachary Parkhouse. On row 10, got Dan Shaw and Daniel Archibald. On row 11, Leo Engels and James Lockhart. Row 12, Callum Boot and Jonathan Fuxell. So, Callum Boot and Jonathan Fuxell are our two graduates from the Class B pre-final. And into the tram lines, here we go. So you've got Jake Chapman on your right-hand side, you've got Jamie Tyler Gooden on the left-hand side. They come side by side into the first couple of corners, and Jamie...
Jamie's been pushed out wide, and that's going to cost him a load of positions.
Yeah, very, very tricky there.
Jake
Especially on the outside. It's quite tricky, obviously, to keep your position, especially when that massive pack of carts is coming at your inside. In all of that, though, Jacob B... Oh, no, sorry. No, I thought that was at the lead then. No, so you got...
No, it's Henry Wilkes in the lead currently, after having a really good start. And both our front row sitters have been pushed quite far down the order towards the lower echelons of the top 10, I think.
Yeah, let's have a look across, as they come across the line to see where everybody is. So, number 28 is Henry Wilkes, then Ethan Saunders Wilkes, then Zane L. Toshi, Jacob Equal and Jake Chapman, Oliver Wilde, Jamie Tyler Gooden in 7th, and it's all been completely thrown on its head, as it always does.
Watch Jake and Jamie try and get through the field, trying to get back to the front. They've clearly got the pace. They showed in qualifying to start on pole and second, so they'll be looking to come right back up the order after that unfortunate start.
Yeah, it's very difficult to try and make your way through a pack like this, and especially in the pre-A's of the juniors, like it's just cutthroat. It really is difficult.
I mean, we've seen it in the cadets. It translates straight to the juniors with such close racing. You're going to see everybody fight for every last bit of position they can do.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see there that I mean, everyone is just trying to find their way past whoever's in front of them, because it is like the last race. It's just one massive train. As you can see there, is
going 3-1 into the horseshoe.
Who was that? That was Anthony Roberts?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And the beneficiary from all of that was none of them, actually, as the driver 4 positions behind, number 99, was able to get past all of them, Jack Whitehouse. But he has got a penalty for forcing driver wide as a result of it.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Well, Jack Whitehouse is up into 9th place, except effectively is what, like 15th or something?
Yeah, forcing driver wide is +4, so
+4, okay.
About 13.
Yeah. So, yeah, another wide there.
That's Callum Boo, our promotee from the B final.
Yeah.
He looked like he was making really good progress through this one as well, but he's going to have to do it all again now.
Yeah, he's right in the middle of the pack there. As you can see, Zane is just trying to get his way up into the lead. I think he's just about done it. That's left Henry Wilkes quite vulnerable, and I think he may have lost the lead there. I'm not 100% sure.
I think that's the pack behind.
That's the pack behind, yes it is.
Yes.
I'm looking at the wrong.
Henry is
Henry is in the
quite supreme. He's got about just under a second gap, so he's looking quite pretty right now. Zane working together with Ethan and Jacob to try and catch up. But right now, Henry's got the pace above all of them.
Yeah, he definitely does. It's quite impressive, actually. And I think he was the one with the visor fogging up earlier, wasn't he?
He could have been. I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was, actually.
Was it not?
No, I don't think so.
Right. Anyway, behind them, obviously, you've got a couple of packs of 3 just trying to catch up with them. But he's doing a very, very good job to try and hold that position. You can imagine there we go. So Zane is stuck with Ethan and Jacob right behind him. So
I wonder if Ethan and Jacob actually... There you go. Ethan's looking for a move right now, as I don't think they think Zane's got the pace to catch up. So I think they were going to be looking to attack so they could have a bit of a chase off Henry as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they obviously want to make sure that they've got enough time to catch Henry, because he's already built over a second gap between them. So that while they've been fighting, it's also brought the next 3 into this group for the best of the rest positions. So yeah, there's still lots to play for. I mean, look at all these. If they work together, they can catch Henry quite quickly, I'm sure.
Jamie's back in that pack as well.
Yeah.
So after his start, he'll definitely be looking to come back through this pack. But meanwhile, Henry, a 1.5 second gap, he's looking really, really promising for that win in the Pre-A final.
Yeah, very, very well done from Henry to build that gap already when he's got no toe or anything. He's just keeping his head down, he's keeping it clean, which is exactly what the drivers behind him are struggling to do.
I think Zane's starting to drive a bit of a bus around. He's not looking to push forward, he's definitely looking to defend that P2 now. Somebody's got past him. That is Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has managed to get past him up into P2. A stout defence from Zane, but Ethan's managed to get past, and now we're going to be able to see if he's going to be able to chase after Henry.
Bit of a hand up there from Zane as well, so he's not happy with something.
I think he was acknowledging a yellow flag. There you go.
Okay, yes, there is yellow, so I wonder if somebody's gone off then. Bit of an issue. Looks like are they slowing
It could be a tyre getting put back into place, maybe.
They're all gesturing to each other as well. We're all trying to communicate, and all of this is meaning that Henry Wilkes is now over 2 seconds up in the lead of this race. So
Jamie Tully that good and goes down the inside of Jacob Equal, and now he's managed to make his way up into P4, and he's not far off that P2 position where he can go chase after Henry.
No, not at all. It's look at the gap there. That's insane.
Yeah, that is huge.
That is impressive. There's no other word for it. Yeah, just impressive. So yeah, Ethan is in second, Zane in third, Jamie up into 4th place now. So yeah, Jamie has only got 2 karts in front of him before he's got that massive gap of 2.5 seconds now up to Henry Wilkes. That's with only 5 minutes remaining, it's looking less and less likely that they're going to be able to close this gap up.
I'll tell you what as well, Zane, after looking like he was holding everybody up, as soon as Ethan's got past, he's managed to stick with him, and they've managed to breach a bit of a gap to the rest of the pack.
In the chat, we've got quite a lot popping off. Yusuf is saying Adam doing a great job on comms, well done. But he's also saying, where's Adam's RS3 accent gone?
I don't know what he's on about.
Who's there saying, come on Henry? So Henry's obviously up in the lead at the moment. Yusuf also said Adam B's knees accents. Ed Benjamin Hampton Racing is saying Ethan better win. Ethan's currently 2.5 seconds behind. And Yusuf has also just said, Adam, dust your knees when you're done with Ethan. This is probably
not going to comment on that one.
Yes, probably. Let's move back to the racing, shall we? Let's talk about some racing. That's probably what we should be doing. So Henry Wilkes has still got this lead up at the front of the pack, as Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is just trying to keep that position ahead of Zane Atoshi. Behind them, though, obviously we've got Jenny Tarley Gooden, and he's not making the inroads I thought he'd make on these two now.
No, not really. In fact, I think he's going to have to defend P4 from Jake at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's just obviously gestured to Jake to, come on, let's work together, let's get on it. But, you know, we've got 3 and a bit minutes left. I think now, unless Henry does something stupid, he's out. He's done. He's completely...
Oh, Jake's gone for the move on Jamie as well.
Yes.
I think Jamie's just managed to keep ahead so far, but I don't think they're going to be working together now. I think it's just every man for himself. I think Henry's got too big of a gap. So it's just going to be a battle for the front of their packs as Jamie points forward, gesturing, hoping to gain back to Zane and Ethan, but unless they fight, which they're about to, it looks like, as Zane goes back down the inside of Ethan. I think he's got P2 back.
Yeah, I've just spotted something as well. For the first time in quite a while, Ethan and Zane have just gone faster than Henry.
Yeah, but with 3 minutes to go, they'd have to get a second lap.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it was
and they're
only
now
a tenth.
fighting.
Yeah, it was only a tenth of a second that they gained, but like it's a gain. But yeah, I mean, he's never been more than 3/10 either way, which is brilliant. So it's very, very well done. But yeah, so we've still got is Oliver Wilde now. Is he? Oh yeah, Oliver Wilde is past. Did I miss that?
Yeah, it's past Jamie.
Yeah. I didn't see that happen. I was too busy looking at the timing screen. But so Oliver Wilde has now got past Jamie Tyler Gooden, so he's not managed to make the inroads back to the positions where he started, unfortunately.
Jake's also lost out to Jacob as well. So both of them going from working together to trying to fight each other, and it's not worked out for either of them, with Oliver and Jacob managing to take advantage. Ethan's now got a bit of a gap on Zane as well, so as it stands, we could be looking at those top three almost starting to be cemented in their positions, really, in this pre-A final.
I think so. I mean, Ethan and Zane are pretty secure with what they're doing.
And Zane's actually looking back into Ethan straight away.
As I was saying that, yes, the commentator's curse, ever real as always. Yes, and this is also bringing Oliver Wilde right into this as well. So I don't think the remaining positions on the podium have been decided just yet, because it looks like Zane is kind of getting a bit wearsome at the back of Ethan's number 15 kart. So he's looking left.
Oliver's coming into play as well now.
So he's also keeping an eye on Oliver.
Oh,
as
Oliver
well.
sends it down the inside of Zane, and he's managed to make it stick.
Nice. Yeah, that's done very, very nicely. So he just managed to put his kart in exactly the right position, just unnerved Zane a little bit too much, and now he's on the back of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. So Oliver up into third place. Ethan still in second place, as we've got 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and if you're Henry right now, you're just relaxing, waiting for the end, waiting for the checker flag, and just taking your pole position for the A final quite easily, really. It's been he's led from the front, and he's not really looked back since. As we're going to go side by side between Ethan and Oliver. Ethan's currently got it secure, but Zane's about to go down the inside of both of them.
That was read beautifully
and Jamie's
by
there
Zane.
As well. And Jamie's managed to get back up into P3.
That was read so well by Zane. He pushed Oliver Wilde up alongside Ethan, and then he darted to the left-hand side to undercut them both. That was brilliant racecraft there by Zane. And Jamie just kind of went, okay, he didn't need a second invitation. He went straight at the inside, followed them, and he's now up into third place. And look at the gap they've now got. He is, Henry Wilkes goes across the line and he takes the win. Very well deserved. He's managed that gap
Zane
brilliantly.
In P2, a really good defensive drive. It didn't look like he quite had the pace to challenge for Henry, but managing to keep P2 when he had so many drivers behind him trying to get past is really impressive. And Jamie, from out of nowhere, he was in P6.
Yeah.
And manages to get back up into P3, securing a P3 in the actual A final.
Yeah, that was a hectic one to try and understand what was going on with that couple of drivers. But well, there we go. That is the end of the pre-finals. So we've had six of them. We've had 3 juniors, 3 cadets, and now it's time for the finals. Same again, 6 finals. Got the C, A, and B. What's your prediction? What do you think?
A lot more carnage, like we've had.
Yep.
No rain actually has come into play so far, but those pre-finals only give you the positions for the actual trophy finals, and these are all for the trophy. So expect the drivers to be a bit more aggressive and trying to make a bit more, maybe last-ditch moves.
Yes, absolutely. It's if they've seemed unhinged so far, just you wait. Once the finals come out and the actual points are on offer, here we go. So I've just heard the whistle. I believe it's time for the finals. Cadets first. Right, so All right, so we are just waiting. I forgot to turn my mic on then. We're just waiting for the carts to head out onto track, but they should be on track just about soon. As yes, it's been quite a mad day so far, but it's far from over. 6 races to go, 3 finals for each category. But let's have a quick look at the grids for the C Final of Cadets. On the front row we have Ryan Malik and Dylan Williams, Oliver Sanderson and Sebastian Hill, Phoenix Clements and Theo Wright. Row number 4 we've got Louis Devers and Lucas Bailey. Row 5 Esha Rashid and Robin Shimon, and back at the end of the grid is Freya Frith. So we're just waiting for the carts to come around. I did see some carts on track there, so I'm wondering if they've just taken the bypass. Oh no, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, into it already, into the tram lines, and it looks crossover a little bit early there, so I wonder, are they going to go racing?
Yeah, they are.
Hands up, yeah, we're racing. So into the lead, straight away goes Ryan Malik, and up the inside goes Oliver Sanderson, I believe, as Dylan Williams gets left out, and Hunter on the left-hand side is lost. He's got a bit of a cart issue, I think. He's holding up his hand.
Yeah, he's holding up his hand, and that car's going slow.
Oh, no.
The Italian gesture of the hands raised, I think that is an early end to the race for him, unfortunately.
Is that his second kart failure of the day?
No, it was Bailey in the first one.
Was that Bailey, was it?
Yeah.
I just remember, I thought I remember saw a 55.
Oh, penalty for Ryan Malik. He broke formation. He's in the lead, but he's got a penalty. He can't win this race. He can't get promoted.
Well, okay, so effectively,
and you can see the hand of frustration. Don't think he's too happy.
No, definitely not. Well, Oliver Sanderson and Phoenix Clements are now in the 2 positions to head up to the B Final. But yeah, obviously only 11 drivers in this one, so we've got a little bit more of an idea of what's going on up and down the grid, so we can keep a better eye on what's happening, which is good for us at least. So Phoenix Clements obviously just looking to the right-hand side and the left-hand side there of Oliver Sanderson. Oliver is just very, very aware. Now, if you're Oliver in this position, you know Ryan has a penalty. What do? Do you try and put a cart in between yourself and Phoenix, or do you try and go, right, let's work together and build a gap? What do you do?
Depends. If you think you've got the pace, then I'd just try and get past Ryan Malik as quick as possible. But if you think he's quite quick and he's got the pace, then I'd just stick with him, in all honesty. So you've just got to judge it on the time. If you think you can both go off together and separate yourselves from the pack, then there's no need to overtake. But if you think he's not got the pace, then you've got to start making a move before those behind you come knocking.
Yeah, as up the inside has a quick look for him. Phoenix Clements, I think he also might have been trying to defend his position against Theo Wright, but he stays in 3rd position for the time being. It looked like Ryan Malik and Oliver Sanderson were just about to build a gap, but then it just disappeared almost instantaneously. So, yeah, with obviously the slipstream of the carts behind, they were able to just draw back into those top 2. Oliver Sanderson currently with the fastest lap of the race, but coming across the line once again. You can see side by side with Phoenix Clements and Theo Wright. Ryan Malik takes the
He's got a bit of a gap now.
Yes, he does.
He looks really quick. It's so unfortunate that he's got that breaking formation penalty.
But this is the thing, obviously, you can make such a tiny mistake at the start of the race, and that's it. It ruins your race completely.
Costs you. It's just coming out the tram lines. It feels really silly to do, but it's honestly really simple. Especially around Clay Pigeon, where the start finishes on a kink, so it's very easy to go out of those tram lines.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so Ryan Malik obviously started to build a gap. Oliver Sanderson is under pressure, Phoenix Clements and Theo Wright. Oh no, he's not actually. He's built a gap as well, so he's starting to pull away from them. Phoenix Clements and Theo Wright are very, very tight together there. You can see Phoenix is just looking over his left shoulder, over his right shoulder, just trying to make sure he can keep tabs on exactly where Theo Wright is. He looks up the inside. Not quite, hasn't got the run. He sticks right behind the bumper of that number 68 kart once again there. Oliver Sanderson is a little bit in front. I think he's caught back up to the front, at the back of Ryan Malik. As defensive goes number 68 Phoenix Clements as well. So it's all for the time being. Touch wood. It seems to be quite calm.
Yeah, now you called it.
Yes.
Now it's about to go crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
But
wouldn't it be unfortunate if it all went crazy? Oh no.
I think Phoenix has been doing a really good job defending at the moment. He's looking back, making sure he positions his car in the perfect place to defend from Theo. So he's doing a really good job there, and he doesn't know it, as he sets the fastest lap as well, but he's currently in a promotion position.
He might know it.
He might know it.
He may have
to
seen
be fair,
the board.
Ryan Malik's reaction probably does indicate that he's got some sort of issue, which is most likely a penalty.
Yeah, but there we go. On the other side goes Phoenix Clements.
I think it's defensive.
Again, yeah, he's up to the right-hand side every single time there. And I think Oliver Sanderson's getting a little bit fed up with the back of Ryan Malik now, by the looks of it. I'm not 100% sure, but...
he's only got a small gap back, so he's probably thinking that he wants to increase that. So maybe he'll look for a move soon on Ryan Malik, because there's still 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's... yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do here, because he doesn't appear to have made any proper inroads.
He's looking for a move. I think he's trying to make it down into the chicane, trying to get a cutback. He'll have the inside line, and we'll see. Ryan's definitely defended it.
On the inside goes at Phoenix Clements, so he might take the lead from that as well. He's side by
he's going
side
to look around the
with
outside.
I
think Ryan's got it.
On the inside, once again goes Theo Wright. So Theo Wright up into second place after all of that. But I think
Phoenix is down the inside. I think he's going to get P2 back.
Yeah, and up the inside as well. I think Oliver Sanderson is still there, trying to go side by side with Theo Wright as well. So all of that. Okay, Ryan Malik keeps the first position. Now in second position is Phoenix Clements, followed by Theo Wright, followed by Oliver Sanderson, I think, coming across the line. Yeah, there we go. So, that was a crazy lap. So, yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a gap between themselves and Ryan Malik. So,
I think that'll close it pretty quickly, though, in all honesty.
I think so.
Although they are going defensive, so you never know.
Although, to be fair, the Phoenix on every single lap has gone defensive at that corner. Every single lap, without fail. So, but yeah, he's just started to build a gap over Theo Wright, I think, because Theo, I think, is looking a little bit too much at Oliver Sanderson at the moment.
Yeah, looking back and not looking forward, really.
Yeah, so you can see that the gap is tiny, but it's just starting to build. So it's just allowing Phoenix to start to close up towards Ryan Malik, and hopefully, obviously, they can close up to the back of him, and we can have a big, juicy fight for the win.
Yeah, definitely. Still 5 minutes to go. Just about, so there's still a lot of time for things to get really shaken up, and Ryan Malik's penalty is definitely going to come quite into play with this. I mean, in the lead right now, it's pretty much as you were, but if he ends up dropping a position, then that could end up promoting another driver behind him.
Yeah, 100%, and this is the thing with Club 100, because it is such tight pack racing. Yeah, one mistake and you can go 3, 4, 5, 10 carts back. You know, on the inside. Sebastian Hill.
Yep. He looked for the move on Theo Wright. He doesn't manage to get it done, and now Oliver Sanderson is looking back at him, and he's squeezing onto the grass.
That was a little bit pushy.
It was very push and shovey, but he's managed to keep in P4 just behind Theo Wright, who's now got a big gap, so he doesn't need to look back anymore, and he can start looking forward to Phoenix.
Yes, absolutely, and it looks like Phoenix Clements is just a little bit more secure in that second place now. So at the inside goes Louis Davers, so he's now up into fourth place. So yeah, Oliver Sanderson is dropping back now, unfortunately for Oliver.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Theo now as well, you don't even fight. You've got those promotion spots guaranteed with Ryan's penalties. Yeah. So you just need to keep going as you were.
Yeah, absolutely. As it stands, obviously Phoenix and Theo are the two people that are going to be heading up to the B Final. We've still got 3.5 minutes left. They could catch up, but there is a bit of a gap. Let's have a look. I mean, yeah, they could catch up, but it is a bit tricky when they're fighting constantly. And it looks like Oliver Sanderson isn't going to stop that anytime soon.
No, so, working together really hasn't been the message of the day, really. Everybody's been looking to fight for position whenever they can for the most part in these finals. And to be fair, in the C and B finals, you're expected to see it a bit more with drivers with a bit less racecraft, a bit less experience. Yeah. So they're just thinking about track position. Whereas in the A finals, you did see it a bit where drivers were working together, pushing each other along until the end of the race, where they're able to isolate themselves and just fight with each other.
Yeah, 100%. It's difficult to kind of explain to viewers at home, I guess, the difference that just about the amount of experience actually makes in terms of how you view things. It's not just a case of speed, it's also how you read situations. It's how you understand when a gap is a good gap and when a gap is a bad gap. You know, it's all these individual things that the experience makes a big difference of, and it's...
Ooh, as Sebastian Hill looks down the inside was that Oliver Sanderson? I think it was Oliver Sanderson, and he's managed to get the move stuck.
I think, is that Phoenix right at the back of Ryan Malik now? I think it might be.
It is.
Yes, so here we go, 2 minutes to go, and Phoenix finally is on the back bumper.
Oh, and you see Ryan
Malik.
starting to defend slightly.
Yeah, and I've noticed every lap at the first corner.
Is Phoenix going to look down the inside? No, he backs out of it.
Every lap at the first corner, Malik goes slightly wide at that first corner and then gets a better run in through turn 2 and 3.
He didn't defend into the hairpin that time, so maybe Phoenix isn't looking to attack, and Ryan knows the deal, and they're going to push each other along in the last minute and a half.
Possibly, yeah. It's all a bit. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here at the moment. Phoenix is right there. He has every opportunity, but he also knows that he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to take that position. If he stays there, he's going up.
Yeah, pretty much. Theo and Phoenix right now, their best option is to just drive.
Yeah.
Don't try and make any moves. Don't even try and push too hard. Just keep going as you're going, and you should see yourself in the B final.
Yeah, 100%.
As we see this battle for Theo and Sebastian Hill continue to rage on. Sebastian now ahead, but I don't think Theo's going to let that one slip.
Oliver Sanderson,
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, he's obviously. I think he's had a bit of a trouble with this race. He's just dropped back, quite just consistently, unfortunately. Yeah, he's really had trouble trying to keep up with it. Yeah, so up at the very front, Ryan Malik and Phoenix Clements once again. They are nose to tail now, and I think we're on our last lap. There is it's all to play for now.
Oh,
and
Phoenix is going for it on the
Phoenix,
last lap. Fair play, last lap. No issue there, and he gets the move done.
Very clean move.
He had the net lead, and now he's got the actual lead on track. Zane's not going to let it go down, though. He's going to look down the outside. No! And Zane's off. Oh.
No, that was just a little bit too bullshit. I'm not 100% sure on whether Ryan Malik just turned a little bit too far, and obviously Phoenix was there and he couldn't go any further in, or whether Phoenix ran a little bit wide. You couldn't really see from the camera.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to the stewards.
Yeah,
but 100%. Phoenix will take the win on track, and as it stands, will be promoted into the B final.
Yes.
Ryan goes from leading into the last lap to now probably being right at the back of this C final.
Yeah, well, let's see. So, will we get a notification of a penalty?
It might update the race results. I don't know if we'll get a notification as of now.
Well, that was something. Yeah, that was interesting. Well, yeah, we've got people in the comments saying, "What a plot twist!" No way, some amazing noises there. Yeah, we were slightly gasping for air about that. That was wow. That was something. I really, that was.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all.
Shame for it to end that way.
No, a big shame. And I just thought once Phoenix got the move done, I thought Ryan would just sit back, but he didn't. He went for it, and just an unfortunate fight at the end with Ryan spinning.
All right, yes, so coming up next, though, we have the C final of the juniors. All right, the first final of the juniors coming out now, and this could get a little bit tasty.
Yeah, definitely. As we're about to go through the grid.
Indeed. So, on the pole position, we have David Sux-Farkas and Jassim Abdelhamid. Then Kian Haynes and Ashley Haynes St Quintin. Then Tom Sands and Chili Edwards. On row number 4, we've got Dan Treadwell and Owen Price, Spencer Wilds and Charlie Williams, Tom King and Via Maru. On row 7, Oscar Blakeman and Marcus Allen. Row 8, Max Daniel and Lucas Ziritas. In row 9, Dev Singhal and Zach Hassan. Row 10 got Oscar Homerstone and Finley Bennett. Row 11, Henry Gorner and Toby Mitchison. Row 12, Callum Wood and Bradley Brown. Row 13, Liam Perkins and Harry Gardner. Row 14, Finley Pierce and Gunnar Wright. Oliver Martin and Taylor Webb. So, big 30 driver grid here. So, we're just going to be following them through now to the line. I wonder if they're going to be going racing this time around.
I think there's been quite a few gaps, so I think they might go around again. Yeah.
Yes, they are, yes. So, gives us a chance. Obviously, the juniors, we've seen some pretty interesting racing with them so far today. And it hasn't been the finals yet. We saw some very interesting racing with the cadets just in their first of their finals. So I'm expecting some good things here.
Pretty much. I mean, that was just an 11 kart grid. This one is 30 or 29 karts large. So, yeah, there's going to be some carnage going into this one as I think they're about to get underway. Pace kart with Elliot is about to pull off to the side, and we're going to see David start us from pole.
Here we go, so into the tramline, see number 78 there of Kieran Haynes just going a little bit to the left-hand side, but through the first corner we've got David Sux-Farkas, I believe, has just taken the lead from Hazim Havelpeed.
Yeah, I think Hazim has dropped back down into P3 with Kieran Haynes up into P2 with a load of drivers off
Liam
there.
Perkins was one of the drivers there. I wonder if they're going to
No, I think it's not been given a false start, no.
No. All right,
we're going to continue.
Still going then. All right, so yeah, David Sux-Farkas is currently in the lead, but he's followed quite closely by, I'm guessing that is Kieran Haynes. It is, yes. And then Ashley Haynes and Quinton right behind them as well. No, sorry, it's Tom Sands.
That's Tom Sands. He's about to go side by side with Kieran as well. Kieran's going to look to defend. And all this is allowing David to go and build a gap at the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. And we've got Lee Crittingham in the comments saying, "Go on, Cody, lad." He's going to be referring to Cody.
Where is he?
I'm trying to look where Cody is on the grid. Where is he?
He might not be in this race. I don't think he is.
Yeah, I don't think he's in this race.
He might be in a different final.
Yeah, possibly. Anyway.
Back to what we can see.
Yeah, we can't see him on our timing screen, so...
David's got a huge lead.
Yeah.
That's got to be, 1.4 seconds already.
He's taking advantage of all them fighting behind him, though.
And really flexing his muscles. But yeah, Kieran Haynes is putting up a stout defence at the moment from Tom Sands, and he's creating a little 4, maybe 5 kart train at the moment.
Yeah, Kieran Haynes is obviously just trying to defend that position for his life, and Tom Sands obviously right behind him, just looking for every which way around him. He doesn't want to get too far behind David Sux-Farkas. He doesn't want to let that gap get too big, because as we saw earlier on, if the gap gets too big, then there's nothing they can do to try and close it up at all.
No.
But they are so feisty.
Kieran is defending for his life at the moment. I mean, all this is allowing for David to just get far ahead. As side by side goes David, as goes Kieran and Tom Sands. Tom Sands is going to send it down the inside, and he's going to make it stick. And I think Ashley Haynes St. Quinton has... Yes, he has. He's managed to get through on the chicane. And Kieran's defence, which has lasted a couple of laps, is starting to fall apart now.
Yeah, 100%. And now that he's out the way, I wonder if Kieran and Tom... Oh, sorry, I wonder if Tom and Ashley can work together. And
yeah,
just
we'll see what the pace
start
is like.
Yeah, 100%. So Kieran Haynes is obviously down in, what, 4th position now, is he, by the looks of it? Yeah, 4th position.
Yeah.
So he's now got another couple of karts he's trying to defend against. So Defence Minister, Mr. Kieran Haynes here, as goes across the line, and he's got right behind him Max Daniels and Jazim Abelheed. So up at the front, it looks like David has a now 3 second gap.
To be fair, Tom and Ashley made the move on that last lap, and they were only a couple temps slower, so chances are they'll either have pretty equal pace, or they might just be a bit quicker if they're pushing each other along. So we're going to see how that ends up panning out.
It doesn't look like the bumper to bumper yet, though.
I think because of the yellow flags.
Yeah. But once they're bumper to bumper, if they're smart about it, I don't see a reason why they can't. I mean, it's going to be...
It's going to be a bit of a task.
Half a second a lap. It's going to be tricky.
Oh, well, they've pulled out 7 temps in that lap. If they go at that pace, then they'll definitely catch up.
Jesus, yeah.
That is really, really good pace from the both of them. A 41.8 from Tom and Ashley compared to a 42.5 from David last time out.
It looked like David had an issue in his second sector. He was like a second slower.
I think it was due to the yellow flag. I think he just slowed a lot for the yellow flag compared to the other two.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he did set a purple sector 1 temporarily on this lap, so it does show that he's probably still got the pace to keep ahead of him. Although, Tom Sands, again, has taken 4 temps out of David in Sector 2 that lap.
Yeah. So, yeah, David's lead is being quashed very quickly.
Tom with the fastest lap of the race as well. Half a second quicker. That gap is now only 1.7 seconds. I think Tom Sands, actually he's not got the pace to stick with him, but Tom definitely is on the charge and can definitely catch David by the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I'd quite like to see a visual of exactly what that gap is looking like now between David and Tom right at the very front there. If we could see...
I can promise you it's getting smaller though.
Oh yeah, I mean, from the numbers it looks like it's getting smaller. We've still got 6 and a bit minutes left to go in this race, so here we go. Thank you very much, Director Luke, for telling the camera ops to look at that. Yes, so got David and Tom right at the very front there, and yeah, that gap is definitely closing, and it did look...
Oh no, 41.7, 2 tenths like that.
Yeah, it did look like Ashley's dropping away from Tom now, so it doesn't look like he's got quite the same amount of pace to keep with him as Tom does.
No. I think the gap between Ashley and Kieran behind is a lot closer than Ashley and Tom. So I think Ashley's going to have to look behind rather than look ahead at the moment, as he's got a massive train behind him.
Yeah, I think so. He's got a lot on him. But yeah, with Tom right at the very front there, he's now only 1.5 seconds away from David, so he's already halved the gap in.
As we see drivers going 3 wide into the top corner. We're going to see if they'll all keep it together, if there's going to be an unfortunate spin. I think they've just about held it together, which is some pretty good racing. Race with respect, as they're about to go 3 wide onto the start finish straight.
Just pack going down towards turn 1 there.
Yeah, that's
and somebody's got to lose out. And it's that Oscar.
Oscar's at the front of it.
Blakeman.
He's not the one losing out. I think the one losing out is Dan Treadwell.
Yeah. Just side by side everywhere, and got the 122 of Max Daniel there. You're also going side by side. But yeah, it's all really starting to
happen.
happen
Hands
now.
going waving in the air now.
Yeah.
Some drivers are not happy with some of the moves on display at the moment. But when you've got such close racing, you're going to get a bit of contact from time to time.
Meanwhile, up the front, 1.2 now is the gap.
1.1.
1.1 as they're going over the line now. So yeah, there's 1.187 between David Suks-Farkas and Tom Sands.
David has put up the pace a bit.
Yes.
So that gap is still closing, but just not at as quick of a rate as it was before.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, on that last lap, Tom Sands only
300.
Yeah, 300.
Quicker.
So it's not a massive margin.
No, if he keeps at that, then David might just be able to hold out. But we'll see how the other laps go.
The trouble is though, he's almost in the slipstream window now, because he's just over a second away.
I'd say about 7 tenths, half a second.
Yeah.
That's when you really start to feel the effects of slipstream. And the other thing I'm a bit worried about is, I think in a few laps towards the end of the race, they might end up coming up to back markers.
Yes.
And we'll see how that ends up having a play on the race.
Yes.
And it's only now 4 tenths. I wonder what happened that lap. Yeah, he gained 7 tenths to Tom Sands that lap. A 41.5 from him and only a 42.2 from David. Well, he'll definitely be feeling that DRS now, I can guarantee you that.
What? David must have just made a mistake then.
It was only about 3-4 tenths off his best lap.
Yeah,
I think it was just a really good lap from Tom.
Yeah.
Because that was only half tenth off Tom's best lap, which is the fastest lap of the race.
So yeah, so that's right. The battle for lead now is going to be really heating up.
Yeah, I reckon in the next lap Tom might be on the back of David.
Yeah.
We'll have a look when we see them next. It's 2 tenths now.
Yeah.
As Tom said, it's the fastest lap of the race. That is a statement. That's a statement saying, I am coming from you, David, and I'm looking for that race win.
Yeah, it's... yeah, I mean, in all fairness though, one thing they also need to remember is if they keep it as it is, both of them are going up.
Yeah.
Like, they don't... They're not going to get any points from this race if they go up.
But they do have a 3-second gap back. So they actually... they're in a weird position where if they wanted to, they could probably start having a go at each other and not lose out too much.
So yeah, 2 tenths between the two of them. Yeah, just trying to find where they are at the moment.
Yeah, with so many gaggles of trains on track, it's going to be very hard to find them.
Yeah.
I think that's... No, that's not them.
Tom Sands has just taken the lead.
Oh, yeah, he has just taken the lead down the inside. I wonder if David's going to fight it or not.
It's just in front of these drivers. So yeah, 78. So Kieran Haynes is still defending. And
David has fought it back. He's back into the lead, and he is defending. There's a yellow flag out there, so he doesn't need to defend it into the hairpin.
Here we go. So these are the two. So look at the amount of time.
Oh, somebody's gone off. I think somebody's car might have had a mechanical issue, as you can just see him on the grass in the background.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly who that was, but I think that's going to be the end of his race.
Look like it, yeah. So coming into another lap now. So Tom Sands is going to be right on the back of David Suks-Farkas. And he's just stuck in that slipstream. He's gained so much time already.
Oh, he's going to look for the outside. He's going to go for a switchback here. No, he's committing all the way to the outside. I don't think it's going to completely work. I think David's going to have that covered off, as he does. So now the next overtaker move is going to be into the hairpin coming up. David's trying to cover it off down into the inside. He's got that covered, and you just saw in the background Ashley Haynes St. Quinn. As these two are going side by side, it's now his chance to catch up. He's going all the way around the outside. I think he's got it.
He found the momentum and went right around the outside.
That is an insane move. You don't see that very often.
You don't at all. And that is where experiencing racecraft really comes into its own, because he could see the fact that David was taking quite a tight line. He went, well, if I just open up my steering, keep my foot planted in, I might be able to take the lead here.
And he's managed to. That was a great move.
That is fantastic racing. As it stands, they're both still going to be promoted. But yeah,
I think David, he can't fight back now. That gap to actually say Haynes St. Quinton, that was 3.4 seconds. It's only 1.3 now. They can't keep fighting each other. They have to work together now. Otherwise, Ashley will be in that fight, and they're not gonna. They're not listening. David goes right down the inside for the lead again. They're going side by side. Could we have another moment? David's off. David is off, and that goes his promotion spot, and Ashley gets past and is up into P2, but David's not going to give it up just yet.
He's
going to
look
down the inside. Yeah, he is. And he's got the move done.
Wow.
They've made that so much harder for themselves by doing that.
They really did. But I mean, that's credit there to Ashley, because he managed to get back up. He managed to close that gap when he was really, really struggling to. He just plucked away, and he picked up the pieces where
you should never give up, really. Even if you
100%.
look like the gap's always getting bigger, you don't know what the other drivers ahead are going to do. And I don't think either of us expected that to happen. Luckily, David still got it, and it's the last lap, so actually he's only got one more opportunity really to make the move. I don't think he is. So David, despite the off, great recovery in keeping P2 and getting promoted, with Tom Sands taking the win in the end. So both of those will end up into the Junior B Final. And just another great race we've had in that C Final.
I mean, I think the chat is enjoying this as much as we have been. That was an insane race. Like, that was absolutely fantastic, and full credit to both Tom and David there of keeping it clean and pushing each other to the very, very limit. Also, a special shout out to Ashley Haynes St. Quinton as well, because
he gave it a good go.
He really plucked away there quietly. It was very, very quiet there in P3, and then all of a sudden he was like, oh, by the way, I'm now P2. That was very, very well done from the top three. But yeah, only obviously two can go up, as one of our marshals collapses on the inside of the grass there.
He's doing a bit of exercising.
he's recreating what Elliot was doing with the cart on his feet on his steering wheel earlier. But yeah, so Tom Sands and David Sux Farkas we will see in the Pre-B Final. So, coming up next is the Pre-B Final of the Cadets. I've just been told off it was the B Final, not the Pre-B Final. I got a bit too excited and I said the wrong thing. I do apologise, it is the B Final, which means the top two from the C Final will be making an appearance in this one, and the top two of the B Final that will result at the end of this race will head up to the A Final. So let's take a quick look at the grid for this race. Here we go. So, on the front row, we've got Theo Thomas and Adam Ascar. Row 2, Athena Cooper and Indy Welch. Row 3, Harvey Dowler and William Hossack. Row number 4, got Leonidas Georgiou and Ethan Windsor. Charlie Ledoux and Ethan Biddle. Briley Busby and Freddie Donald. Row 7, Jaden Baker and Charlie Gale. Row 8, Aman Rana and Caesar Chen. Row 9, William Goodwin and James Kahn. Row 10, Zach Sharif, Cora Moore, Phoenix Clements and Theo Wright rounding out the back end of the grid. So we obviously saw Theo and
Phoenix.
And Phoenix, thank you, in the C Final earlier on. So it's very, very, very interesting this race is going to be, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We saw how good they were at the front, and we're going to now see if they're going to be able to make up moves coming from the back into this B Final. And if it's anything like that Junior C Final, then we're going to have a really good race on our hands.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we've obviously seen the juniors so far today have been incredible. The cadets today have been incredible. So yeah, there's still so much that's going to happen, and I'm still lost for words over that last race, to be honest. That was absolutely insane.
No, that was crazy. Props to David. Again, like, after getting forced off on the grass like that, it could easily completely unravel your race, your mindset. Like you said, he could be seeing red, but he managed to keep it composed, get P2, and secure his promotion into the B final.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we'll see him, obviously, in the next race when the juniors are back out. But this one is going to be the cadets. And obviously, with this one, we've got Phoenix and Theo that we saw in the C final. It was the top two there, so it's not unheard of that they could make their way up. And we've seen already a couple of cases where they might just be able to take it up to the A final. For their sake, it would be great if they could. And obviously, for our sake, it'd be great to see someone be able to make that kind of leap up. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, only time will tell.
I mean, we might also have some drivers who, in qualifying, might have ended up qualifying a bit lower down than they expected. So we'll be really pushing to try and get into that A final where they might think they usually are.
Yeah, 100%. We've got a kart head
Dante
round.
Dillon testing
testing
the junior kart at the moment, which I wonder if he'll have to pull off into the pits whilst the cadets are going out. Elliot not relaxing this time. He's ready to go.
He is ready. That is a man-meaning business right there. He's watching.
He's getting some tips from Dante doing testing the track as well.
Well, considering the fact he leads every race and doesn't finish one, he probably does need the tips. You know, a bit of a lock up there from Dante.
Yeah, he does like locking up from time to time and getting some Thai smoke out there.
So talk to us. Obviously, we've got a bit of downtime. What does Dante Dillon do? Why is he taking that kart out?
So he is one of the kart testers for both the cadet and junior karts. He's one of the quickest drivers proving himself in the senior karts, and what he does is he takes out karts which have been identified for any performance issues or mechanical issues. He'll go out and test them, and he'll try and make sure that every kart is up to scratch in terms of performance so they can be as close and as equal as possible, so that every driver has equal machinery and has the best chance of getting promoted that they can. And
yes, obviously he's very consistent. Yeah, very, very consistent. Yeah, you can see there. Elliot's still obviously waiting for the cadets to.
And he's got the whistle, so we're going to have to go ahead soon, as our cadets will start to filter out now to get ready for this B final.
Yes, indeed. There we go. So Elliot is now. He's still got his foot in a weird position. Oh, there we go. He's back on now. So yes, the cadets are out onto track. And we can see them showing up on our timing screen now. So, second race of the finals for the cadets. They've got one more after this. The top two, as we have said previously, will be heading up to the A final. So, everything is to play for, both in terms of points and the chance to have a go at that A final a bit later on today. Oh, breathe, take a breath in, because this is probably going to be crazy.
Even more carnage.
Yeah, you know, with each final, it gets a little bit more crazy. You can see, yeah, Dante obviously just staying out of the way.
Pits, I imagine, as the cadets are out. So with two different specs of karts, probably don't want them on track together at the same time.
I mean, not unless we're doing class racing, which I don't believe.
No, that would be yeah, that would be very interesting with those junior karts being a few seconds quicker than those cadet karts. So that could lead to some issues, as they'll be going around again, as there's a straggler at the back that needs to get back up to their position on the grid. I wonder if they had a bit of a mechanical issue, so had to swap out the kart. So there, now we see the thumbs up. So this time around, we will be starting and we will be getting ready to go in this cadet lightweight B final.
Indeed, yeah, you can see Elliot obviously just trying to make sure everybody's nice and slow, everybody's nice and
punched up. A bit of a wave from number 93
yeah,
there.
Indy Welsh had a bit of a bump there on Adam Asgar. Obviously, no apologies needed, but here we go. Into the tram lines we go for the B final. It looks like they're all pretty pretty good.
Good start from Theo.
Yeah, indeed. So up at the inside goes Theo Thomas, and outside again goes Adam Asgar. He's done that, I think, the second time in a row.
I think that's Harvey Dowler into the lead.
Yes.
Oh, no, is it? Yeah, it is Harvey.
Yeah, no, it's Athena Cooper, isn't it?
No, it's Harvey. I wouldn't miss those sunglasses.
Oh, yes, it is Harvey. I wasn't look at the glasses. Yes, that is. So he's come from 5th place to 1st in a corner and a bit.
I mean, he showed he had the pace in the pre-final. It was just the penalty which cost him down. So
yes,
now he's out in the front. no contact to be made. He's going to be looking to push as hard as he can to escape all the drivers from behind so he can get a chance of getting into that Cadet A Final.
Yes, 100%. So obviously he wants a chance at that A Final. He's got himself tucked in behind the steering wheel, and he's trying to make some inroads right behind him, though. Theo Thomas is trying to defend from
Athena's
Athena
got
Cooper.
past, and now Adam's looking to get past as well, down on number 78, which is Riley Busby, one of our promotees from the pre-C final.
I'm going to make a prediction here.
Go on. What are you going to curse?
I'm going to curse Harvey Dowler.
That's who Andrew was rooting for. You're gonna...
Adam Asghar to go up.
I think Adam's looked really racy, so I think there's a good chance. But he's only in P10 right now, so he's got a mammoth to climb. And Harvey's still in the lead, but Athena is definitely catching up at the moment.
Yeah.
So we'll see how long those predictions last.
I'm sure I'm going to completely curse it. I hope
And there you go, Athena's going down the inside of Harvey. And so is Theo Thomas.
3 wide through turn
And
1.
so is Indy Welch. So as soon as you say Harvey's going to get promoted, he's now found himself down into 4th. Oh, he's coming back.
There you go, he's back in 2nd.
They're going to go 3 wide into the hairpin, and Harvey's going to get it back, so he's still in P2, so he's still got a chance.
See, he's got the power of Andrew Mather's praise powering him along today. But yeah, back up into 2nd place, currently looking at the back of Athena Cooper. And you can see there that Adam Asghar is just having properly to get his elbows out.
Yeah, he really is getting his elbows out, but he is climbing the field.
He
so
is.
As he go, was that him going wide, or was
I think it was.
Yeah, it was him going.
Yeah. Yeah, he's.
Indy Welch is in the lead now. I think we missed that.
Indy Welch, yeah.
Yeah, Harvey's in
that.
P2.
Adam Asghar's up to 6th place now. So, yes.
They've both got a gap as well, the leaders now.
He's just gone past... no, he's defending from Leondis Georgie. Never mind. Okay, so... Up towards the front there. You can see a bit of contact there.
Oh, a bit of an arm goes out from Adam there, and it's cost him a bit. I think it's cost him back up into 8th.
Oh, no, that was Leondis, I think, with Ethan Windsor. Yeah, because...
Okay. Theo Thomas got a penalty.
Has he?
Yeah, forcing driver wide.
Yes.
So he is out of contention as well, and he's in P3 currently. So if he starts to hold up all the drivers behind, it's going to allow Indy Welch and Harvey Dowler to have pretty much a free pass into that A final. So we'll see how Theo plays this out, but if he starts defending, then that's pretty much curtains for all the drivers behind.
Yeah, pretty much is. You can see there that Adam Asghar has got a bit of clear air now. He's got to try and catch up to the back of Athena Cooper.
He's got a bit of ground to make up, probably about a second, but we know he's got the pace from the pre-final to get to the back of that pack. So, yeah, we'll see how he gets along.
I reckon also Athena Cooper's going to be trying to have a quick move on William Hossack as well.
Yeah, I mean, William looks like he's defending.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't say it's going to take Adam Asghar very long.
Bit of contact there into the horseshoe. Not sure who that was. Yeah, I think there was a bit of a hand-up in apology, and he did give the position back, which is what we'd like to see.
That said, though, I think Adam Asghar is taking Ethan Windsor with him. I think Ethan is stuck on the back of Adam, and he's kind of going, right, I'm going to just come with you. You can see there, yeah. He's just stuck right on the back of him, but...
Oh, is Athena looking down the inside? No, she just sticks behind at that point.
They're closing, though. I think that they are closing the looks of it.
Yeah. Theo Thomas just set the fastest lap last time out, which will be really frustrating because he knows he's got the pace, but he's not going to be able to progress through into the A final with his penalty.
Yeah, which is obviously a massive, massive shame, you know, not to be able to have a proper crack at that. But he's doing very, very well, obviously, up in 3rd position at the moment.
He's into 2nd now. He's got past Harvey.
Yes.
Harvey will do well to just stick with him. It doesn't matter that Theo's got past because it won't matter due to his penalty, so Harvey's still getting promoted at this point. But William Hossack is right behind him, and so is Athena, so his work is still cut out for him.
Yeah, and Adam Asghar has just closed again. I think he's now...
I think Harvey's looking down the inside. He is looking down the inside of Theo, and Theo's now on the grass.
Now the issue... Oh,
is he... No, I was going to say he's letting him back through, but it doesn't look like it as he goes down the inside into the hairpin and reclaims that P2, and it's allowed Athena and William back into this fight as Theo now goes back down the inside of Harvey.
Yeah, absolutely, and right behind them as well, Adam Asghar and Ethan Windsor are right in this pack now, so there we go. That is your top, I mean, what's that, 7 people, I think, in the race, barring, obviously, Indy Welch, who's just managed to make a lightning gap ahead of these guys.
1.2 seconds gap now. I mean, she is right out in front. And with all this battling going on, as William now looks down the inside of Harvey, and so does Athena, I think Indy is probably looking quite comfortable. As Harvey Dowler, he's got another penalty, he's got forcing driver wide. And so he's now out of that promotion spot. Yeah, that'll be for the move on the chicane, which forced Theo Thomas off the track, and that will be his promotion hopes going up in smoke.
Well, I've still got Adam Asghar.
Yes, who is currently, he's got fastest lap.
Yep.
He's currently in P6, so he is in this pack. But I'd say there's only really one position he can go for. I think Indy's probably got her position, although 2 tenths was just taken out, so maybe she's not that secure, but she's got a good gap in front at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, second up at the front. Theo's obviously just been a bit of a bottleneck, I think, at the moment. The bottle stop, sorry.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, he's stopping people from being able to
Adam's
close
going
off
for the
an Indy.
move on RV. There's been contact, and he's off the circuit.
No, that's...
You were saying about your 2 predictions, and one of them has ended up right next to a wall.
Yeah.
And the other is still in the race, but we'll see.
Yes, all right. You can stop talking now. You can stop talking. Athena Cooper has had a contact warning.
She has. Where has she got on her? She's just on our screens there in P4, looking at William Hossack as William actually goes for the move on Theo and ends up into P2.
So,
and Athena's going to follow him, and there goes Theo off again for the second time in this race.
Okay, so there we go. So William Hossack is
I think
now...
Athena's given it back.
Yeah.
And it's allowed Adam actually to come right back onto the back of them, so he's still got a chance, and he's going to send it down the inside of Athena, I think. And he has got the move done down the inside of Athena. She's going to fight around the outside, and she's going to get forced off slightly into the grass, and that's going to set her back massively. But it does allow Adam to come through, and now up into what I believe will be P4, which should be a net P3 after Theo's penalty is taken into account.
William Hossack has a penalty.
And Theo Thomas has a penalty,
and Adam
Asghar's got a penalty.
Okay, right, so William Hossack has a penalty, Theo has a penalty, Adam Asghar. So Ethan Windsor is now...
currently...
Yeah, so Ethan Windsor, currently in 5th place, is net second.
Is Ethan number 47, so he's now back on this pack, and his best move would be just stay out of it.
Yes.
It's clearly been quite
well,
a...
the thing is, obviously, he's stuck between people that all have penalties, because behind him, Athena Cooper also has a penalty.
Does Athena have a penalty? I don't think she does.
I thought she did.
No, she's got a warning.
Oh, she's just a warning. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Athena's still in this.
Okay, Athena's still in this. All right, we can do this. You know. So... Yeah, Ethan basically...
Oh, look at this. They're still going to be scrapping. They know they've got penalties. They don't care anymore. They're just going to look for position and have a right good scrap. As Adam looks down the inside of Theo, he gets the move done. Is William going to look for a switchback on him? Yes, he is. They're going to go 3 wide into the chicane. Adam's just going to end up ahead of all of it. All this is doing is holding Ethan back and allowing Athena to catch right back up. And we know she has the pace. She was forced off the circuit, but before that she was ahead of Ethan, so she can definitely catch back up with this 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, that was really, really good spatial awareness then from Adam Asghar, just to go around the outside, leave enough room on the inside for them fighting, and obviously he knew that he had that run out of the corner to keep that position. That was very, very good driving there from Adam Asghar. But yeah, so coming across the line once again, he's now obviously in second, William Hossack in third.
I think William's looking down the inside, and yes, he is. I think that was slightly put forward there by Theo Thomas, who's managed to get in front of all of them. Ethan's now looking, he goes side by side into the chicane, don't go off the circuit, he's managed to keep it on. He's at the back, but that doesn't matter as they've all got a penalty ahead of him. But now Athena is only a couple kart lengths back, and in the last 2 or 3 laps, we're going to see her make a move on Ethan, which she might not know, but will be for a promotion position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really the thing that we need to be focusing on now is how close can Athena Cooper get to Ethan Windsor, and it looks like
and she's right bumper to bumper now.
This is what we're focusing on. This is what we need to be focusing on. Now you can see obviously Adam Asghar is trying to defend from William Hossack, but you can see towards the back there that Athena Cooper is just looking, trying to kind of gauge where she can pass Ethan Windsor. Ethan Windsor seems to be very fixated on Adam Asghar right in front of him.
Well, I think if he gets one kart ahead, he's got a buffer. He's almost got a shield of Adam ahead of him. And I think that what's weird is, because Athena might not know they've all got penalties, she's probably going to push Ethan along to try and get past the whole pack.
Yes.
Which actually isn't what she wants to do in this situation. In this situation, she just needs to focus on Ethan. The rest are pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 30 seconds left of this. So the thing is, right, we were talking earlier about communicating. She's just been communicating with the wall.
Has she been told that?
Exactly.
You only need to focus on Ethan.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if she sends it. No, she's going to sit back for now.
Very wide
this is the last lap
from William Hossack as Adam Asghar goes up the inside. Ethan Windsor still right in the very back of them. He just needs to follow the wrong line to allow Athena Cooper through. So
is Athena going to go for it? It's the last lap. She needs to make that move. She's not going for a move as of yet. I think she's still waiting on the other 4 pack. Oh, I think she sent it. We didn't get that.
No, we didn't. Okay, so Indy Welsh now coming through for her last couple of quarters, and she will be going up into the A final.
They're side by side. Ethan. Oh no, that's no. Ethan. Yeah, they were side by side, but Ethan still managed to go.
Here we go.
Stay
So
ahead.
Indy Welsh wins. Then Theo Thomas in second.
Has a penalty.
William Hossack.
Adam Asghar finishes in third with a
Let's
penalty.
have a look. Yeah, and Ethan. Ethan gets a second promotion spot. Oh.
Yeah, the penalties there did not make that easy for figuring out who is going ahead. With second all the way through to fourth, all having penalties.
Yeah, that was very, very tricky to obviously try and keep it.
A spinner across the line, number 54, Charlie Gelb.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to spin after the checkered flag, it's probably the best time to do it. You don't lose any position, so go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But there we go. Well, so Indy Welsh and Ethan Windsor we will see in the A final of the Cadets Championship. So, coming up next, we have the B final of the juniors. Alright, so B final time again, this time for the juniors. We had a very, very interesting race there for the B final for the cadets, and finally the juniors, they're going to want to try and one-up it.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see. I mean, I think the story of that race, and hopefully something that the juniors will take forward into this one, is that the penalties can absolutely ruin your chances at promotion. So keep it clean on track. As I think they're actually getting a bit of a telling off from the marshals on racing standards. But if you avoid a penalty, you've got a great chance of getting through. But if you get a penalty, that's it. The only penalty you could afford to have is a cone penalty, which I don't think we've seen any of today.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Well, anyway, that'll have to wait because the grids are ready, we are being told. So let's have a look at the grid for this B final. On the front row, we have Oliver Bamford Sr. and Charlie Wainwright, followed by Harry Clark, Thomas Hughes, Christian Yordanov and Jack Adcock. Then Luke Richards, Archie Bullard, Daniel Varlan, Kira Boylan, Reese Kelsall and Gabriel Wyatt. On row number 7, Edward Gorner, Ben Richardson, Jaden Girard, Shepherd, Dmitry Borishev, Elfie Swain, Hudson Gordon Huntley. On row 10, Aaron James, Tom Hollands, Stanley Wilson, Max Kilby, Tyler Masters and Sebastian Sorsu. On row 13, Tom Sands and David Zux Farkas, who obviously have been promoted from the C final that we saw just a little bit of time ago. So, quite not an absolute max capacity grid, but still a fairly full grid. Which obviously should be very, very interesting to try and keep track of. As always with the juniors, you can't keep track of it all.
No. And that was only a 22 cot grid in that South B final, and yet that was probably one of the most hectic finals I've watched all day. So, yeah, it's been a lot of good racing out here today. A lot of battling for positions, especially at the front end of the field, which I think at a track like Clay where all the racing is really tight, there's not much of a gap between drivers, it really does lend to it, especially when it's a track that's not the easiest to overtake at. Not many overtaking options, and so you end up with big trains and drivers like we've seen in that final, having a few coming togethers.
Yeah, 100% obviously, and because you were saying before we got this broadcast started that overtaking here is a bit more tricky, it means there's only 1 or 2 spots where they can really make the moves. And it just means that it kind of bottles everyone up into a massive slipstream train, which obviously makes it a fantastic spectacle, but it makes it a nightmare for them to try and make any progress, which is why the drivers that are kind of going from the back of the grid all the way up to the top, it's just incredibly amazing at the fact they're able to do that. I mean, you can see in the top of the shot there, obviously the drivers are getting ready to go out, but yeah, so with the drivers obviously at the back of the grid having been promoted from the C final, this is our last chance to see someone from the C.
Any promotions, yeah?
Yeah, get up to the A. So, not that I'm rooting for them over other people, but it would be nice to see, because I think it'd be an awesome story.
It would be really nice to see. And one thing that I definitely want to highlight as well is the fact that some of the drivers that were able to get promoted were the ones that, through the chicane, after turning through at Billy Spline, they yielded, they gave the space, they raced with respect, and they ended up being able to fight back later on in the lap and avoided themselves any penalties or any issues from going on the grass, which is definitely something that maybe these junior drivers might take into account coming into this race.
Yeah, 100%. And with the juniors, they're obviously more, because they're a little bit older, they can probably take a little bit more information in and think a little bit more about strategy. Not saying the cadets can't think about strategy, but because the juniors have a little bit more experience, a little bit racing a little bit longer, they'll have that knowledge and they'll have that racing brain to kind of tell them, right, you know, don't necessarily do this, try and do this instead, and think through their racing a little bit more, which obviously makes it very, very entertaining, because it's not necessarily always side by side, but you can tell there's always something being planned.
Yeah, a bit more tactical, maybe the drivers being a bit less rash. We'll see if that ends up panning out to be. Definitely think Tom Sands is one to watch from the back of the B final after being promoted from the C final. He was so quick when racing David. I mean, some of his moves around the outside were incredible. So let's see how he gets along. David as well, we saw keep a level head, which is something that you definitely need to do from the back of the field. And we'll see how they get along, as I wonder if they're getting ready to go. I don't see any twirl hand gestures, which usually means that they're going round again. So
haven't seen a thumbs up either, though.
No, I haven't seen a thumbs up either. So we're gonna see what happens here. Oh no, yeah, slowing down. I think they're going here. We'll see Elliot pull off towards the side.
All right, here we go. So into the tram lines they go for the B final. Across the line, here we go, it looks good to me.
Good getaway from Oliver Bamford Sr., and I think he's going to keep the lead into... No, I've really jinxed that.
Oh, Cone as well on the inside.
Colin's gone. Oh, Oliver has kept the lead, actually. Into the chicane. I think Colin being hit actually resulted in number 83, Harry Clark, not being able to take the lead in the end of that.
And Thomas Hughes is up in second as well. So Thomas has managed to jump from fourth up to...
Oh, no.
Charlie.
Braking formation. I thought I saw somebody go across the tram lines, and it was Charlie Wainwright. That braking formation penalty has already cost him his chance at getting into the A final, and he's going to be gutted about that. He's about to see it on the gantry, and we'll see his reaction. Yeah, the hand up in the air, wondering, what have I done? I haven't made any contact. It's not for contact, it's for braking formation. That is really unfortunate.
And it really sucks, obviously, when you're in that situation. It doesn't necessarily give you the information of why you've got said flag or penalty or whatever.
It's that king left on the start-finish.
Yeah.
Drivers just don't take it into account, and we've seen at least 3 or 4 braking formation penalties at the front of the grid this race, in these past few finals.
Yeah. And it always seems to be on the right-hand side of the grid as well, because obviously they have to move over.
That's the one that kicks over the most. Exactly.
Exactly. So it's a tricky one, but I mean it's the same for everyone, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we have Oliver Bamford Sr. up.
Thomas Hughes right on him. I wonder if he's going to start making a move soon, or he's going to push each other along. As Harry Clark goes down the inside of Charlie Wainwright, gets up into P3, and now we'll probably be looking to chase down this top 2 pack. And Thomas Hughes is going to look. Oh, he's already got the move done before the braking zone. That was really impressive. He's now managed to take the lead. He must have got a really good swing shot from the slipstream to somehow get into the lead before the braking zone. Either that or he broke stupidly late, as there's a yellow flag out as well. So he's going to definitely keep that lead coming into the last corner of this lap, as nobody's going to be able to overtake him. He's definitely slowed down. He almost looks a bit like a safety car. So
I'm trying to figure out what's happened.
I don't think it's a full course yellow. I think that's tactical from Thomas and Oliver Bamford Sr. to slow all the cars down so they could get a really good run out the corner, which is exactly what they've done. And Thomas will keep in the lead. I think Oliver will push him along for now, just so they can try and isolate themselves from Harry Clark and Charlie Wainwright behind them.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see there that Thomas it looks quite comfortable there. He doesn't look like he's quite nervous and skittish about Oliver trying to make a move. So I wonder if there's been a bit of communication between them that we haven't seen.
I mean, he is the number 7 plate, so I assume that is a seeded plate from last season. So he's already got a season under his belt in the top 10. So he's already going to be quite experienced. He's actually got my number in the senior sprints. I'm number 7, so yeah. Let's hopefully he can take that number to good use.
Yeah, we have some contact warnings coming up as well for number 9 Max Kilby and number 114 Reese Kelsall. So Reese is obviously down in 5th place, and we've got Max Kilby down in 9th place as well. So yeah, should be so far so okay. But yeah, we should be all right.
As I return back into the comms box, we've still got Thomas Hughes ahead with Oliver Bamford Senior in 2nd. That gap is still just under a 10th though. Still look like they're just pushing each other along. Thomas has actually got a bit of a gap now as he sets the fastest lap of the race, a 41.5. And it looks like Harry Clark and Charlie Wainwright are going side by side into the chicane. And they're fighting, so they're not looking further ahead, and it's just going to allow Thomas and Oliver to get further and further ahead of the field.
I think this is a real big problem now for Harry, because he's now stuck behind someone that has a penalty.
Yeah, and I guess that's why Charlie's not really looking forward. He knows he can't get into that top 2 spot, so he doesn't really care too much, although he's been starting to be filtered down, and somebody who's got past both of them is the number 30. I think that is Ben Richardson, who's now up into P3. He looks pretty quick, so there's a good chance that he might be able to be the one to catch up to Oliver and Thomas ahead.
Yes, we see there Jordanov just trying to overtake, I think, was that Charlie? Yes, it is. So he's looking up on the inside there, and he just about manages to stick it up the inside. Yep, there we go. So that is 4th place for Christian Jordanov, and he's now on the trail of Ben Richardson. So Ben sticking quite comfortably in 3rd position at the moment.
He pulled out quite a big gap in just a lap, so I wonder what his times are going to be compared to the top 2, and see if he goes any quicker. We're going to find out as they're going through the last corner, and they're all about across the line now. Thomas Hughes sets fast lap, instantly beaten by Oliver, and then Ben, he's a few tenths behind. So still currently your top 2 are pulling a gap at the front.
That's interesting though. Oliver has the fastest lap he just set was almost almost 3/10 quicker than Thomas Hughes. So the gap between them at the moment is less than 1/10 of a second. So I mean,
they're still pushing each other along though. They're not fighting. Again, in this B final, you've got the juniors, bit more experience, bit older, bit more of a level head, and so they know to push each other along for now.
Sorry, I just saw some people going side by side.
Yeah, into the last corner.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out who that was.
I think it was Christian and Charlie, maybe?
Yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, it's brilliant. Racing and side by side action up and down the field. This is what we love to see, and this is the real kind of law of Club 100 kind of racing, because
battles wherever you go, as you see at the front of our screens. Charlie Wainwright goes down the inside of Max Kilby just to prove our point. He's got a penalty, but he does not care. He's going to be fighting for as long as he can in this final.
We've got who's in the chat as well saying, "Come on, team Athena." I don't think Athena's in this race.
I think she was in the last final.
So unless that's delayed,
that could be delayed.
Yeah. Yeah. So Thomas Hughes, obviously, he's managed to pull that gap back out at the front of the field over Oliver Bamford Senior.
Just 3 temps, only a couple kart laps.
That makes all the difference, though.
It does. I think Oliver will still be in tow, so I don't think he'll be too worried as of yet, but they're still pushing each other along now. I don't think they're looking to fight, and they've pulled up a 3-second gap at the moment as Max Kilby and Charlie Wainwright are going side by side again. Max, who got overtaken on the last lap, is not looking to give up that position kindly.
It looks like Oliver is right on the back. There we go. We can see it on our screens now. So he's caught right back up. So let's go over the line.
Still pushing each other along. He's not looking for a move at the moment. Maybe he'll be looking for the last couple of minutes, or he might not even go for it at all. Again, both of them would get promoted into the A Final.
Yeah.
So there's no points paying positions if they end up being in 1 and 2. So it doesn't matter which way around you are, really.
And this is where the maturity of the older drivers comes into play. It's like yes, okay, we could battle and, you know, we could play for, you know, the valour of who gets the race win. But at the end of the day, we're both going to end up on the next grid anyway. So what's the point? You know, we'll end up, we'll both be side by side. May as well work together, make sure we get these slots, and then we'll hash it out come the A final.
Yeah, two people that aren't working together though, as we were seeing just behind, were Ben Richardson and Christian Jordanov. So I wonder if they keep battling, then there's no chance I'll be able to catch up to the top two. And now that gap is 4 seconds.
Yeah.
With 3 minutes to go, it's going to be really hard for anybody to close that in. And if Ben and Christian keep fighting, I don't think they've got really much of a chance. As we see Ben go defensive into the hairpin. As Christian managed to get the over-under on him, he's going to go round the outside at the horseshoe. It's going to be hard to make that stick, and yeah, Ben's covered that off quite nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's kept a bit of a nose in there. He's backed out, but he thought better of it at the moment.
That was very, very well defended from Ben Richardson. You can see on the apex there, he just lifted ever so slightly more than he needed to, just to make sure that Christian was still alongside him. So when he tried to take that undercut, he couldn't because the cart was in the way. And that's the type of driving that we've been talking all day about. The inside!
Well, there goes Christian
Jordanov, just to try and take that third position away from Ben Richardson. We're just talking about how good...
And he's got it, and Ben's now going to fall behind into Max Kilby, who's looking down the outside. It's not going to work. This is going to allow Christian to get up away without much issue, and he's not going to have to defend now. He's going to be able to push. Max has now been able to get ahead of Ben, and now Max is probably going to look to catch up to Christian, but now that gap is 5 seconds, and I don't think that's really going to... Yeah, I think that's over, really. So I think we are looking at our top two, and Christian's got a penalty for an ABC bump and pass as well.
No!
Yeah, so as Max Kilby's now got past him as well, as he goes down the inside, Christian's not fighting it, so Max Kilby is going to be the real winner out of all of this into P3, but unfortunately that's just not enough to get up into the A final.
Yeah, I mean, 6 seconds now is the distance.
Yeah, I think they're all just fighting for personal pride now.
Yeah.
As we see Ben go back up the inside, and Max Kilby's got a penalty as well. So Ben's at the front of all this now. And the other driver in this pack, Charlie Wainwright, as we know, got a penalty at the start of the race. So Ben, you don't need to fight here. Just
drive.
Yeah, do an Elliot. Put your legs up. Sit back and relax. You don't need to fight in this one. You're okay.
Yeah, this is, and Kieran Mogg Adam as well. So there's a lot of people with penalties. So I think it's quite clear they didn't learn from what the cadets had done in the B final.
I'll tell you who did learn though, Thomas and Oliver.
Yeah, they
pushed each other on the whole race.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a moment of actual racing from them, as in like battling from
no
them.
battling at all. There's definitely battling going on here though, as Charlie looks down the inside of Christian. Christian around the outside, and Charlie gets that move done. No idea where these drivers will end up after the results due to their penalties though. Probably outside the top 10, but I'm not entirely sure on that one.
I have absolutely no idea, but we're heading on to the last lap now. So Thomas Hughes, Oliver Bamford,
I wonder if they'll fight. Now it's the last lap. There's not really much of a chance of the other three catching up. Will they try and fight, as we see Charlie and Christian going side by side again? And here we go. Thomas and Oliver are fighting. Oliver looks to the outside. Thomas has it covered off. Will Oliver look for another move? He looks around the outside of the horseshoe again. Thomas has really defended as well, putting his car in all the right places. There's one more chance, but it's pretty much half a sniff. As Thomas goes down the inside, he's going to try the outside of the last turn. Not going to work for him. And I think that's going to be it. I think Thomas has got the win sorted. Lovely sleep celebration across the line. Easy work for both of them by pushing each other along. 7 seconds they had the gap ahead of them, and both of them will take a well-deserved spot into the A final.
100%. That was fantastic driving from both of them. They managed it brilliantly, and they didn't start fighting until they knew there was almost no chance of losing those positions. So yeah, really, really smart and very tactically driven driving there from both Thomas and Oliver Bamford Senior. So we will see them again in the A final. Obviously a shame for Max Kilby to only have just got past all the drivers once they got penalties. So yeah, definitely a shame for him to end up.
I think Ben will end up net P3. He's the only driver in that group without a penalty up until Daniel Varla.
Yeah, well, there we go. Anyway, so the B finals are complete, and we're heading now to the final, the A final of the cadets. All right, so last race of the day for the cadets.
For the cadets, sorry.
Cadets, yes.
I've jumped in too quickly there.
Ye have little faith in... all right, so let's go through the grid for this final race of the day for the cadets. So, starting on pole position, we have Zane Perry alongside Felix Sheldon Haywood, followed by Mason Turner and Kai Jackson, Joshua Robinson and Jacob Kent. On row number 4, we have Henry Greenwood, Max Wainwright, Cody Cruddingham, Daniel Marutiak, Ayrton Lima Evans, and Odyssey Hull. On row 7, we've got Vinny Cunningham. So, can he be cunning again and make his way up? I think it's missed a load of people off.
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to run through them. So, we've also got Ethan Guest, Jake Matthews, Jackson Burge, Oscar Lang, Tigran Gregorian, Ben Hunt, Layla Fitzgerald, Indy Welsh, and Ethan Windsor.
As they get going straight away.
Let's go.
I don't think anybody crossed round lines that time, so we shouldn't see a break formation penalty. Zane covers off the inside. Oh, and number 49, who is that, has managed to get a run on him. That's Joshua Robinson, and I think he's taken the lead. He has.
That was brilliant. Right from down in 5th place.
Number 43 goes off Max Wainwright.
Yeah, from down in 5th place. Oh, and up the inside, and then goes Zane Perry.
But I don't know if that's stuck.
I think it has, yeah.
Oh, it has stuck, yep. So Zane's back into the lead after the first lap. But a great start by Joshua from 5th all the way up into 2nd.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was brilliantly read. Obviously, he saw everyone getting a little bit too bullshit, a bit too fighty, and he goes, right, I'm going to stick on the inside here, I'm going to keep the cars in a nice, stable speed, and he just swept right at the inside of everyone. But it's also credit to Zane Perry that he was able to... Has the timing screen gone... Or is everyone just...
Oh, no, yeah, they've lost position. Zane's been shoveled down into P5. There's been a load of moves into that first corner, which I think our live stream has missed. But now we've got Joshua Robinson into the lead and Ayrton Lima Evans into P2.
So Ayrton was, what, down P6 or
yeah, so
something?
I'm not sure how he must have had an insane switchback to get into 2nd. And again, in terms of the championship, that's huge. If Zane stays like this, Ayrton will take out a lot of points against him in the championship, which is pretty close at the moment.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And obviously, they've already had a load of points today, so I couldn't tell you what the current positions are in the championship, but obviously there's going to be more position changes at the end of this race, as we see Cody Cruddingham just trying to get a move past Joshua Robinson.
Oh, I think he might be able to get the lead here. Yeah, he's got down the inside of Ayrton.
Oh, the inside there goes Henry Greenwood. I think he's up into P2 now. He is, as Cart 12 of Mason Turner has gone from 6th to 2nd in like 2 corners as well. 3rd, sorry.
4th.
So he's now back down into 4th, yeah, so it's all going up and down too quickly.
Topsy-turvy, up and down constantly.
And also
can't keep up.
Because this is the final race of the day for them, it is gloves
Full course
off.
yellow. Full course yellow is out, so that will neutralise the race for a bit. I wonder if we've got a cart off, or it could be a message from the marshals. Oh no, there's a cart off. Not sure who that is, but they look okay. They've got back going, so I don't know how long this full course yellow will actually last. I'm assuming that's Layla Fitzgerald.
Let's wait for them to cross the line.
Oh yeah, they've not crossed the line yet. Actually, could be wrong.
I think it
looks like Odyssey.
Hole.
Yeah, it looks like Odyssey Hole. That is really unfortunate to him. Not how he would have wanted to end off his day. He was looking really quick the entire day, and that is really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, no, massive shame obviously for him. Yeah, because see, the marshals obviously just trying to keep them slow for the time being. Got Tom Justice Woodson again in the chat going, Zane Perry still cooking, so still part of Zane Perry fan club.
He's in P5, but definitely in
can't
that front pack. Yeah, you can't write. I mean, he was in P6 in the pre-final, ended up winning it. So yeah, there's no writing him off at all.
But yeah, obviously because this is the final race of the day for them, the gloves are completely off and it is all out fighting.
All to play for.
Yeah. So it's 7.5 minutes. Well, just under 8 minutes. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll go green after this line.
Let's find out.
Yes, it is. I think we're going into green flag as our live timing update, and we see the green flag over our commentary screen. And what a start by Cody Cruddington. That is crazy.
So Henry Greenwood in 2nd, he's trying to defend from Mason Turner.
As Ayrton goes down the inside of Mason Turner for P3. Zane's now looking down the inside of Mason. That was a late move. He's not been able to make it stick. Oh, as a cart goes flying.
No.
Oh, there's 3 carts. Oh!
Well held though. He bounced off the barrier.
He's still going.
He's back on the track. I mean, they always say
I've never seen anything like that.
They always say kids bounce, it's okay, and clearly they do. So they're back onto the track.
That looked like one of those trampoline park kind of jumps.
I don't know what to make of that.
I don't either.
But I didn't quite catch who it was either. But I mean,
Fair play to having that big of a shunt and somehow shunting yourself back onto the track. That was something out of Mario Kart.
Henry Greenwood, though, trying to make the move.
Oh, he's got it.
Cody Crudding.
Oh, no, there was a yellow flag. He's having to stick back.
That's, so he has to back off there. And just because, everyone's trying to slow down, keep it slow.
Down. I think they might be. Are they going to unleash another full course? No slow boards out, so they're still going to be going. It's just through that sector. Zane managed to get himself back up into P4 as well, I believe.
Yes.
Past Mason Turner during that carnage.
Yes, so we've got Cody Crudding, Henry Greenwood, Ayrton Lima Evans, and Zane Perry in the top 4 there. It looks like side by side. Was that Henry Greenwood and Ayrton? I didn't quite catch that.
I think Zane's going side by side with somebody. Oh, no, sorry. That's from the pack behind. It's number 49, who is Joshua Robinson, who at one point was leading this race.
Another yellow flag out.
Another yellow flag. Is this another full course yellow? It is another full course yellow.
Yeah.
The marshals have decided to neutralise the race once again, quite possibly due to the incident on the race restart, so we'll lose a bit more time from the race. And all this is really playing into Cody Crudgington's hands, because nobody can overtake him at the moment.
Yeah.
All this time which is being wasted away is music to his ears at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's obviously looking cool and collected up at the front of the grid there. It looks. I can't see anything too major, so maybe some like barrier work, some tyres out of place, and they're just trying to reposition them. So it could be something just as simple as that. So maybe we'll go racing this time around once again, but we'll just have to wait and see. It does play into Cody Crudgington's hands, but what it also plays into is Henry Greenwood, because he is now right on the back of him.
Yep, and as they go green again, 5-minute shootout to go. Cody does still get a decent start, but Henry is still right behind him. Ayrton and Zane are right on his bumper as well. Is Ayrton going to look for a move? He does look for a move down the inside. And Zane's going to get both of them. Zane, I think, has got both of them, and he's up into P2. Mason Turner also trying to benefit from it, going down the inside of Ayrton, and I think he's going to be down the inside for the hairpin, so he might be able to get P3. And I think he has.
That was read brilliantly by Zane Perry.
And Ayrton's now been forced back out. Henry's got past him as well.
Zane saw that movement happening and just backed off a little bit more than they did and just got that undercut.
It's the exact same thing he's done in the pre-A final, and now he's chasing back after Cody.
Exactly. So this is far from over between any of these. It's not just Cody and Henry, but Ayrton, Zane. Not between Cody and Zane, but Mason's in there, Henry's in there.
Oh, Zane goes down the inside already of Cody. He's into the lead.
Mason Turner's followed through, but also on the inside of the league, that's Henry Greenwood. Yeah.
Henry's got the lead. He's gone down the inside of Zane.
Right. Okay, they're having more lead changes than NASCAR at the moment. You can see there that Ayrton is just kind of going, come on, let's move, let's stop fighting, let's try and work together. Because they're just three ways, 2 ways, side by side, the entire way around the lap. And you cannot keep up what's happening. Also, in all of this, Ethan Guest, who had a really...
Penalty for Zane Perry, sorry.
No.
Oh, no, it's Ayrton. Ayrton Lehman Evans forcing driver wide.
It's saying
and
that
Zane's also got an ABC bump and pass. They're both out of contention for the win.
Okay, so currently Henry Greenwood is...
Oh, no, he's not your net leader. You've got Zane, who's gone for the lead, so is Ayrton. They've got past Henry, and now Mason Turner's gone through. Mason's now your new net leader.
But what I was going to say is Ethan Guest had obviously quite a tricky couple of races, but he's managed to work his way up.
He's just gone down the inside of somebody as well.
Yeah, so he's managed to work his way up. Also there, Clyde Jackson, who obviously came from the pre-B final we saw earlier on, and he took part in the pre-A final, and he did quite well. Now he's obviously mid-pack in the A final, so still a lot of movement going on up and down the field. But yeah,
I think Ayrton's seen his penalty. And he is not particularly happy about that one.
No, not at all. So let's have a look. Okay, so it was...
Oh, Mason's going down the inside of Ayrton. You take your eyes off and you lose the action, clearly.
I'm just trying to look at what the penalties were for.
Forcing driver wide.
So Zane Perry was a bump and pass.
And Ayrton was forcing driver wide.
Yeah, okay.
And number 42, who's that? I've not... Vince Cunningham, out of nowhere, is now in this top 5 battle as well.
He's been cunning.
Yeah.
We called it earlier.
We did call it earlier, and he's using that superpower to good use. As Zane is still leading on track, but Mason, all he needs to do is push him along for another A final victory. I don't know if that's his first of the season.
You see there that Mason Turner's going, come on, let's work together.
Yeah,
The
I
thing
don't
is,
need to
obviously,
overtake you, I don't need to.
like you were saying though, it's quite difficult to remember the numbers, and if quite a few people around you have got these penalties.
Mason's gone through it, he's down the inside of the chicane, and he's got it!
Just about, but you can see there that Zane Perry has just set up the undercut. But I think it's been undertaken by Ed Lever Evans.
Came off as well. Yes, he has. And Zane's going down the inside again, and that's going to allow Henry Greenwood into contention, who doesn't have a penalty.
No,
so if
he
Henry
doesn't.
gets past, he will also be winning.
But he's back up into the lead now.
Yeah,
okay, so Mason's back up into the lead.
There's still a minute and 40 to go, though. Probably about 3 laps.
I need a breath.
Hold on to your seat.
You see that Mason
the
go,
frustration
come on.
from Mason saying, let's just go forward. Please don't overtake me. I'm in the lead. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah. Oh dear. You can see Zane there. He was kind of ducking out. So they've just put the hand up to something.
Is there a... Oh, no! Mason's out!
No! Oh, he's back!
Oh, he's back!
That's
no!
That's not what we like to see.
That's not what we like to see at all.
No, let's have
we'll
a
cut
look.
away from that. And I think that's another full course yellow, and I've got a feeling that will be the end of it.
That's a real shame to end like that.
That is a very, very huge shame to Mason. He was doing everything right, and for that to happen, I think is... Yeah, just massively unlucky.
With Zane Perry having obviously a penalty, it's... I get obviously he's not necessarily in the race for the win, but
red flag.
Red flag.
So I think under red flag rules, it will be put back to the penultimate lap. So I think Mason, if the race doesn't restart, Mason will win this race.
Wow.
Yeah. And the ambulance is on circuit, so I hope all the drivers are okay. I believe it'll just be for a checkup.
Yeah.
But we may have a small delay, as you can see that ambulance coming onto the track, and all the cadets will be filtered back into the pits. I think that race will be done, and if so, I think that will be the win for Mason. In provisionally, I'm not going to say that for sure.
Which, if it is a win for Mason, I think it was fully deserved, because he really was keeping his own against the drivers at the front there.
He was putting his car in all the best places.
Yes.
He was defending really well and attacking really well at the same time.
He also has the fastest lap as well.
Yeah, fastest lap. I think he drove brilliantly. So whatever happens, a big well done to Mason on that race there.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So yeah, if it does win on count back, then it's deserved. And in theory, I think Henry Greenwood would then be in second, with Vinnie Cunningham in third.
Which I think might be his first podium as well, which would be really impressive for him. So I'm just looking into the pits. I can see a bit of commotion there with some drivers putting their hands up. But
probably just questioning what's happened, because obviously it's quite difficult to understand what's going on exactly in the wider world.
You don't see many red flags in Club 100, so this is quite different. I think I just saw Henry celebrating, so he might think... I don't know if he's celebrating a podium or what he thinks might be a win. I still don't know what these results will end up coming out to.
We've been told that I'm guessing Mason is out of the kart and is being looked at by the medics, so that's good to hear that he's out.
Good to hear he's all okay and he's getting the treatment that he needs.
Yes.
And that is on hand at every single Club 100 round. You will always see the ambulance on hand, ready to go as soon as possible, as we saw there. We got the cart safely in the track, and that ambulance came straight onto circuit in order to tend to who we believe is Mason's potential shortcomings.
Yeah, I couldn't see his helmet in the group that came into the pits, so I'm guessing Mason is still down there, because obviously he went onto the grass and then flung backwards into the pack. So we've got a finished flag coming up on our timer screens now. So
we'll have a look to see if the results get posted as well, so we can get an idea of what ended up happening into the A final. We've not got any confirmation just yet, so we'll see how that ends up.
But in all fairness, they didn't cross the line.
They just crossed the line. I think that happened in turn 1 or turn 2.
It did, but what I mean is they hadn't crossed the line since.
Oh, right, yeah. They hadn't crossed the line since. They got put straight back into the pits, so the ambulance could come out as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So I think they'll take a few minutes to work out. I mean, there was quite a few penalties in that race as well. So they'll have to work out the penalties, work out the red flag, and then work out what the final finishing position will be based on that. As the ambulance is coming off the circuit, I believe.
It looks like it.
And so we may have sorted out all the incidents on track. You can tell there's a bit of a chat going on with the marshals and the stewards as they dissect what has just occurred during that Cadet A final, and I imagine there may be a talking to all the junior drivers, giving them a bit of a warning and a bit of a just a bit of a talking to make sure that tensions are cooled before this junior A final goes out.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, you know, we like to see hard fought racing, but sometimes it can go a little bit.
Yeah, we don't want to see anybody having any potential injuries or anybody having their races ruined due to contacts. We love that hard and fair racing, but there is a line to that, and we need to make sure that we race with respect, as that is pretty much the foundations of what every MSUK event is built upon, and CLUB100 is no exception.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. But yeah, so hopefully Mason is okay, and obviously we can't go racing again until the ambulance is back in its position. So even though it's off track at the moment, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're ready to go.
No.
Because obviously, you know, if anything were to happen, you know, God forbid, in the next race, they need the ambulance ready to go.
And safety at the forefront of everybody, every staff, and every event that CLUB100 host. So they would never risk an ambulance not being there in time for a race. So they'll make sure everybody is safe, everybody is okay, and every facility that is needed is on circuit, ready just in case for any incident. So we might have a bit of delay to this Junior A final start, but hopefully everybody can understand as to why that is the case.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's obviously they're doing the best that they can do, and we thank them for it. And while we're doing thanks, we may as well do it because we have to do it at some point. Thank you to the marshals. You know, we cannot go racing without them.
And in moments like that, it's so key that they get out on track,
100%.
tend to the drivers that are off on circuit, and make sure nothing else happens. So a big shout out to all the marshals, all the spotters, even all the mechanical staff who have to set up the carts after there's been huge shunts like that to make sure they're equal. So a big thank you to all the staff here making this possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. You know, I can see there the marshals are just repositioning one of the barriers. So I'm not quite sure why. I didn't see anybody catch that one, but
I think that might have been one of the drivers behind that caught it.
Maybe.
And it might be repositioning just to make it a bit safer.
Possibly. It's, you know, like we've been saying all day, it's quite a tight track, and so you know, with racing, accidents happen. That's just part and parcel of it. And so the main thing is that we deal with it the best that we can deal with it.
Yeah.
And the marshals and the medics have done the best that they can. We can see the ambulance back there next to the medical centre, so I'm guessing obviously Mason's just been taken just for a quick checkup. Hopefully he should be okay, and we'll should have the Junior A final coming up very, very soon.
I think the A final has been called, at least on the results on Alpha Live, and it does seem that Mason Turner has kept the victory, so I think they've rolled it back a lap, with Henry Greenwood in second place and Vinnie Cunningham getting on the podium, with Ethan Guest in fourth, Tigran Gregorian being the top rookie in fifth place overall, which is really impressive for him, and Zane Perry with his penalty being pushed back into sixth place.
Yeah, so very, very impressive from those couple of drivers, and Mason, well-deserved victory, and obviously we just hope that he's okay, and hopefully we'll be able to have the ambulance back very shortly.
Hopefully we'll be able to see him celebrating on the podium, which won't be on the stream, but hopefully we'll be able to see him on that top step, celebrating a very, very well-deserved victory. Yeah,
100%. I mean, like we've been saying, you know, he put his car exactly where it needed to be. He defended exactly what he needed to do, and you know, it's unfortunate accident at what happened there, but he well deserved that victory. He did exactly what he needed to do, and he's been consistently towards the top end of the A groups so far today. So well deserved for Mason Turner, and most importantly, he kept out of trouble while there's penalties going on, flinging left and right around him. He kept
he kept his head down.
Yeah, he kept himself down. He kept himself clean out the way of it all, and did exactly what he needed to do to take that win. So well done to Mason for that.
And it's been the story of the day. I mean, you've seen in a lot of the B finals and the C finals where some of the drivers at the front, they've ended up penalties. It's cost them that spot to get promoted, and now in the A final, it's cost drivers their chance at a podium or a win.
100%.
So keeping your nose clean definitely pays off, and it's paid off for Mason there, taking a very, very well-deserved victory.
To finish first you must finish. That's the
Exactly.
old adage, isn't it? So, yeah, it's...
Now I see the Junior A finalists into their cart, so we might be looking to get underway soon. Just see them sat... Oh, is that still the cadet? No, I think that is the juniors.
That's the juniors, yeah.
That is the juniors, so they are sat down.
We can see out of our commentary box window the pre-grid, so the cadet carts look completely empty. And the
everybody's
junior,
gone out of those.
Yeah, junior carts look like they sat down. So we can also see the ambulance. It's still next to the medical centre at the moment. So once we've heard everything's okay and we've got the ambulance back, we should be ready to go with the juniors. Yeah, so hopefully we'll have some news for you all soon. In the meantime, the weather's managed to hold out, I think, and it's looking a bit brighter over there.
No, it is actually looking a bit brighter. We've not had any rain so far, which, considering the qualifying, has been a bit surprising. We've seen bits and bobs of rain here and there. The forecast did predict some rain coming down midway through the finals, but it's managed to hold out. We've all had some dry racing so far, and with just one race remaining, I think the drivers are going to get away with it and have a completely dry Junior A final, which will be good for some of them. I know some drivers during the paddock show were hoping for rain, but in terms of the weather, I think it's probably held out, and so we're just going to be seeing dry times into this last race of the day. As we see some of the marshals and the photographer John Patterson having a bit of a chat, just in anticipation for this Junior A final, as I see another cadet coming out of the pit lane. I don't think that's Mason just yet, but I don't think we're too far off resuming our final.
No, hopefully not too long. We're just obviously waiting to hear. Obviously, we don't know any more at the moment.
More than you, yeah.
Yeah. So we've just heard a call out for something to do with juniors. I'm not sure what that was.
So that could be, I mean, I can see the marshals in the pit lane. There's the whistle. There we're going.
Oh.
We will be going out for this Junior A final for our last race of the day. And here are the grids.
No, here are the grids. Hold on, waiting for the graphic to come up.
Wait,
here we go.
Here
There
are
are
the
the grids.
grids.
There we go. All right, so final race of the day. Henry Wilkes on pole position alongside Zane Altoshi in second, Jamie Tyler-Gooden and Jake Chapman, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Zach Watson. On row number 4, we've got Jacob Meekwell, Oliver Wilds, Max Sheldon Haywood and Dominic Balasatis. Samuel Chilton and Leo Engels. Row number 7, Jack Whitehouse and Anthony Roberts, Ben Cosgrove and Daniel Archibald. Row 9, James Lockhart and Daniel Parsons. Row number 10, we have Callum Boot and Jonathan Fuxell. Row 11, Robert Crawford and Zachary Parkhouse. Dan Shaw and Louis Williams. Row number 13, Tom Hughes and Oliver Bamford Sr. Obviously our 2 graduates from the B Final. So, last race of the day for any of it, but the juniors obviously last race as well. So see that obviously they're just trying to get their tyres up to temperature. They're also, what they're doing these laps, talk us through what you're trying to find out. Obviously I'm guessing getting the tyres up to temperature, also figuring out what the circuit conditions are like. What else are you looking for?
So at a power circuit like Clay Pigeon, with it being such a fast circuit, I'm looking more at the mid-range and the top end of the car. So you're maybe hearing out on the engine notes, hearing if there's either a dull tone or something a bit more high-pitched, and you're hoping for that high-pitched noise to tell you that you've got a bit of extra power in your car. And sometimes it's just a feeling, sometimes it just doesn't feel too right, and so you take it in as you're allowed a kart swap. If you don't think the kart's up to scratch, you're able to swap it out in these 3 practice laps just before the final. So I think that's the main thing the drivers will be looking out for. Also handling issues. If the kart doesn't handle too well, that'll also be something that crops up, but mainly you're just looking to make sure that engine is up to scratch at a power circuit like this one.
Yeah, so a lot of information you've got to try and dissect and understand in these couple of laps then. So yeah, while also, I'm guessing there's some pre-race nerves as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. You'll be feeling the nerves, and I mean, in those 3 laps, you've almost got like a deal or no deal situation where it's stick or twist. Do you stick with what you've been given, or do you go out and swap? And that could really make or break your race. And so that is a very, very nerve-wracking decision to have to make if you're in that A final. But luckily, these are pretty much the most experienced drivers on our grid, so they're confident enough to make it. And one thing I just want to point out is that Dominic Belasaitis is starting from P10, so our championship leader is starting quite far down. So we'll have to see if he's able to make the moves back up in order to cement his championship lead, or if that might come tumbling down a bit after this final.
Yeah, it could be interesting, obviously. Yeah, in 13th, let's have a quick look at the points. So if you were to finish in 13th, he would get 117 points. So he'd miss out on about 13 points.
Yep, he's 10, sorry, so 10 points.
10 points.
Yeah, he's in 10.
That's what I meant. It's 120, so he'd miss out on 10 points. But yes, so you know, it's potentially problematic. It's not necessarily completely breaks his championship hopes up, and they're going around once again.
Yeah.
You can see there Henry Wilkes, who had an
really
almost
good
dominant pre-final. He just drove up, what was it, like
4 seconds?
Yeah, I think it was 4 seconds in the end that he just drove into the distance. So very, very, very good race for him in the pre-final. So he's going to want to try and recreate that, and everyone around him is going to try and do the absolute best that he doesn't.
Another one to watch out for, Jamie Tyler-Gooden. So we remember his championship has been going a bit up and down, but he started at the front of this to recover his championship.
Yes, absolutely. Well, here we go. So
I know they're going back around again.
Oh, no.
Oh, but I don't think Henry got the message.
Oh, bit of miscommunication there, bit of a confusion. And Henry Wilkes and Zane Natoshi have gone on. And on our timing screen, accidentally triggered the start of the race. So there we go, it's just been restarted. So, Henry Wilkes and Zane Natoshi have just got to try and head their way back around.
We might be going off around another couple of times once they get back into position. Henry, of course, our pole man. So we need to make sure he gets back to the front. I'm pretty sure Zane is P2, so our front 2 drivers definitely need to be back in.
I mean, Jamie will like this. He's sat there in P3. He's like, they can stay away. I'm happy with this.
So yeah, I mean, they could take that as an extra little bit of warm up.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a board being shown out to them. I'm not sure what that board might
maybe
say,
slow?
but there's a thumbs up. Yeah, maybe slow. So thumbs up as we're getting ready to go on this last race of the day.
Slow.
Yeah, there you go, keen eye there. Let's see how Henry Wilkes will go on from pole in this A final.
I can hear the carts,
I can
engines.
hear the carts.
Yeah, here we go. So they're in the tram lines. It looks okay. Looks okay
to me.
All right, here we go. So straight away into the lead, Henry Wilkes on the inside. A bit of a touch there with Zane Natoshi.
Goes wide.
And Jamie Tyler-Gooden, I think, is still okay in P3 over
yes,
the
he
grass.
is. He's in P3. Over the grass goes, I think that's Zach Watson there. He'll probably have to get those positions back as 3 wide into the hairpin. Zach on the outside of that. He manages to keep it on the track though. No worries for Henry and Zane as they start the race how they lined up in P1 and P2.
We've got
penalty for Zach Watson omitting the circuit.
So what does that mean?
That means that part of the racing track circuit you have gone off and skipped, and so you will have been deemed to gain an advantage, and from that advantage that will be deemed to be a penalty. And you did see him gain a few positions from going off at the chicane. I think that's what the penalty will be for.
Yeah, definitely a shame obviously to do it that early on, and we've got a contact warning for Zachary Parkhouse as well a bit further down. So yeah, a couple of little warnings and flags coming up for a couple of different people at the moment. But obviously we're always going to get this at the start of the race. There's always going to be some contact here and some little mistakes and taps.
All things considered, to be honest, it's not been too bad of a start in this Junior A final.
Zach Watson has also then got a contact warning on top of his penalty. So not a great start for Zach down there.
When it rains it pours.
Yeah, exactly. But Henry Wilkes, obviously, once again, he's just trying to maintain that gap. Although
Jamie's looking pretty quick, a 41.4 compared to Henry's 41.8. Zane's also a bit quicker, so I don't think this is going to go like his pre-A final.
No, I don't think so. Zane is right on there, and you can see Jamie is locked in as well. He does not want to let those two get too far away.
This is going to be... It looks like at the moment it's about an 8-car battle, or no, 6-car battle.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Yeah, 6 karts, I think. It's a bit of side-by-side action there, a bit further down the field.
And Cone warning for Zach Watson now. He's collecting all the warnings.
His Pokemon got to catch them all. Coming down the start-finish straight once again, Henry Wilkes has built a little bit more of a gap now, so he's got 3.5 tenths.
And now Jamie's right next to Zane, and he's looking for the switchback. Is he going to try and go for a move down into the chicane? I think he is. They go side by side. Zane takes off the track, and he's going to collect Jamie. He is not. He keeps it on circuit. He's only lost another position out of that, so it's not the end of the world. He'll be seeing red right now, but the main thing is to keep his head down and keep going, as he can still make it up the field.
Yeah, 100%. And that's given Henry Wilkes another bit of distance, but it does also mean that Jamie Gooden, who has probably got the bit between his teeth today.
And Zane's got a penalty now for omitting the circuit. The exact same penalty as Zach before. I imagine they've been telling the drivers that if you go off at that chicane and you cut the track, you're going to get a penalty, and that's exactly what they've been doing.
Now, I think in Zane's defence there, would he say, well, I had nowhere else to go?
Perhaps, and that will be a steward's inquiry after the race,
Yes.
I imagine, but we'll have to wait till then to see it.
And this is why we always have to say it's provisional.
Yeah.
These finishing positions are provisional.
Yeah.
As Henry was going a little bit wide then, coming on the exit of that corner.
And you can visually see the gap closing with Jamie and Jacob alongside him. So it's not just one, there's 2 of them catching up Henry as time goes on. And we're going to see the times this lap, which will be pretty representative. It's the first lap in clean air they've got.
See Zane's reaction across the line as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, which he doesn't make any. He doesn't make any gestures. Henry, 41.6. Jamie and Jacob 41.3. So 3 tenths that lap, and the gap is up only 3 tenths. So if they keep up at that pace, next lap they will be right on the back of him. And you can see, I'd say there's only a couple kart lengths gap now.
Yeah, and also, while this is all happening, Jacob Equal is just staying out of trouble, and he's right on the back of Jamie.
Yeah, I think he'll be pushing Jamie along, and as soon as Jamie goes for a move, he'll go for a switchback and try and get both of them.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's probably going to play the long game here, not try and go for any early or bombastic kind of moves. Just wait.
There's still 7 minutes to go at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, a really good lap from Henry Wilkes. Jamie and Jacob still going quicker with a 41.1 and a 41 dead, the fastest laps of the final so far. But Henry only a 41.2, still better than what he's done before though. But Jamie's right on the back of him now. Yeah,
he is, and you can see as well they're just starting to pull away from Zane, so it's looking a bit more like these 3 are going to try and properly focus on. And here we go.
But then as Henry defends, it'll bring Zane and Ethan Saunders Wilkes right back into it. As we see Zach Wilds going for a move around the outside of the horseshoe. Is he going to be able to make that stick? We've got a championship leader just behind them. Dominic gets through, and he's about to try and make a move on Zach as well. He doesn't quite get that, but he's got 1 position back.
Yeah, very, very well driving there for both of them. Just trying to obviously give themselves enough room while also make those kind of moves.
Lead. Jamie's in the lead.
Yeah, so Henry Wilkes has actually dropped down to 3rd place now. So exactly what you were saying, Jacob just followed Jamie straight through and has gone from
but Jamie's going defensive.
Second.
Jamie's not looking to just push forward now.
It's brought in Zane as well.
And Zane's gone down the inside of Henry.
So while
and they're
all
going
this
3
has been
wide.
happening-
3 wide into the horseshoe. Henry just keeps his nose out, but Zane's going to get the switchback. Look at this.
Thomas Hughes has got a penalty as well. He's a bit further down, I think.
A bit further down the
place.
field.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is Ethan Saunders Wilkes going down the inside of Zane, and now he ends up into P4, right behind Henry, and Jake Chapman's now joined onto this, one of the championship leaders as well, so he's going to want a piece of this action. As we now see Ethan, and Zane's got both of them, and so is Jake. So that's a big swap round.
You can see that Ethan just trying his best to hang on coming into that chicane. Just properly sideways.
Jake gets sent by Henry now. And there's a hand wave in the air. Was they're loading into that hairpin? That's going to be something for the stewards to decide. And in the midst of all that, who is that? Who's 58? 58's managed it. Max Sheldon Hayward has been able to get through in all of that.
Yes, he has. What all this is
penalty for Henry Wilkes, ABC bump and pass, which I think is for the move on Jake at the hairpin.
Yeah, so now he can't win the race.
Nope.
So he's effectively out of it, which is definitely a shame considering just how brilliant he's been today.
Yeah, that his pre-A final was. Yeah. That is really unlucky for him. As Max Sheldon Hayward now gets past Henry as well, as we still see Jamie half defensive compared to Jacob. Well, I think he knows Jacob's got the pace, but he doesn't want to fully defend and let everybody back into it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because it's like really they need to work together for a couple of minutes just to try and pull away from Zane behind them. But again, they've got a big gap now back to Henry Wilkes. And,
but Zane's still there.
Yeah.
He's not got a penalty, so he is still very much in this fight.
Yeah, and the top three don't have penalties.
Oh, and they're going side by side.
Proper defence there from Jamie, just trying to keep on the inside. You
And
can
now
see
Zane's
there,
going to be right back into shot of this.
He's taking that much
and don't
wider.
count out Max Sheldon Hayward. He's currently the quickest driver on circuit, only a second behind this pack, which will be nothing if these guys keep defending.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can see there Zane, he's just trying to take the wider lines, he's trying to take the more momentous lines to try and catch up, and he has done exactly that. He's now right on the back of Jacob Equal, and so Jamie has got more than just Jacob to worry about, but Jacob hasn't just got his own way now anymore. You can't just focus on Jamie. He's got to try and look behind him and in front, so he's got to have eyes in the back of his head. You can see there Zane's going, come on,
pointed
let's
forward.
work
I don't
together.
think Jamie agrees with that plan. I think Jamie's going to be defensive every single lap. As he goes defensive into turn 2, Max and also Jake Chapman's going to start to get into the back of this as well, as he's been able to pull off from the train behind. Jamie, they're now coming off the chicane, going into the hairpin. Jamie's already taken a defensive formation. He's not looking for a move. As Jacob looks down the outside, doesn't work. Zane's going to look now to see if he can get past. He's looking down the outside of the horseshoe, and Jacob's going to defend it quite well. This gives Jamie a bit of breathing room, and now it's allowed Max and Jake Chapman to go right behind them as we get a full course yellow out on circuit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about. I haven't seen
No,
anything.
I haven't seen anybody go off. But there's only two and a half minutes to go, so this could be really, really pivotal.
Yeah, this is
depending on how long this stays out for. As there is a go-kart, there is no. The driver is out of the go-kart, so we know they're safe. But that is very much lodged into the corner at Billy's blind, so that is unfortunate for whoever that is.
Let's have a look. Who's dropping down the order?
It looks like Callum Boot. Yeah, he's out. Fortunate for him after having some really good drives through the B finals to get into the A final in the first place.
Yeah.
But I'm glad he's okay. He's got out the cart, so we know he is moving.
He's out the cart of his own volition as well.
Yeah, so he went over the fence on his feet, so we know he's okay. So it could just be a mechanical failure,
Yeah.
but we know the driver's okay, which is the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's good to know. Obviously, they'll be able to get the cart out to there quite quickly, put the barrier back to how it should be, and then we should have a green flag. Hopefully next time around, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so it'll probably be next time around. They've not brought out the green flag just yet.
Yeah, so they're all acknowledging green, yellow flag still.
Yeah, and so there will be 2 more laps. And something I noticed there was as soon as Jamie saw there was another lap of full course yellow, you saw the little fist bump. I think he's getting a bit of a reprieve from having to be defending the whole race. So he looks pretty happy. But if they get the greens out in this lap, we could still have 2 more laps on. So he's not out of the woods just yet.
No, not at all. And he's got some very, very quick people behind him. You know, we've seen just how aggressive Jacob, Zane, and Max and Jake have all been so far, and can be. So yeah, this is anything but over. We've got a minute left, so yeah, potentially 2 laps left if they go racing this time around. So Jamie has got to defend for his life for the next 2 laps, essentially.
Yeah,
so,
pretty much. Well, we've not, and we've seen the green come in on our live timing, so we will have 2 more laps of this, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top here. It can be anybody's guess. We know all the top 5 all have the pace to win this race as Jamie gets away well.
It's just a cluster of cars up the inside
Zane
already.
Goes down the inside.
Zane pushes Jacob slightly wide, and then he's
there
up
goes
into
Max
second.
Sheldon Hayward off the circuit, and that's going to bring up. And Jacob's off as well.
Oh no!
Jacob's off.
The
And
circuit-
then Jacob and 3 cars off. That's even as well. 3 of our potential race winners have all been taken off circuit at the start of that full course yellow.
So now I think it's just Jamie and Zane.
Oh, and that's Max as well, and there's Henry. Oh no!
I think this will
all
be
our race
yellow.
win contenders. Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, there's still green flags out according to live timing, so we're still going, and it's going to be Jamie versus Zane. Those are the 2. We had 5 contenders going into that lap. 3 of them are out of the race, and now there's just 2 of them.
Here we go. Oh, he's celebrating. He's finished already.
Checkered flag already. So that was the last lap.
Yeah.
I think they called it a bit early after those incidents. So that is a win for Jamie Tyler Gooden.
Yeah.
Congrats to him. He needed that after the last couple of results. So, yeah, that is great for him. With Zane Al-Tabshi in second and Jack Whitehouse bringing up the end of the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. That was absolutely insane. But yeah, very, very, very well done to Jamie. He obviously had to defend for his life throughout the entire race of that. But let's have a quick look at the results for it. So we can very, very provisional results. I want to stress and make that very clear. These are provisional results. So Jamie Tyler Gooden takes the win over Zane El-Toshi. Next, Jack Whitehouse, Zach Watson, Anthony Roberts, Jake Chapman, Dominic Balasatis, Louis Williams, Ben Cosgrove, James Lockhart round out the top 10, followed by Dan Shaw, Thomas Hughes, Oliver Bamford Sr., Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Zachary Parkhouse, Leo Engels, Oliver Wilds, Robert Crawford, Samuel Chilton, Jonathan Fuxall, Daniel Parsons, Henry Wilkes, Jacob Equal, Max Sheldon Hayward, Daniel Archibald, and Callum Boot, who obviously, unfortunately,
had the retirement.
Had the retirement halfway through the race there. So, that's been a day and a half.
Yeah, what a crazy, crazy, crazy day of racing we've had. We've had some absolutely spectacular races, a lot of drama, and all that racing was just so close to call. Well done to all the cadet and junior drivers out today, all the staff, all the camera operators at Alpha Live as well, and all the staff on circuit.
Yes, 100%. I do want to give a quick shout out to all the people working behind the scenes at Alpha who've been able to put this on for you. So producer Luke, runner has been Adam, the camera operators have been Robin, Max and Herbie. So yeah, we couldn't have done it without any of them, so big thank you to them. In terms of the event, we've still got tomorrow to go on, but that will be for the super lightweights.
Yep.
The next event for the lightweights will be at Ellow Park on the 6th and 7th of September. So that'll be the next broadcasted one anyway. The next actual event for them will be at Bayford Meadows on the 10th of August. Oh no, that's the next senior sprint. Sorry, ignore me.
That is the next Stream Senior Sprints round. Yes. So we'll have the super lightweights tomorrow, and then coming up in August we will see Alpha Live return to stream Bayford Meadows with the senior rounds for the sprints.
Yes, indeed. So that about rounds it up for today. So for those of you that have been watching, thank you very, very much. We really do appreciate it. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the super lightweights.
Yeah. Thank you all.